Hello guys, this is the Dark Sphere Regional for Final Fantasy TCG. I am Lucas,
Hi, I'm Adam.
and we are here with 86 players. We are just about to start round one. We have Andrew Johns on the left playing some kind of mill variant, looks to be Thunder Wind, and we have Jamie Faulkner on the right, who looks to be playing, is it Water Wind?
Yes.
Water Wind
primarily.
with Tidus combo.
Yeah, we are. Yeah.
Alright, so if we just give the players a heads up, it tends to take about 30 seconds to jump on. So if we give the players a start. So yeah, they're going to start. You get to see that opening his hand. See if they're going to mulligan. So Jamie taking the mulligan, Andrew keeping his hand, and we can see instantly he's got a Sid Ashura, is that?
He's probably going to want to start that mill combo early.
He's just drawn into another Sid. And that Riku backup isn't going to be looking too good at the moment, I think. Sounds good. So Sliff going down for Riku for absolutely no value.
Yeah, it's a painful backup to play first off, but
Yeah.
sometimes you just got to get something down.
You need those backups down straight away.
Offsetting that cost is so important.
So can't really see what's in Jamie's hand. Wish he'd lean it forward a little bit. Contemplating his move. So if you see that backup Riku come down, what do you immediately think?
Yeah, I mean, the most common, obviously, of the wind. Oh, first turn Minwu.
Yep.
Always nice.
I can't really see what he's discarded along with the Tidus.
Yeah.
It kind of looked like, is that a Cloud of Darkness? Doesn't play Cloud of Darkness.
Andrew there, drawing into the Fiosa, and I couldn't see what the other card was.
It'll be the hero backup Riku, and Ifasoya. So he probably wished he hadn't played the Riku now, because you want the hero one preferably. But he does play the legendary Van. So
On the plus side, having it in your hand, you know it's discard fodder there.
Yeah,
it doesn't even need to
exactly.
factor into your considerations for what to play at this point.
Yeah.
Obviously, Jamie's probably thinking what's going to be coming out from the other side. He's probably expecting, those common wind cards. He's probably not going to expect a Sid.
Yeah.
In fact,
Yeah,
so much
yeah.
that he's now having to read the card.
You're always on a good point where your opponent then has to read your cards.
Yeah. He's
Sid-
probably
Sid-
expecting that Zidane to go down,
Yes, exactly.
or maybe a cheap Yuffie or something. That unblockable wind.
The wording on Sid has thrown a lot of people off, because if we can get it up on the screen,
Yep.
I believe it is when the forward that takes damage from Sid is put to the break zone you mill to, and there's a Riku coming down on Jamie's side. So yeah, and the fact that we already know that Andrew has another copy of Sid, he can essentially mug him for another 2 cards.
Yeah.
And we were saying this.
So he's just pulled that brother, which can obviously then pull more Sids if he wants to go the mill route early on.
No, because Sid is a Final Fantasy
Oh,
VII
you're
forward.
right, yeah, brother is 10.
So he'd be searching either the forward Riku or the Pain to then search another Riku.
Yeah.
Further deck searching.
Ooh, and we have Riku on the other side there,
Yeah.
discarding that error.
Alright, so has Sid attacked?
He probably feels more comfortable discarding that Aerith rather than playing it, since he has the Minwu in play.
Yeah.
He's seen that Sid go down early, so he's thinking he's probably not going to be hitting my forwards straight out of the block.
Has Sid attacked? I'm assuming it's dulled, but I can't see the damage.
No, to be fair, he could have milled there. That could be the reason why that Aerith is in the break,
Yes.
in the break zone.
Yeah. Should have been paying attention
So
to
here
that.
we go. The brother, what's he going to fetch out with this?
Yeah, you'd search the forward
There we go,
Pain,
the forward pain.
play the forward Pain, then search out another copy of Riku.
At that point, you're just going for the value. Obviously, since you've got the Riku backup down, you're not going to be able to play it.
Fun fact, I noticed he's not playing Gramis. Is it Gramis? The Thunder Searcher for Final Fantasy 12. You'd think he'd play that so he could search the Varn out. I get playing Brother because you're getting to your combo pieces, but it seems like Varn, especially when you're pairing it up with the Thieves, would be an instant searcher.
I guess it depends how heavily he's going into that mill combo, and whether that is his win condition or whether it is just to reduce the opponent's
Alright, so we see Warrior of Light coming down.
So that's the legendary Warrior of Light from Opus 2.
Which is a quite menacing card. It seems to have outpaced Light Cloud from Opus 1. Just because of that whole damage reduction thing. As far as I'm aware, it survives the Alcid combo.
Yes. Oh, it depends what you're bringing out. Yeah, I mean, if it's the Alcid into the Onion Knight, then it would,
Because with Mono Lightning being such a prevalent deck at the moment, people are trying to counter that, and I know the whole not playing a forward route happens. You can't always do that. You need to put pressure on your opponent.
Yeah.
So that's the Thief coming down.
The Mill Thief, milling for 1 on its entry.
Bart's coming down. It's quite a powerful Bart's coming down as well, because admittedly he hasn't got many forwards, but that could have been quite handy to have in his hand.
Yeah. Obviously the Warrior of Light's ability is somewhat redundant here because obviously he has the Minwu down.
Yes, exactly.
So, but in conjunction with the two, just in case you were able to Bahamut, for example.
Yeah.
Actually, it wouldn't survive that Bahamut because it would reduce it to 8,000. Then that wouldn't be enough for Minwu's ability to activate.
Yeah, with the Minwu, you have to be flat out hitting it for 10k.
Yeah.
Which is quite a hard feat to do unless you're playing fire.
Exactly. And does he have any?
It's a fun
we do have Maria's in Jamie's deck, so if he could get one of those down, that would basically make his Warrior of Unlight untouchable outside of general Odin removal.
And fun fact as well, he's actually playing one copy of the Rare Warrior Light, which I believe is the water version.
That would be the fire version, though.
Is it?
Opus 1 Warrior of Light.
So yeah, he's playing that for Warrior Light's ultimate. So we see Warrior Light attacking and the Thief blocking. And he's drawn into another Reaper and a Thief. I can't see if that's the forward or the backup copy of Thief, mostly because of his hand.
So, unfortunately I don't have that fire Warrior of Light to pull out.
Alright, so we see the pain hit the field.
Literally.
Yep. Bring the pain.
And obviously that Aerith back up now, providing a little bit of extra protection on Jamie's side.
I don't see that Warrior Light going anytime soon.
No.
Do you?
No.
With the Aerith and with the Minwu, if he gets a Maria down, that's impossible to get.
Yeah, I mean, based on what we've got in, he's literally going to be hoping for his Odin at that point. He's Odin for that flat-out removal. It hits Warrior of Light because it's only 4-costed.
He's playing a 1 copy of the Legendary Balfour as well, so again, that could possibly be his only out.
Yeah.
But at the moment, he seems to have more forward advantage, so I wouldn't play it.
So obviously he's looking at that Friosa here, thinking, unfortunately, that it's a bit of a dead card at the moment.
It's a weird note. If you're playing Odin, would you not play the EX version?
I mean, that's what a lot of people do. You tend to find that EX Odin stuffed in decks that don't even run Lightning, just because it's such a great top deck card. For example, here, if he'd have had that Odin rather than the Amon come out, he could have just outright killed that Warrior of Light and stopped this
Aerith
here.
is just then null and void.
Exactly.
So we see is that the Mannequin Barts? Activates all wind characters, I believe. Let's get that up on the screen. If possible, yeah. So when Fallacious Wonder enters the field, choose up to 2 wind characters you control and activate them. So he activates the Aerith and the Riku, which then allows Jamie, ironically, to start milling Andrew.
Yes.
If it needs to be.
But I think he's probably thinking, whenever you see that Aerith open on the other side of the field, you have to be extra careful with what you're doing. You have to assume that Jamie has that Aerith in hand
Yeah.
and play around it.
Yeah, you see an active Aerith, you immediately start panicking. So
So he's going for the Mill Thief backup here.
yep. So that's 2. So that's a Leviathan.
That's just the 1 for the backup.
Oh yes.
It's the Yuffie backup. No, Yuffie forward, I believe. Mills on entry. See if I can pull it up.
Yes. If we get the thieves up as well, just to double
So
check.
that's
top
the
card.
top card of the library. That's the backup that we just saw played.
And then there's another one. So there's a pain
then-
dropping.
We have that pain. That's the starter pain, isn't it? Does it say pain?
So we see Andrew amassing quite a, and ironically, Jamie's just mugged. Oh, is it? He's using the non-mug ability, so he just mills to 1.
Yeah.
So Maria, okay, so he's picked 2 off by mistake, and instead of doing it separately, he's picked 2 up and moved them straight together. So there's a little bit of discrepancy about what the top card would have been. So
That's fine.
losing in Maria hurts a little bit. I wouldn't. Okay,
So he's looking into that new Riku ability, so I'll grab that up here so we can see it on there for everyone to see.
if you're a player, I wouldn't allow my opponent to actually touch my deck. That's kind of crossing a line, don't you think?
Some people have more of it too. So there we go. So he's just confirming now that it is.
Yeah, so we can see the judge is over and confirming the situation.
Yeah. So in this instance, obviously he didn't use the special ability of Riku. He just used the standard Mill 1.
Yes.
Unfortunately, Andrew assumed he used the special and Mill 2, or
Yeah.
perhaps mistakenly assumed.
It was 2.
So now the judge is just confirming which way they're going to go on that.
Okay, so
Good to see a few people joining the Twitch chat here. Obviously, we're going to try and engage with you guys as much as we can throughout the day.
yeah,
So please do come in, leave your comments, tell us what you like. Feel free to call out our missed calls here on the
yes,
stream.
because we're doing this for fun. We're not pros, so feel free to tell us if we've miscalled something, or if we've missed something, or if we're just terrible.
Yep, that's fair.
As long as you're in chat chatting to us, it's all good.
But most importantly, as long as you're here, enjoying the games, you know, seeing what's going on in this regional, that's the most important thing.
Yeah, your involvement gets this game bigger. So, fun fact to note is Andrew drew the legendary Valfor. So warrior like going in for a swing. Yeah, you'd block with the pain just for fodder.
Yeah, it's just a chump block at that point.
You've got the search you need. At this point, I feel like Andrew needs to get a Varn on the field though.
Okay, so he's activating his Warrior of Light himself there, back up.
Okay,
And
so
activating Warrior of Light's ability
yes,
to
so
outright hit.
so
Let's
it's
open that up now.
killing it for 9,000 with the Sliff.
Yes. So he targeted the Sid with that one.
If
And
you-
then chump blocking the Thief.
fun note, would you have let, knowing you've got a Sid in hand, I believe he had a Sid in hand, unless I missed that.
I
Would
think
you
it
have-
already came out for a mill.
Okay.
I think if you were able to, so he just drew a Sid there,
Yeah.
which is unfortunate, but I would probably have still
Not
let
use
the ability
special.
through, but use the special in
Yeah,
response.
that's not a problem. I'm looking at Andrew's deck, and it doesn't seem to be an abundance of Thunder cards. So that Fasoya is just going to be sitting in his deck, in his hand, doing absolutely nothing.
Yeah, you wonder whether he's waiting for that Amon to come in to try and give him a bit of board presence.
Yeah. See, I think you'd probably play at least one Chaos or Cosmos just to help your
Trouble
CP.
is, yeah, I mean, he's already running that light. Oh no, sorry. Yeah, no, you probably would. You probably would.
Because you're barely playing, if I'm counting this correctly, he's playing 2 Amon, which is his only Thunder forwards. He's playing Sage, Lulu, and 2 Fasoya, so he's playing not about 10 Thunder cards. It doesn't seem like a lot.
No, it's going to be And the chances are you want each of those cards,
Yeah.
so
You don't want to be discarding.
you don't want to be
those.
discarding just to cast them, especially not if they're forwards. You're having to discard either other forwards or backups.
And there's a Varn that he desperately needed, I feel.
Yeah,
And a thief.
and a thief. And what's going to be the 4th damage?
A brother.
A brother.
So brother, not too bad because he's already got a brother down. So not a big fan of Andrew's card choices at the moment. Yes.
I mean, you know, Andrew is running, what have we got? Only 19 forwards, 21 backups. Personally, that's the wrong ratio
yes,
for
you
me.
want
And
more
even
forwards to backups.
even I wouldn't run as high as 19 backups unless you're going to be doing a lot of interactions with them. You know,
Yeah.
if you've got a Lulu heavy deck,
Yeah.
a Friosa deck where you're constantly going to be bringing backups in, destroying other ones, bouncing
Again,
them.
to my point earlier, if you're playing the thief backup, you'd want the Varn to bounce the thief to then play
To
again.
play it
Why
again.
would you not play the Searcher for Varn?
Yeah,
Because again, that gives you a bit more of a thunder chance.
so here we go. So he's discarding the Friosa now to Odin. So that's what we've said. That's the card that he's been hoping for
I
quite
think
a
he's
while.
been waiting for the Aerith to be tapped as well.
Yeah, I think it's probably maybe a little bit late now. It's 4-0 damage.
Is that? I'm trying to fix
So it's 2 coming down.
Okay,
and
that's
discarding
Riku.
Riku for the other Sid. And we know he's got one other Sid in hand, unless he discarded that earlier. I didn't see.
So
he's
he's
got
got
the
a
Veil
Balfour, and I believe that's a Hero Riku. Yes, that is the Hero
Right.
Riku. So the Sid's going to be putting a bit of pressure on, although the Pain can trade due to the Maria. So if we get the Sid back up,
So at least the Sid has that 8,000. So,
Yeah.
you know, he's going to keep him alive for a little bit longer.
what's the attack on the mannequin, by the way?
The mannequin one, we just have that up, I believe it's 7? 6.
Yeah, so 6k, so 7 with the Maria.
Yeah.
So, he's not going to
still-
be attacking with that anytime soon, unless he trades with the Pain. Oh,
well, there we go. Leviathan back, that's it.
so this is going to put Andrew down to 6 damage. So we are doing best of 1 until the top cuts.
That's unfortunate. It would have probably, mind you, not that he would have been able to play it.
Yes. Riku, not that that's going to matter.
Fine at that point.
Is Riku wind characters or wind forwards? Or is it activate all forwards?
I believe it's activate all forwards. Let me pull it up quickly. Activate all
the forwards?
forwards. Yeah.
Alright, so we see Legendary Cecil coming down. So we see Lulu and Sage being drawn.
I think at this point, Andrew's got to be thinking, should we scoop and go to game 2?
But there is no game 2, it's best of 1 in
That's
Swiss.
very true.
Which has caused great controversy in the community.
I think with a game like this, where there are so many viable deck choices, and with no sideboard, the best of 1 format helps rather than hinders.
From what I can gather, myself coming from a Yu-Gi-Oh background, you need a best of 3 because with so many OTK decks out, you don't want to get sacked turn 1.
No.
And I hear the counter argument with Pokemon because Pokemon games take so long that they very rarely go to a game 3 and then it ends up in a draw, and you've kind of just been screwed out of your win, even if you won game 1 and game 2 goes to time.
It's very true. It's very true. So that big
Lulu
coming down.
Andrew needs to play forward. Can he play the Valfor? He would play the Valfor in his opponent's turn.
Just prior to see what he's going to do first. Obviously, here we go. He's going to go in. He's going to check him, see what he's got.
Yeah.
He's got to discard everything for the Valfor. He knew it was coming.
So yeah, we will be doing a top 8, and I believe it will be best of 3 with a 75-minute time limit. It's a 30-minute time limit for Swiss, which is about box standard. I think anything longer is just too much.
Yeah.
So yeah, Balfour.
It's going to delay for a turn there.
But he's just gone straight in.
So he's going to have to hope. I'm not sure what he's going to hope for here at this point.
Lulu and a Sniff. That's
not going to do it.
So
we can 10k off something.
He's on 6 damage.
Well,
no
it has to be the.
Oh, hate to say that it's
I
Jamie's
think
game.
that's, game
Yeah,
just-
and the handshake. So that's all for round one. We'll be posting round two quite soon. I don't know how long we've been on for. Doesn't seem to be quite long. But yeah, we need to get a.
So we've been 20 minutes.
Yeah. So round two should be hopefully up. We need to get like a loading screen, so we're not offline. However, but we will hope to see you soon with round two action.
Awesome, thanks for joining us, and stick around for some more Final Fantasy all day today.
Yes.
I've been Adam.
I'm Lucas.
See you soon.
Toodles. Hi guys, we are back with round 2. If you heard that, so round 2 is about to start. We will let the players know. Yep, so we have Preveen, or as most people may know him as Pre-Temp, on the left with Alex Hancock on the right. Fun fact, Alex actually got top 8 at Norwich last weekend.
Nice. So it should be a good game to watch then.
Yes, I believe he's playing a different deck between that, but I know his friend was playing the exact same deck and came second.
Ah, fantastic.
So yes, we see Pre playing, which looks to be Water Wind, which I think I've seen this deck before, is playing, it's like a ping deck.
Right.
And Alex, who is nicknamed his deck the McCool's Goon Squad, seems to be playing Mono Thunder.
And just to confirm for everyone watching at home, this is best of ones. It's the official OP tournament format. So yeah, up until the top 8, we will be doing best of ones, and then it will switch over to the best of 3.
I probably should have verified. I'm not entirely sure how many rounds there are. I think there's 7 because of the amount of players we have. 86 players, so I would assume it'd be 7 rounds.
Correct. Yeah.
All right, so we see a Melowib coming down on Pre's side along with an Archer and Devout, and I think that's. Apologies, he's not playing Mono Thunder. He's playing Ice Thunder.
Yes.
I can't say Lightning just because there's a character called Lightning. I sue me for it, but
purple blue, or purple light blue.
Yeah.
It's
just it sounds so wrong to call it Lightning when you're playing Lightning.
Yeah, well, it can get confusing.
And the fact that it's not actually called Lightning in the game, in any of the games, so why change it?
Yeah.
So apologies if that offends someone, but I call it Thunder. I'm not going to change it.
So, brothers going down. We're going to be looking for here.
I would assume, he plays one copy of that Pain, which allows him to search out Yuna or Riku. Which is Yuna or Riku? It's not a 10 forward again, is it?
The brother is 10 forwards.
Okay, yeah. So he plays 3 of the rare backup Yuna, so he can search that when he plays that.
Actually, I think it's 10 cards. Let me just double check that.
Well, yeah,
it is X forward, yeah.
So strong opening from Pre. We see he's got an Ash in hand. Oh, and there's an X Def with Fleeting Flash. You can see Alex is just on point, doesn't care, just straight in with it.
Yep.
It's X Def. When it enters the field, you may play a Job Mannequin of cost 4 or less from your hand, which is insane. And Job Mannequins you control gain 1,000 power, and for each Mannequin you control, X Def gains 1,000 power. So he's pretty much, as soon as you play him, he's a 9k powerhouse.
For 6, who's brought something else in.
Yeah, which 9 times out of 10 is going to be a Fleeting Flash. And Fleeting Flash has haste and gains power for other mannequins or something.
Yeah, there we go.
So yeah, if you control a Job Mannequin other than Fleeting Flash,
so at the moment he doesn't get that.
No.
But obviously he's got no opposition on the other side of the board, so he's not too bothered about that extra power.
But
right now it's
currently
the extra
on 7k
damage
as well.
Yeah.
So we see a Bart's coming down, activating Pre's backups. Not going to be doing much at this precise moment in time. Alex has got a strong lead.
Yeah, that is a strong. I mean, you know, it's rare that you want to throw away your entire hand for something, but that's a pretty strong.
Also,
starting.
He has double Devout.
Yes. And yeah, you're right. So he can pull that stuff back when he needs it.
He's got an Alcid in the break zone with a Vayne as well, I believe.
Yeah.
He discarded the Vayne straight off the bat.
So we see that other Pain come down there.
So yeah, we see Pain coming down, pre-drawing a card, and a Warrior. I believe that's Warrior of Light. Let's check. Yes, Warrior Light, which we saw in round 2.
Round 1.
Yes, sorry, this is round 2.
It basically dominated that game.
Yes. He had it backed up with a Maria. No, he didn't have Maria. He had an error if it was an opponent. No, he did have a Maria, didn't he?
Yes, he did. Yeah, which basically made it untouchable. Yeah. However, in this case, as you can see, Alex immediately just Odin'd it.
Yeah.
Deal with none of that. Get it straight away.
And then we see X-Def swinging, hits the fairy, activates the Pain. So it's 3-0 at the moment, and with the amount of backups Pre has, I still feel like Alex has got the advantage.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, you know, what is Pre going to be looking to pull out now?
So he's going to have 2 more copies of Warrior Light. He's got 3 copies of Ash, He's got 2 more copies of Bart's, I believe, unless he's discarded it. And he's got Walker. His only other forward apart from that is Shota.
I mean, he can sit here and Leviathan for a while to
Yeah,
keep
or
himself
even
in
then
it.
he's got I'm not even going to pronounce it, but the 4-drop summon.
Yeah, Chichiluian.
Yes, the Impure.
Let's just pull that one up. That's
Yeah,
easier to do it that way.
EX, when choose a forward your opponent controls, and it loses 1,000 power for each dog character your opponent controls, and you draw a card.
Yeah.
So
I'm not a big fan of that card. I find it slightly overcosted for what it does.
admittedly, he does play the Una, which makes it a 3-drop. So it
Yeah.
kind of mitigates that cost. Plus,
Yeah.
again, if you're hitting it off an EX burst,
It's just I dislike cards when they rely so heavily on what my opponent is doing. It's very hard to use them, and I mean, he's playing 3 of them in this deck. Obviously, hoping to hit them on those EX bursts.
Yeah.
To try and either kill off some weenie characters on the other side, or try and just prevent attacking. So that's a
fun fact.
Yushtola that just came down, was it?
Yes.
From Praveen?
So
Okay.
I believe that is you pay a wind CP to ping for 10k. Sorry,
1k.
10k, 1k,
Yeah.
and you
tap
dull it
for
to
2.
yes,
Great character in a lot of lightning decks, to finish off,
Yeah.
An Alcid combo, or to just, ping up the damage to then Black Mage to destroy a damaged character.
I had tested this, and if you can amass the amount of backups like Pre has, admittedly there's only 3,
Yeah,
and you can get a Bart, it's just an absolute wipe.
yeah. So Amon just came down there for Alex.
So X-Def swing him. So Amon, if we can get him up for you guys. There he is. So when Amon enters the field, you choose a forward your opponent controls and dull it, and he has a dull symbol, so choose a forward and dull it. So what a lot of people do is they wait until the end of your opponent's turn, dull it, and then he stands straight back up, so you've got rid of a big blocker.
Blocker, exactly, yeah. So their Warrior of Light coming in, doing a bit of damage.
Yep.
Got rid of that mannequin. So it's interesting now, the tables are starting to turn a little bit.
Yeah,
Praveen's got quite a lot of forwards in, and he's got the backups. Alex discarded early to get that stuff down, and has now kind of lost that momentum a little bit.
Yeah. So Pain hit the field, and Pre drew another copy of Pain, which is always fun.
Yeah, we've got Warrior of Light going in here.
Yeah, so Warrior Light hits the...
Ooh, interesting. Attacking with the Yushtola.
Surely you'd block that.
Well, but you've got to ask yourself why. It's such an obvious thing to do. Why? What's he got in his hand? You can see he's got a fairy.
Is he trying to ping for damage, or is he... I don't know.
We were in the attack phase still, so I don't know. He may have skipped the second main.
Yes.
But based on how long it's taking Alex to make a decision, I'm going to say that he is attacking.
Yeah,
so here he goes. He's calling his bluff, I think.
So fairy.
Fairy. To untap.
I think he might just be trying to dig for cards.
So there he saw that he.
Yeah,
there we go. They traded.
He was trying to ping for it.
So he knew he was going to hit for 3.
Yeah.
Tapped for another 2, and then he had 3 backups to do that extra 3 damage.
And then he doled it himself for another 2.
Yeah.
So
that was enough to trade the 2 of. So pretty good deal there. A 2-cost Yushtola for a.
So Pre
6
is currently on 4 damage, and Alex is on 1 damage. Oh yeah, so I think it's just been noted in chat. So the the Val 4 EX burst
was what?
And then allows him to activate all his backups, and then obviously he had pinged beforehand with the Shota to get rid of the fleeting flash. Alright, so that's 2 Kuja mannequins getting hit off the damage, which isn't the best thing to see. You want those on the field.
Yeah.
Because you get those on the field against your Shota.
Yeah.
Your forwards are living.
So we just saw an Odin there to remove the Warrior of Light for the second time.
Yep.
Second time, the exact same play. And an Ash.
Ash coming down. Interesting, because he has many ways of getting the... Okay, so he's just archered the Black Mage backup. What do you think of Ash?
See, I really want to like it. I know it's a card that you play.
Yes.
And I've tried to use it in mono water decks before, and I just feel that it doesn't seem to have the power that it feels like it should have.
Yes.
That said, its greatest ability is obviously being able to activate itself.
Yeah.
being able to just activate in response, you know.
You've got a very good matchup against Ice, which love the Dolphins. Again,
Yeah.
even against Thunder, you with the Mon get to dull it.
Yeah.
However, I think its greatest asset is the fact that it can survive the outside combo.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. And that is a very
yes.
prevalent combo at the moment. So
And even then, it's a cheap. Her special is cheap,
yes,
making her a possible 9k if the opponent hasn't targeted with first strike.
yeah,
Especially if you think about it, you're paying 4 if it's dulled, and getting to do that is just incredible.
definitely. And I guess you need to consider the fact that it is a card that requires your opponent to play around it.
Yes.
So even if you don't trigger any of its abilities, do any of it, it's always going to be in your opponent's mind that they have to consider what they're doing and whether they're attacking, whether you could potentially pump her or if it's worth trying to remove her. It's just, she definitely demands a bit of respect.
So we saw 2 damage going over on Alex's side and a Jill coming down. However, Pri also milled him. He mugged him with Riku.
Yes.
So the field is coming back. So there's the last. Is it Capricious Reaper? I believe. Yes.
Yes.
So it's a 1 cost less than Kuja with 1,000 power less. But in all honesty, I believe it's better than Kuja.
Yeah.
I mean, a 4 drop 8k, which has the exact same ability. It's
Definitely. And the fact that it can obviously fit in with this deck, it's not a standalone.
Alex is now on 6 damage and hit a Jesus.
There we go. Wow.
So that was insane. I felt Alex had such an advantage, and then Water Wind just doing what it does best. I feel just amassing advantage. And Pri scoops the win.
Incredible.
So I don't believe that took that long actually. So
yeah, that was about 10 minutes.
So if possible, we'll try and get Pri in with us for an interview. See if is something he's interested in doing.
Yep.
Get his thought process on why he's made the choices he's done. And
do you want to go and speak to him, and I'll.
Well, let me go. I actually know him, so see what he wants to do. Back in a sec.
Well, shout out to everyone that's joined the stream for round 2. Thanks for coming along. Thanks for taking part. Please do let us know what you think in the chat to the right. Happy to hear your comments, your thoughts, what you're enjoying, what you'd like to see us do more of. This is the first one that we've done for Final Fantasy, so you'll have to bear with us for a little bit while we get up to speed. When possible, we'll try and get the winners in to do a little deck tech, talk us through their choices, both in the games that they've played and when they're building their decks. So stick around for that. Otherwise, we will be continually streaming through the day today. Round 3, it'll probably be in about 15 minutes that we'll start with that one. Yeah, stick around.
Yeah, it's a face cam.
Okay, I think we might have something.
Sure.
It looks like Priya's declined to take part, unfortunately.
Sorry about that.
But it doesn't matter. As I say, we'll be here all day. I'm sure there'll be plenty of other opportunities for people to drop in.
I will try and find out how many rounds there are as well.
Yep. So yeah, do stick around if you want to see those deck techs. Especially when we come down to the top 8, we will be taking people aside. We will be looking through their cards, getting them to give us a bit of an idea on their thoughts and why they picked what they did. But yeah, in the meantime,
would you like to interview with the TO?
Yeah.
Oh, no, not with me. Oh, not with me. I meant more downloading the cards for.
Okay, so yeah, thanks for joining us so far. We will take a small recess now, but we'll be back with round 3 in about 15 minutes. Thanks, everyone. See you soon. Hang on. There you go.
What is up, guys? We are back with round 3. So we have table 8 with us for the moment. So we have Nathan Ray on the left playing, which looks to be Water Earth. We see Warrior Light, Seraphes, Kaganaso, which is interesting, and Agreus, which I believe is the breaker forward of 3 or less.
Yes,
which is interesting.
Become very popular in this since the release of Opus 2.
Versus Ben Cromwell on the right. Sorry, Ben Cornwell. Looks to be playing Unblockable, Fire Wind.
Fire Wind mostly, but decent amount of summons and some interesting backup choices. So
he's gone quite heavy on the forwards.
Yeah,
like 26 forwards. All right, so
cool. So I'll give the players a heads up.
Table 1 that they're ready to start.
Okay.
Okay, so the players are just waiting for our say so. So, what do you think of the Unblockable deck?
So I play an Unblockable base on my primary as well, and I play it with Lightning. Obviously here we have it with Fire, but I think they feel quite a similar purpose, the Fire and the Lightning. They're both about removing the stuff that can block, whilst leaving your Zidans and Yuffie's to go through.
Fun fact, he's only playing 2 of the legendary Tifa.
And actually only 1 Zidane. And it'd be interesting to know whether that is a choice born of available cards, or whether he is just trying to do something else.
Yeah, trying to... Alright, so we see a Scholar, Agreus, Yuna, I think it was a Geomancer. So Red Mage, Belias, I believe that is.
Yep, so here we go. So Nathan on the play.
Yep. So
throwing a Yuna.
For an Astrologian. Very good card.
Yes.
Quite underrated, I think.
Yeah, I think it's a great card.
It's basically an Ash for a backup.
Yeah.
We can get her up. And honestly, the artwork in Opus 2 has been
absolutely
amazing.
Stunning. Absolutely stunning. Absolutely love these cards.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a lot of the Final Fantasy 14 and 11 artwork, which has a vast amount of excellent artwork.
I remember correctly, I believe it's Opus 4 where they're starting to get their original artworks for the cards in.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah.
What I'm going to do is I'm just going to tell Ben just to not cover his cards.
Okay. So, there does Agrius go down, thrown away. Oh no, thinking about it. Yeah.
Right, I'm back.
Okay.
So, what did I miss? Okay, so we see another Warrior Light coming down. That seems to be the MVP of the day.
Okay.
There we go. So
excellent. Sorry, a little bit of technical trouble there, but we're back.
So Aerith coming down.
So an Aerith on one side.
And an Aerith going to damage.
Hit for an Aerith. That's never nice to see.
No, so
legendary Tifa in hand on Ben's side.
So he's stunning for 2 at the moment.
Throwing 2 away. So he's going to go for the Xander Emperor straight out of the bat.
Sorry, I thought he had dulled the Aerith. Yeah, Emperor Xander can only be paid for fire CP. Ironically, unless you Tama it out.
Yeah.
Which is a weird one to do. But I guess because you're not actually paying it through Emperor Xander, you're paying it through Tama.
Yeah.
That's why you get around it.
Does give you some great utility though, and the legendary Tifa to follow as well.
So, Ben has just emptied his hand. If you see Emperor Xander and Tifa hitting the field, that's a lot of cost.
That is a lot of cost, but some serious board presence from there.
Yeah. Alright, so we see...
So we're discarding the Warrior of Light to activate Warrior of Light's ability. It looks like targeting the Tifa.
Ooh,
and then pumping,
losing. We've said this earlier. I can't pronounce it, but it loses 1,000 power for each dull character your opponent controls, and you draw a card. So yeah, making the Tifa 7,000.
Yeah.
And then hitting hit for the Warrior of Light is quite decent. It's a strong.
That is a decent. That's a good play. I mean, the value that
Yeah.
was gotten out of those 2 cards was fantastic. Obviously, and that's it cost a lot.
Which you think,
there we go.
in theory, Nathan is only losing 2 cards out of his hand.
Yeah. And Ben had to throw his entire hand away to do that.
Yeah.
So he's attacking him with the Zande, targeting the Warrior of Light with the chip damage. Unless he can follow that up with something else, obviously Warrior of Light will survive.
Ash getting hit to the damage zone. What would you do here? That's a Balfir in Ben's hand.
Yeah.
I would leave the Aerith up. Okay, he's playing the Balfir. I would have left the Aerith up because if he has another Warrior of Light, he's got an Ultimecia
Yeah.
and an Ingus, which is quite a popular card as well. So Balfir up, whenever one of your backups enters the field, you get to activate him. You dull him to ping for 2k, and another Aerith going to the damage as well.
Oof.
So Ben getting unlucky with his.
So from Nathan's side, obviously he's seen 2 of those Aeriths go already.
So
He's going to be thinking, okay, perhaps there's not too many more in that deck. He's probably going to be thinking less about the threat of that card being active now, having
Yes.
seen 2 of them disappear.
So you'd think most people only played one of the common Aerith. Ben's
Yeah.
actually playing 2, so he's
Okay.
playing 5 Aerith. So
Right.
he really wants Planet Protector going off.
Ooh, okay. So what we just
That
saw there
Ifrit.
was an Ifrit.
And the Scholar bouncing to bounce the Warrior of Light. So we see a legendary Yuna. Yes, he's got another Shifludian in hand.
So
Warrior
another
Light.
Warrior of Light comes back out.
Has he got another Warrior? No, it's Ultimecia, Vincent, and Cthulhian.
Cthulhian.
So
We've got on the other side, we've got that Riku,
yeah, so both players are tied at 2
Zangan,
damage.
Sage. And I can't quite make out what the
I think that's an
wind
Archer.
card is.
Yeah, he plays 1 Archer. So from the looks of it, that would be it. So just attack with them for a Sunday.
Yeah.
The Warrior Light's not
Targeting
going to block.
Warrior of Light.
Oh, okay, he's going to block
Invincibility.
and then use Cthulhian. So they would both die. It's due to the 3,000 chip damage, and is it 9,000 off Emperor Sunday breaking?
When he goes to
So
break zone,
yeah, that's you're getting chipped for 10k in total.
yeah.
And
So is the new legendary Yuna come out there?
what do you make of the Unilen combo?
So it's obviously very powerful,
Yeah,
and there's 2 ways you can go about it. There's obviously the go ham and pull out Bahamut or
Yeah.
the big Odin to really deal with threats that are going, or to do things with, say, the Chichinizu guy,
Yeah.
to kind of like chip away at things
Yeah.
and pull out bouncing spells, whether they be
yeah.
Leviathans or whatever.
It's a good combo. I just feel like the lack of summons at the moment as well. Is people have been trying to do playing Firewater, because then you're not actually, if you draw a Bahamut, it's not a dead card in your hand, and vice
No.
versa. Probably the best one I've seen was a very, very consistent Water Wind. And ironically, they were playing the starter Tidus, and it literally just spammed out so many forwards.
Yeah.
I think at one point he played it for a 3-drop.
Nice. I think it's a great combo. I think it is a mistake to build your deck around it.
Yeah, without
I think
doubt.
it's a secondary combo that if it comes out, your opponent really has to deal with it.
Yeah.
But it's not something that you're investing a lot of time and effort into getting on the board, and it's not a win condition on its
This
own.
is the thing as well, is people are using Scholar to bounce the Len. I would rather just break the Len, because
because there's only ever 3 of them, and that's the
it's 3 of
integral
them,
part.
and the fact that you're wasting a
So attacking
backup
him with the
to
Rosso
then
there.
play a Len just to do the combo next turn.
Yeah.
But if you're Bahamuting someone, you don't really need to do it.
No, that's very true.
I feel like you're just wasting more resources to protect a 3-drop.
Yeah. So Rosso
Zangan.
attacking in there, pulled a Warrior of Light into the break zone, which is unfortunate. Obviously,
So-
Nathan could have done with that.
Yeah, so Nathan is playing. Ooh, interesting. So yeah, he's playing 3 copies of the legendary and 1 copy of the, I believe it's the water.
Yeah, so we've seen the water one already. We've seen one of the light ones go into the graveyard, the break zone there, damage zone,
Yeah.
and one's on the field. So obviously Ben doesn't know that, but there's only one more threat.
So which Tifa did Ben search, do we know? Oh, the legendary.
The legendary, yeah.
Which makes sense. You're playing
Yeah.
an unblockable and Oran. Don't see Oran played
Ooh,
much.
and there is another Aerith into the
So
break zone.
if you're Nathan, you see two common Aeriths get hit. Are you thinking, is he playing full 6?
You probably would think at that point.
You think you'd max it out just for planet perspective, so
Yeah.
you'd start to worry and think, okay, if he now leaves that Aerith up, what is the probability of him having the last one?
The last one,
But
yeah.
in all honesty, he's only got the one rare copy left.
Yeah.
So
So-
it's very interesting.
I think Ben's going to go for that large Tifa now.
Yeah, I would assume so.
Deciding what to throw away. Thinking about the Riku.
So yeah, that's 5 to 3 at the moment. Yeah, what is your? There seems to be a lot of discussion about who's better, the Warrior of Light or the Rosso.
Interesting.
With Warrior of Light being able to trade with pretty much any 4-drop.
I think the base power of Warrior of Light being stronger than Rosso's.
Yeah.
You mean the
2-drop.
Fire Warrior of Light?
Yeah,
Sorry.
so the one that
Yeah.
actually trades with anything that's a 4-drop or higher. Doubles the power.
I think it's worth the Warrior of Light, the 2-drop Warrior of Light, fills two purposes as well. It's not only a trader for a large one, but it's also a protector of small things. So it
Yeah.
helps you defend against those Yufis, against the Zidans, you know,
Yeah.
and it also has the ability of being a protector for a
Yeah.
larger creature. So I think there's a bit more utility with that one, and obviously being a 2-drop
Yeah.
as opposed to a 3-drop is very handy. It is obviously very weak to damage and fire pings.
We saw a Raban hitting a Tifa with Warrior Light. I think it was that Mystic used.
Yeah.
Can we get Mystic up? Does that? So, whilst we were chatting, we missed that. So yeah, we all know what Raban does, but I think is Mystic Opus 1?
Which Mystic was it?
So Ben's hand is looking quite full up at the moment as well. Yes, it was that one.
There we go.
So put one back up in the break zone. Mystic gains 3k power until the end of the turn. Okay, so what he must have done was attacked with the Mystic, had it blocked, and then Warrior Lighted it. I believe he Warrior Lighted. I saw something getting broke. Oh yeah, Raban.
Yeah.
He Rabanned it out. So that's another Tifa.
Yeah, Ben going in with Leviathan. That's
I would.
on the plus side. The big Tifa's gone now, so yeah, he's picking just the most expensive forward, which is the Rosso.
So
And there you go. Yuna attacked in and traded for the rubber.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thanks for that, Terang.
I probably wouldn't have used the Leviathan. You're giving your opponent an active blocker now.
Yeah.
There's
so
Barts.
plays the Barts. I hear that he's got all the jobs.
I have. Well, no, that's the wrong Barts. I'm afraid.
There goes my joke.
So yeah, when he enters the field, you activate all the wing characters you control.
So obviously he's just playing for that blocker now.
Kaganaso.
Kagnazo coming down.
He won't attack with the Warrior Light because he's on 6 damage. He needs both of those up.
Yeah. So, interesting note. Does Nathan have? It does not have any fairies, so we won't be seeing the cheeky Kagnazo fairy combo.
Yes, I have seen that. It's quite nasty.
It's just no one expects it.
Yeah.
It's like the Spanish Inquisition.
Ben, however, does have a Belias in hand.
He's thinking what's he targeting?
Yeah, so he's going for the red mage on the Warrior Light.
Yeah.
So I feel like Nathan has lost this because Kagnaso has to block.
There we go.
And so yeah, Ben wins. But not really getting to see much of the whole unblockable aspect. in this, to be
No, I
honest.
feel like it was another sub-theme.
Yeah.
You know, it wasn't his major win condition.
Yeah.
So, in the end, I think he just played out the better cards, made the trades that were more favourable,
Yeah.
and just outpaced him a little bit there.
Yeah. Can confirm that Bart's has to claim employment.
He does. He's
So,
a wanderer.
Well, I'll go and see if Ben would like to have an interview with us. So I'll be back in a sec. I'll leave
Awesome.
Adam in your hands.
Thanks again to everyone. I see that we've had some new viewers join the stream since round 2. As mentioned before, but for your benefit, we will be streaming throughout the entire day. we'll be sitting on the top table in the final 3 rounds. But until then, we'll be streaming random games throughout the day, asking the players that win if they would like to come and give us a bit of a deck tech, speak about their choices, both in the construction of their deck and also how they played that previous game. So we're just seeing if Ben would like to join us now.
So yeah, he'll join us in a sec. I'll let you get set up and I'll bring him in.
Excellent.
Let's get I'll take Nathan's deck list. We keep Adam's out, so we can discuss his choices. Well,
Also,
discuss his choices. It's only 2 seats.
So yeah, as mentioned, Ben is going to be joining us shortly. So we'll give him an opportunity to speak through his deck and see how he felt that last game went. As always, happy to hear your feedback on the stream. Please do let us know what you're enjoying. And also if you just want to chat about the game, about any combos you've seen come up that are interesting. There's plenty of other players watching at home, so yeah, please do. Please join us. Okay, I think we might be ready soon.
I'm here. Like, take a seat.
Do you want
I'll let you do it.
to... Okay.
Sorry,
Hi,
I was
Ben.
holding my cards quite close when I...
No, that's absolutely fine. Come on, take a seat, take a seat.
What I had.
You're live to the world now, so
Ah.
say hello to everyone
Hello
watching
everyone!
at home. So yeah, obviously good game for you there.
Yeah, it was alright. It was okay.
Yeah, we were watching here, obviously with your deck list and
Yep.
going through that. But yeah, tell us. It's an interesting choice of cards you've got. You've got a lot of one-offs. It's hard to pin down the exact theme of what
Yeah.
you're trying to go for here. So give us an idea of what you were thinking when you put this deck together.
So it started off originally as like an unblockable deck.
Yep.
So it was all the small ones like Yuffie. I've only got one of these down anyway. It's just trying to get hold of them is just a nightmare.
We did mention whether that was an obvious,
Yeah.
it was a choice through card availability or an actual
Managed to
deck
pull
choice?
one out of a draw and that was it.
Okay.
Little bits like Palom as well and Edge. I had those.
Yeah.
I used to play those quite a lot and realised after a while that I didn't have anything to block with.
Right.
So I've done all these attacks, got these points through, but then everyone's just going straight back at me again.
Yeah.
So throwing in stuff like Balthier, Varn, obviously actually still those. Obviously Tifa's a given anyway for an unblockable deck.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it just kind of sort of levels it out.
Yeah.
And then my other half actually said about putting Aerith in,
Yeah.
which makes a huge difference. We didn't see it unfortunately in the game, but it does make a huge
No,
difference.
you
when
had
it
quite
comes
a lot
up.
go to the damage zone. We were watching there. It's interesting because a lot of the decks at the moment are running obviously 3 of the rare legendary, 3 of the rare Aerith, but only maybe 1 of the common one. Whereas obviously you've chosen to go with 2. So if I was sitting opposite you, I'd be looking at this, seeing a couple going to the break zone, one going down, and
Think I'm
thinking
safe.
you're probably all right. You can probably play into it, but obviously you have the extras. You didn't see it come through that game, but it's an interesting deck choice. So how did you feel the game went against Nathan? Is that
It was alright. I think he had some unlucky points taken of damage as well. So I kind of got a little bit lucky on that side of it.
yeah,
But to be honest, I had so many cards in my hand that I actually was spoiled for choice.
yeah,
I think I did go second, didn't I? So the fact of going second, it allowed me to have these 2 extra
Yeah.
cards. And I just found that I just made sure I at least had 4 or 5 cards in my hand every time.
yeah,
And you've got all these different bits you can do with it as well.
Yeah.
So it just worked.
and obviously you did a lot of value trades as well. You know how you had your Zande down and you were buffing up the damage you were dealing with that with other cards.
Again, I've
and-
only got one of him,
yeah,
but not being a mono deck, I didn't really want too many of them anyway because you can obviously pay it 5
difficult to
cost for
cast
four.
that. Yeah. But I mean, it's working for you. The one-off cards has a certain. It keeps your opponent on the off foot because they don't necessarily know what's coming next. You know,
Yes.
and they can't pin down exactly what it is you're trying to do, and you have a lot of versatility, a lot of options.
I struggle because a lot of the cards in there, the one-offs, I originally had 3 of, or at least 2 of,
Right.
and they're ones where you can only have one out at a time.
Yeah.
And I found that it's actually just easier to have a wider range of attackers,
Yeah.
even if they're low cost, just so I can get more to spread the field.
Yeah.
And the 2 combined being unblockable as well, it just helps.
How about your single point of a single LAN card in there? Was that another card born of
It is,
availability?
unfortunately, I've only ever
or-
had one.
Oh, it's unfortunate.
There's a couple of, I'm not gonna lie, there's a couple of stuff I got off eBay.
Yeah.
The second Tifa for the legend.
Yeah.
But Yeah, I can't. To be honest, I can't afford to put too much money into it.
Well, it seems to be doing all right for you.
It's
So,
okay.
so how did your
Fingers
previous
crossed.
games go?
Yeah, I won both of those as well.
Yeah.
Again, both guys. First one was Wind Water YRP deck.
Yep.
That was quite good. That was quite easy to get under because most of them were three or higher for cost.
Yeah.
And Yuffie came out straight away on the first hand.
Fantastic.
It was just going
That's
straight
what
on
I
through.
wanna
I had everything in the back as well. So it was
see.
just, and the first game was Mono Earth, and to be honest, he was just unlucky.
Yeah.
He had 2 Heck and Tears, went straight to the break zone. He could have got Reverith.
Right.
Had Zeems out in the field as well. It was really unlucky for him.
Well, that's the way the cookie crumbles. But we're playing a lot of rounds here today,
Yes.
so there's every opportunity for people to come back up, and
It'll be
who
good.
knows, you might see again.
It's good fun.
Awesome. So you're enjoying yourself so far?
Love it. Yeah, we're from Brighton,
Oh, you came off.
so
all
we've
for
come
the-
up away.
the day.
Yeah,
Oh,
there's a
fantastic.
couple of us that come up. So yeah, it's
Excellent.
going
Well,
well.
best of luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Before we call time on this round, I'll do a quick shout out to anyone on the stream. Do you have any questions for Ben? Anything about his deck or the way he played, any of the choices he made that you'd like to put to him?
Everyone is awesome.
Yeah, we've had people
Yeah,
obviously
unfortunately,
commenting as you were playing through there, on the plays that were going. Obviously, we saw the Len combo potentially go down on the other side, which you kind of dealt with. Was that a
was-
concern for you? Were you thinking maybe you
I
might
knew
get
I had to get rid of
Unilent?
that.
Yeah.
A lot of people focus when it's Yuna and Len. A lot of people focus on making sure they have that combo to do the special,
Yeah.
whereas sometimes it's actually not needed.
Yeah.
And they just open themselves up for attack. So I was kind of thinking, should I let him do it,
Yeah.
or should I just try and get rid of it? And I just thought I don't want to risk it.
Exactly what we were saying as you
Okay.
were playing. Interesting. Also, the exact same comments that we had. A few people in the chat stream there saying that it was a big gamble to go straight in on that first turn with
Yeah.
Zande and Legendary Tifa on the first turn, getting rid of your entire hand to do it.
The good thing about playing like literally a one game is that no one knows what you've got, unless you tell them, obviously.
Yeah.
So going in with something like, well, I think the first turn or 2 turns I only played fire. I think.
Yes, I believe
Something
so.
like that.
Yeah.
So playing stuff like Zande straight away, everyone thinks I was just mono fire because it's 5 costs, etc. like that.
Yeah.
And that gives you the opportunity then if they get the big guys to try and match it and then sweep under with something else.
Yeah.
Just try, hopefully what I was trying to go for.
Yeah. So, a question there from maybe it's Chris, maybe it's not Chris. What was your thought process when the Legendary Tifa got broken?
Can I swear?
I'd rather
No.
PG-13 swears.
It panicked me a little bit because the second one was already in the break zone, I think, at that point.
Yeah.
I
I think you discarded one earlier
discarded
as well to play.
Yeah,
The,
and I
small
discarded another
Tifa.
Tifa to get another Tifa out.
Yeah.
But I think at that point I had quite a few decent cards in my hand. I just thought, okay, let's just
Roll
let's
with
just
it.
go with it from there.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately that was a bit of a shame, but
Yeah.
it wasn't. She wasn't going to last long anyway. I don't think.
No. Well, she's
be honest.
a bit of a target on her, isn't it? Whenever
she
she's
was going
across
to
the
last
board.
long.
Awesome. Okay. Well, thanks again for
Fantastic.
coming here and
you very
talking
much.
us through it. And best of luck with your other games.
Thank you.
And yeah, maybe we'll see you in the top 8 later on in the day. Awesome.
Cheers.
Cheers, Ben.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. So yeah, that was Ben Cornwell. Yeah, taking us through his choices there in that game. It was definitely a ballsy move early on,
Over the
throwing all those cards to the
Emperor
Zande and
Zande
Tifa.
Tifa play.
Yeah, but it worked out for him. So
Yeah.
got to give him props for going all in on it.
Yeah, so have to see how he does carrying on. We'll try and keep an eye on what the players are doing,
Yeah.
how well they're doing. We can probably keep track on who we had and see what they're placing in later in the rounds as well.
Yeah. I mean, at the moment, we've got quite a vast variety of different decks. We don't seem that anything is dominating at the moment.
Yeah.
There's plenty of different things available.
Yeah,
I mean, Ben's
exactly.
is a great example of a deck that's really not a big one on the meta at the moment. There's a lot of one-offs. There's a lot of,
Yeah.
I mean, he mentioned that a lot of his choices were born of the fact he didn't have multiple copies of the cards to
Yeah.
put in. But it does keep your opponents on the back foot. They
That's
don't know
the
what's
thing
coming.
is, everyone seems to think card games. Oh, you need to play 3 of this. You need to play 3 of that. If you're a genius enough and intuitive enough to make a deck with what you've got and make it work, I freaking applaud you.
Yeah, definitely.
It's not all about money and trying to follow. I say follow the meta, but obviously the meta is where you want to be. But if you've got something that you know you can pilot well and make it your own, by all means go for it.
Yeah, and you know, with the game as young as it is at the moment, really, there is no really defined meta.
Yeah.
There are some decks that are showing to be more popular, more consistent.
It's like Gold Bears, Mono Thunder, Mono Fire,
Yeah.
and Earth Ultra is seeing a lot of
Yeah.
play as well.
Yeah. But really, it doesn't mean that they will win games against homebrews.
Yeah.
Quite frequently, those homebrews just come out and they don't have
I
anything
think
to do
that's
with
the
it.
issue we're having at the moment is we're not Japan, where Japan have they seem to have 80-man tournaments every weekend.
Yeah.
We've only got these 8 events,
Yeah.
and then who knows what's coming up next.
Yeah.
Me personally, I would love to see like a circuit series or a Grand Prix or something, because if Worlds is in October, we've got 6 months to wait.
And we'll have a new opus between that as well.
Yeah, it's a long wait, and if there's no event after that, and we have to wait a full year, that's a really long time just to
Yeah.
wait for some events.
Yeah,
It's all well and
definitely.
good having locals and organised play, but if there's nothing to aspire to go to, then the game's going to fizzle. And yeah, someone in the chat just mentioned it. America's only got the Nationals,
Yeah.
which I'm hoping America gets it, because as nice as it is, this is me coming from my Yu-Gi-Oh background, as nice as it is to have the European community thrive more, you need America to back it up.
Absolutely. Yeah. But you're right, this is definitely first world problems.
Yeah.
As mentioned in the chat, it definitely is.
Damn
but
Japanese.
I
Whoa.
I think it's just, you know, everyone that plays the game wants it to succeed.
Yeah, exactly.
We all love the game. We love, you know, the cards, the background, the lore,
Yeah.
how it plays, and everybody just wants to succeed.
And this is
So-
the thing, I think I was chatting with Matt from Six Ages a couple of weeks ago about how if you're opening up multiple products, it gets quite boring.
Yeah.
Because it's not like Yu-Gi-Oh, it's not like Magic, it's not like Pokemon where you've got alternate art cards and stuff
Yeah.
like that. You know you're going to get, you're going to get a legendary, you're going to get a foil.
Yeah.
With Opus 3 around the corner, you're getting alternate art cards and stuff like that. That is going to start seeing a lot of interest.
Yeah.
And especially, can you imagine if the legendary Yuna had an alternate artwork and she's on the airship?
Yeah.
And vice versa, or Cloud just on his bike from like Advent Children. People will want those cards,
Definitely.
and it'll make most decks. It gives you something to aspire to. I say aspire to, but it gives you a drive to. Oh yeah, I really want that card because it's rare.
Yeah.
Whereas at the moment, the only rare cards are the legendaries, and you're getting them pretty much every.
Consistently,
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
You're buying a box, you're getting eight legendaries minimum.
Yeah.
If you're getting alternate cards, okay, there's what 10 legendaries in a set,
Yeah.
I believe.
Yeah.
2 from each.
Two from each colour, and then light and dark.
Yeah. So, pick 4 of those 10
Yeah.
and give them an alternate artwork.
Yeah.
You pull one of those cards, you're like, you're so that gives you more value. That feels like you're getting more value for your box.
Yeah, you're talking those sort of like real chase cards.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
We're talking Magic the Gathering invocations, or those
again,
kind of real
take
chase.
Yu-Gi-Oh for example. You've got Ash Blossom and you've got Diagram. Over for America, they've got like $100 each just
Yeah.
for one. So
On the flip side, you know,
I like
there's
how cheap this game is.
well, exactly. You know, it is not as expensive as a lot of other card games
Yeah.
to get into. You know, you can get involved, open some boosters, you know,
Yeah.
and put together a deck that is going to be reasonably competitive,
Yeah.
and that you stand a chance of winning. You know, Ben is a perfect example of this, where he's playing with the cards he's got.
Yeah.
He hasn't really. He said he mentioned going on eBay to pick up one other Tifa, but
Yeah.
really, other than that, he's just playing with the cards that he's pulled
Yeah.
from booster packs, and he's being competitive.
And
he's
if he
won
can do
3
it-
games in a row.
If you can do it, then all
So-
by means, do it, and we will applaud you, and we will follow your progress,
Definitely.
and we will push you.
Definitely.
We want you to succeed.
And we want the game to succeed. So it's up to you guys now. You know, go out there, spread the word, spread the love, get your friends involved, and you know, get people on the.
And if you're American, Wave 3 is on the way.
Yeah, we're sorry. For that, sorry.
We-
Awesome. Well, the round is just ending here, round 3. So we're going to go away and set up for the next round, round 4. So
Yep.
stay with us. We'll be back within 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, should be about 10,
with the
15
next
minutes.
round. So thanks everyone for joining us. Yeah, I've been Adam,
I'm Lucas.
and we'll see you shortly.
Hi guys, we are back with round 4. Got some exciting action I hope for. So on the left we have Clive Stevenson playing what originally looked to be Mono Earth, but we see it's very lightly dusted with water.
Yeah, and it seems that he's focusing heavily on the Yang Monk interaction combo, so that should be quite interesting to do. It's always a fun deck to watch.
Yeah, and then we've got, apologies if I mispronounce this, Sukarth Gill seems to be a Dark Sphere regular.
Yep.
Playing Mono Earth.
Yeah, it does appear to be. So that'll be interesting. There's the same sort of similar cards floating around on both sides of the table.
This will be quite an interesting matchup. Knowing Clive from my locals, he's quite innovative with his deck profiles and stuff like that. So he tends to take a theme and stick with it.
Excellent.
So we'll see how it goes. So I
Cool.
think they're just starting the round. So
we'll give a heads up to the players that they can begin when they're ready.
Yep. And
Awesome.
we're good to go.
So we are off. So obviously rolling off to start here. So
Those Vincent sleeves, do you like them?
I'm not a big fan of arted sleeves, only because I feel really bad when they get torn up and scratched and
Yeah.
everything. So I like the art on them, but
I
would
agree.
be worried
I
about
had
using them.
I had the Unilenk sleeves.
Those are beautiful.
The,
I don't have
the
them, but I
Unitile
would
sleeves,
love
just
those.
because 10 is my favourite game.
Yeah, oh, interesting. Controversial. We'll discuss that later.
It was the first one I finished. Alright.
That's a good question out to everyone. Tell us what your favourite Final Fantasy game is in the comments,
Yes.
and I'll tell you how you're all wrong, and it's 8. Right.
I say that whilst I'm wearing a school t-shirt. Alright, so we see a Begammon for Seraphie.
Seraphie, bring that. Yeah.
Instant
Strong
plus.
start, always a good start.
It's always painful when you get your opponent Seraphies you, and you
Yeah.
have no forwards
Nothing.
in your break
Yeah.
zone.
That's why it's the perfect turn 1 Earth play, isn't it? Let's be honest. You know?
So yeah, the Begammon hitting for the Tamer as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, when Seraphie enters the field, each player selects a forward from his or her hand and adds it to their hand. Mandatory effect, which is something I do like with this game, is 99% of the abilities are mandatory.
Unless obviously it's an EX burst, in
Yeah.
which case it's your choice to trigger it. So if
Yeah.
you're going to get value out of it, great. If you're not, or if your opponent's going to get value out of it, you will just
Yeah.
say no thanks.
Yeah,
not
no,
this
exactly.
time. So on the
A
other
lot
side, discarding a Minwu for an Astrologian. Interesting choice.
So I know a lot of people. Apparently it's controversial, but a lot of people didn't know that EX bursts are actually optional.
Oh really?
So people have been having their own Odin off the EX burst and then
And-
having to break in one of their forwards because
Actually, I think I saw something to that effect. Yeah.
it's this is why you should read your cards. So an Anacro
Definitely.
hitting the field
Yeah.
and Hecaton. Alright, so Clive just drew a Titan and a Leviathan for turn. Believes that a Vincent in hand with a Hecaton on the left.
It's tough to see. Titan, Leviathan.
So we see
So
Titan's
Titan's
being
gone.
dropped 3. Okay, so the promo Vincent.
Promo Vincent. Oh, interesting. Let's see if I actually have those cards available.
I don't think we do.
I don't think we do.
So if I
So
remember
just-
correctly, it is discard a copy of Vincent, 1 Earth CP. It gains 5k Brave and First Strike. Let me just. This is the first time I'll use my phone. I don't like to use it, but I will. I will verify that.
Okay, so attacking him with the Seraphie there. Clive's just going to take it.
Oh yeah, you
Go on,
would.
Eros.
Anacro. See, a lot of people are arguing, would you play Cop promo Vincent if you're playing the legendary Vincent?
Well, I guess it's all fodder
Yeah.
for that Vincent, isn't it? It's all discardable cards.
Yeah, so Limit Break is copy of Vincent, 1 Earth CP and 1 other CP. Until the end of the turn, Vincent gains 5k power, First Strike and Brave.
I mean, that is a powerhouse.
Yes.
Like, what are you going to do with that? It has first strike. He gains first strike. Yeah.
Gains First Strike.
So yeah, I mean that is basically.
It's
It may
well
as well
played,
be
Volker.
discard a card
Oh, yeah.
and you get a damage point in, or destroy the forward that's coming at you. You know,
Yeah.
it's.
This is
it's
what I
that
like
powerful.
about Earth is you have some heavy hitters, but
Yeah.
the heavy hitters are backed up with other stuff.
So is that a guy going down there?
Yeah, so that looked like 2 Yangs being doled for a guy and Leviathan down for a Minwu. So powerful start.
Definitely.
That Seraphie's not going in for any more damage.
Guy is one of the cards that I find really irritating to play
Oh,
against.
a
you know.
cheap 4 cost which can't be doled and has Brave.
Yeah. I mean, especially as a Lightning player that relies on things being doled for me to ping them off.
Yeah.
Him never being doled is very irritating. I mean, at least he's 4 cost, so he
He's
is.
on the curve.
Yeah, you know.
It seems to be our favourite person.
There we go.
Warrior Light
of
on
Light.
the field again.
You know, I'll put him up for the 4th time today, just in
Yeah.
case anyone hasn't seen this already.
So
But yeah,
it reduces the damage dealt to any job Warrior of Light, and Bitter End is just.
oh, so there we go. So Seraphy going in.
So was that a Titan?
It was a Titan on both sides of the field.
Okay.
So he obviously.
I
Sophia
thought that was a Golem.
Oh, it could have been a Golem. Sorry, my mistake. The point being that obviously Sophia going
Actually,
in
no.
there.
If it was a Golem, it would have been 9k. So yeah, it must have been a Titan.
Yeah. Thinking that he would have the card in hand to take the advantage of that trade and come out at least
Yeah.
even, but obviously the reversal there.
Yeah. So did Clive just draw and pass? Because it seems to be Gil's turn again.
It does appear to be. I think he threw away all of his cards to do
Yeah.
that, and not that Warrior of Light again just provides so much resistance as a blocker that
Yeah,
you
so-
really need to have something in your sleeve to deal with it first.
It makes sense because the Vincent's currently on 7k and Guy is on 8. So
Yeah. So the Warrior of Light activating its special ability there. So
yeah, it
he's
makes
going to
sense.
be trying to kill off that guy, I think.
So that allows
Oh no, he's going for the Vincent. Okay.
this unless he plays something. He's got Is that a Shantoso in hand?
It is a Shantotto in hand. So interesting. Interesting that he would go
Yeah, I would.
destroying individual. I mean, but then you hold that Shantotto as your last resort card
Yeah.
sometimes. If it's not your deck's purpose
Yeah.
to sort of chip damage
How-
in and then Shantotto white.
However, I would have thought hitting the Guy would have been better because, well, even then, I would have felt like just not doing anything
Yeah.
because Guy is now going to get a cheap point of damage
Yeah.
and still be there.
Yeah. So there we go. So yeah, he's monk going into the break zone.
So, with the two monks available,
Damage
which
zone.
do you think is the better one?
Why pick?
Yes, I personally prefer the Opus one just because I feel it's cheaper to use.
Yeah.
I feel like it's a defensive card, whereas the new monk, which is on the screen, it feels more of an attacking
Yeah.
backup. So
I mean-
it's you're paying an extra for extra CP for an extra 1,000 power. In all honesty, the Brave isn't very used.
Yeah, no, I agree. The Opus one is probably the better card.
Yeah.
Obviously here,
He's
Clive
playing-
is playing 3 of both of them. You know,
Yeah.
hoping that the Yang's going to be bringing
Oh
them
yeah,
in with
yeah.
it.
He's playing 3 copies of both Yans, and we see a Warrior of Light on Clive's field as well.
Yeah. Oh, okay. There we go. So, Warrior of Light's definitely the card of the day so far.
Yeah. So safe to say, most people thought Emperor was going to be the most popular card of Opus 2. Is now
Yeah.
Warrior of Light. So Cloud, bye bye.
Yeah. Interesting.
But
Interesting.
ironically, Cloud is still.
So there we're going for. Is that the Japal?
D. Okay, so
So
I
he
think.
hammered in.
Yeah, he hammered the Kapor
Japal.
off the grey of the Warrior Light attack.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly that. So now. Oh,
That's it.
and then
Golem.
a Golem out. And this is the interesting thing when you have 2 Earth decks playing off. You know, there's so much buffing going on either
Yeah.
side. You're both playing that kind of.
So have I missed something? Shouldn't something be dying or?
Well, no, I think that was cannot be broken. So that was the. Was that not the Titan? No, it was the Golem. Yeah.
I'm so confused right now. Yeah, so Kapor,
So I think.
if someone in chat could help, because I think
Yeah, it
we
did
missed
look
that.
like.
It looked like
Perhaps the Titan went down on. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what happened there either, to be honest. So they both hit each other,
but sure.
but why didn't they break?
Yeah, why haven't they broken?
That did seem a little bit odd.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we can't actually intervene because
No, we are just observers here. So what we'll do is we'll take a note and we'll speak to the players after the game and
Yeah.
we'll get a resolution.
they're both reduced.
Both reduced by 2k, 4k on both Warriors of Light.
goddamn card games. Okay.
Players played it correctly. Okay, well,
If Ghosty's saying it, then
Yeah.
Gustav is correct. I Gustav.
this is the problem when you're talking all the way through. Obviously, you miss the subtleties
Yes.
now and then, but I'm glad everyone at home is at least following. Oh, the discard of the Shantotto
For an Ignis.
for an Ignis.
Ignis, I do believe, is quite a powerful card.
Yeah,
For a 4-drop to then bring in any kind of standard unit, which in this case brought in a standard unit back up, bringing in the Machinist, it's quite a powerful card.
definitely. And obviously, you're hitting those. Actually, yeah.
So Tama dropping for a Monk. So both players kind of even. I think Gil's got the upper hand. He's got an extra damage on board
2v3.
and an extra forward.
But it doesn't look like Clive has any cards in hand at the moment.
No. So there's another Golem.
So
And
he's taking that
Leviathan.
Leviathan, bouncing the Warrior
Yep.
of Light.
Makes sense. I think that's only two. Yeah, it's 2 cards in hand.
Yeah.
So a Minwoo and then so another guy.
So poking again with the.
Losing a
Guy.
Vincent's gonna hurt. Can you say you have successfully death penalty twice in one game?
No.
I have, and it feels amazing. Especially
Fantastic.
when they were both for 7s.
Nice. That's always good. Maximum value.
Oh yes, the
Maximum
guy looked at
value.
me like, "You actually having a laugh?" I was like, "Well,
I've had it done to me plenty of times.
I can't say I've had it done to me, but I don't get the chance to play as much."
So breaking the Minwoo.
Yep, that makes perfect sense. He's already lost a Minwoo early on.
Yep, that was the first card discarded. So he just wants to check his graveyard.
Yeah, check and break
Check the
zone.
brave zone.
So if you're playing against Earth and they want to check your break zone, do you automatically think there's a Seraphine?
You have to wonder, don't you?
Yeah.
Unless he's thinking, what could he look to fetch back, or what's no
What-
longer available in his
Yes.
deck to be fetched.
Could be maybe he wants to play another backup. Is
Yeah.
there the possibility of another Hecaton?
Yeah, that's also true. Yeah. So what's in his hand at the moment? Is that another guy?
So yeah, he drew Guy and I believe that's a Minwoo,
It looks like a Minwoo. Yeah. So
which would make sense why he was checking to see
Yeah.
about Hecaton.
so he's monked off there.
Why is the?
Yeah, monk.
Oh, okay. Okay, so Guy was attacking it and he blocked and he used Monk
Monk
to
to buff the
buff,
blocker.
which makes perfect sense. So we see a
Okay, so
Rowbound.
we've got that. Yeah, Minwoo sitting in hand.
So you'd tap the Astrologian, discard the Guy to play the Minwoo?
Yeah, probably. But you've got to think: is that Minwoo going to give you any value other than its CP cost at the moment? Has Sukva really been, doing any chip damage here? I mean, but then he did just get rid of one, so
Yeah.
maybe he's thinking he's preparing to do something. I should probably try and replace that Minwoo whilst I can.
in honesty, I think Guy should attack anyway. It's a Warrior Light in your opponent's hand. There's not going to be much
So
doing.
there you go.
Oh,
So he
sorry,
went
it
for
was
the
a
Cecil.
Cecil. It's another Vincent. So,
yeah,
your
that's-
thoughts on the Cecil? It seems the community is 50-50 on it.
I'll be honest, I love both of them.
Yeah.
I love the Opus 1, I love the Opus 2. They filled very different roles.
Yes.
That Opus 1, he's playing the Minwoos in his deck now, so that portion of his protection is already kind of covered. So you've got to think, in that case, that bigger Cecil is great.
Yeah,
The
'cause
problem is, obviously, you just have to make sure that you're blocking. You're
Yes.
attacking, so you're not getting...
because it seems if people are playing both Cecils, it seems to be 2 legendary, 1 rare.
Yeah.
Admittedly, Cecil in Earthwater with Vincent is such a deathly combo.
Yeah.
Having your Vincent pretty much immune to everything.
Warrior of Light's back.
Yeah, well, we knew he was in his hand
Yeah.
due to the Leviathan.
Yeah.
But
No, you're
I
right.
do like Cecil.
He's great. He's great.
It's people forget that his ability prevents damage from everything.
Yeah.
Pretty much. So
Yeah.
they'll end up playing a summon and they'll try to take you back, and you're like, I apologise, sorry, but you've committed to the play. You can see my cards, you can read my cards.
Yeah.
That isn't my fault.
Point of damage going across there.
So Delete to go into the damage zone, so it's 5-4. It's going to be 5-5 because the guy's just going to swing in.
Just going to keep that poking, keep that pressure
It
on.
would make sense
Yeah.
to. It's a Titan gone. Clive does need another forward on the field.
Yeah. So, discarding that Yang
And
for
there's
Vincent.
Vincent. So, if Clive has another Vincent in hand, that Warrior Light's going.
Yeah. I mean, that is basically what he's going to be looking for at this point. He's playing 5 Vincents.
Yeah, so we've seen this is the second promo, and I believe he's only played one of the
Yeah.
legendaries.
Yeah.
So it's quite possible he's got another one. Oh, but there's legendary Gabranth, which hasn't seen much play in all honesty.
No.
That's Opus 2-1, I believe. If we can find it for you. There he is. There. So yeah, the cost required to play Gabranth is reduced by 1 point of damage. So he's only a 2-drop at this point.
Yeah.
2-drop for a 9k, and if you receive 6 points or more, all Earth forwards gain Brave.
Yeah.
So he just needs to take 1 more point of damage, and things could start getting very messy.
Yeah. But, you know, you sitting on that 6 points of damage is always a dangerous place to be. You just never know, you know, and there's Shantottos flying around both
Yes.
sides here. So,
Actually, I said that as a 2-drop 9k, it's actually a 2-drop 10k because of Enacro.
yes. Yeah.
So that makes it even worse.
Yeah.
So that if you're Clive, you need to have that Vincent in hand
Yeah,
for
definitely. And it will only kill that one card, but
Yeah.
at least it will kill that one card, you know,
Yeah.
otherwise you've got to throw away, well, it's basically the Shantotto at that point. if
unless
you,
you
don't
have.
it.
So that's 6 points.
Another Warrior of Light.
So ironically, he drew into a Warrior Light, but he
Yeah.
is also drawn
Drawn
into.
to Leviathan.
Yeah.
So he could just, you know, wait for the time when he's attacking in,
Yeah.
remove it.
Is that a Vincent in his hand?
Does look like
It does.
one.
So, in all honesty, if you're Clive, you would just sit there, let your opponent attack.
Vincent, the Gabranth, bounce Warrior of Light,
Yeah.
return in with the 2 damage.
Yeah, that's what I would do. Admittedly,
Yeah.
the Warrior Light's going to return again.
It does look like Sukha's only got 1 card in hand. What is it, a Vincent as well, I think?
Yeah, it's the legendary Vincent.
Yeah.
So now with the final moments, a couple more turns left, it's looking very intense. When you
Definitely.
say one little, don't want to say misplay, but one wrong thought
Well,
process,
yeah,
and your game's over.
Those are the best games though, when they come
Yeah.
down to the wire and when it can swing either way, you know, and a clever play.
Clive
let's see.
descending. So maybe he's thinking,
Yeah.
what can I do?
Which we can't quite see. So,
There's a Raban. I would so the guy. I tell you what, I have seen so many questions regarding this card because no one can seem to understand what it does. So essentially, it makes your one of your forwards fight another of your
Yeah.
opponent's forward. Raban itself does no damage,
No.
so it gets around stuff like Cecil.
yes.
It is literally think of it as just an instant battle. It's making one of your forwards beat one of your opponent's forwards. That's literally
Yep.
it. And it's such an amazing card.
It is great. And having that as an EX burst as well is just that utility.
Can confirm though, losing it says the Leviathan on the ground.
Yeah. Interesting. Would you do that over the Warrior of Light? The Warrior of Light's now more expensive to play at this point.
However, he can't actually play the Gabranth because he's only got 1 card in hand, so he'd have to discard his last card.
That's true.
And if that's a Warrior of Light,
But he can't replay it straight away.
yeah. Oh, no, this is.
Oh, okay.
This
We
is
got
in
a rules
response to-
question.
Is this in response to the Raban?
Yes.
Oh, I think I know what he's doing. He's trying to check the damage. So yeah, he's
I see.
bouncing the Gabranth so his guy lives,
Yeah.
which is a legal play because it checks.
Yeah. At resolution.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is something I like as well. Is when you resolve a stack, it checks at activation to see if it's an illegal play, and it checks at resolution to see if it's a
It's
illegal
still
play.
a legal target. Yeah.
So that's actually a very good play
Yeah.
because the Warrior Light is going to attack, if it wants to attack, but in all
And
honesty,
obviously, he's
this is the thing as well. If it attacks, he's then open to 2 points of damage if he doesn't get that Gabrant from the field.
yeah. And having now only got 2 cards in hand,
If he leaves the Gabrant though, okay, yeah, so he's playing the Gabrant. I was going to note that if he took a point of damage, that Gabrant is a 1-drop.
yeah. So I didn't see what was drawn in there by Clive.
He drew that very fast.
He
so
did.
Vincent,
So Vincent.
Warrior Light, and Vincent.
Ooh. That's,
You've got two. You've
painful
got
play.
two. What would you do? Would you attack
What
with
is
both?
the Vincent cost? Oh, we stubbed it. A 1 and an Earth, right?
It is. Yeah, it is one Earth, another. So you would literally
Yeah.
just discard the other card. Would you just leave it and hope that your opponent attacks into you?
I think that's the only way that you're going to get the control of the situation,
Yeah.
because attacking in, obviously, he can just jump block or he can do something else. I mean, we obviously know that he doesn't have any cards
Yeah.
in hand at the moment, but
It's the way I see it is.
so which way is it?
If he attacks, he's losing next turn. If he lives,
And
Gil
he
is-
responds to the attack.
Gil is going to lose a forward in
Yeah.
his turn anyway due to the first strike nature.
Yeah,
Clive's still going to lose a forward because he'll have to block with the guy.
yeah,
Or either that or he just won't attack
yeah,
because he's got the first strike. So either way, you have to get rid of the final forward
yeah.
if Clive is to win. So
See which way he goes with it.
my personal opinion would be I would just end.
I think I would as well. You got 4 cards in hand. You've got the options to respond
Yeah,
in most ways.
I wouldn't unless he's got a Water and he's going for the Astrologian. But I feel this is a really bad play.
He's having the same internal thoughts that we are.
Yeah, exactly.
He knows the 2 different choices,
See,
so he's asking to look to see what's available. He's trying to work out what could be in his hand.
yeah,
Probably counting the Vincents that have gone so far, maybe the Leviathans.
I reckon he thinks he's got the first strike going off, so he's going to take the damage,
So he's taking
which
the
is
damage.
a Warrior Light, which is amazing for Clive.
Yeah.
If Gil had got that draw, that would have been
Vincent,
over.
Yeah.
So you have to Astrologian the Vincent now,
Yeah.
and you're going to have to survive one turn. And it's down to the wire.
It really is.
This is probably the closest game we've
Ooh,
seen
okay,
all day.
no.
Oh,
He's playing another Warrior of Light.
so okay, that's 2
Interesting.
forwards. However, the Gabrant has got very brave now.
Yes.
Or is it all other forwards?
Let me get him up. Earth forward, so he does
Yeah.
hit himself.
So yeah, that's a 10k brave, which is
So 1 card in hand.
actually,
It's a close game, as I think we thought it would be, being Earth.
he's actually got he should have 3 in hand. Oh, it's Machinist the Vincent,
Yeah.
which is a good play.
Yeah.
You get rid of that first strike element.
I mean, obviously, we'll probably see it just come
And then-
come back.
You've got Brave on the Warrior of Light. Ooh. So that's a 11,000 Brave Warrior Light.
I think
I think
Clive's
it-
got to be thinking here, okay,
Yeah,
you
you
know,
tap
this is
the
going to
block.
hurt. He's going to lose both of his forwards. I'm not sure there's much.
even if Clive drew a Shantotto.
He wouldn't be able to play it.
Yeah, exactly. You'd only have
He
5
wouldn't
CP.
be able to play it, yeah. I think that might be game.
Necro.
Yeah, that is
Yeah,
game,
that's-
as we thought. That was
That was down to the
down to
wire.
the wire. It literally could have come either way. Now, do you think that if he hadn't have attacked with that Vincent, that might have gone another way?
I think so, but yeah, because
But-
then he got the point of damage in, but the Machinist got him.
Yeah,
I think, in my personal opinion, attacking with the Vincent was the wrong play.
yeah. Yeah, I think you might be right there. But, interesting game.
Yeah.
Mind games, mind games. Okay, so I'm going to go away and speak to Gil, see if he wants to
Yep.
come in and give us a bit of an idea of how his game went.
Yeah.
I'll leave you with Lucas.
Yep. Right, so yeah, commiserations to Clive. However, I felt that was a very, very good game. It's probably one of the closest ones we've seen all day so far. And it's always good to see mirror matches and how well they play against each other, because it's not always a complete mirror match. Yes, it's the same element, but you've got different cards. Which is when more Opus comes out, you'll always have a different pool of cards. So it looks like we might have him on stream. So if you'd like like me to ask Gil any questions, let me know and just put them in chat. Awesome. That's a good point as well. Is it's all well and good playing on Octagon, but it's for testing. But in real life, you can really start to bluff and play your mind games. That's how I feel like that's how you get better. Because it's all well and good playing online, but real life. Hello.
Hello.
Congratulations.
Thank
that
you.
was quite a well fought game.
Oh, that was
down,
so tense.
Down to the wire.
Yeah.
So when he attacked with the Vincent, what was your mindset?
At the end there.
Yeah.
So I just knew that was why I looked through his grave.
Yeah.
I just knew he had to have one. He only had one in the grave, and it was another promo. And most people are going to be running like 3 of the Legend one anyway. So I was happy to let that go through, and I had Gabrant from the field anyway. So that was
So
meant.
we were looking at it and we're like, don't attack, don't attack, because in all honesty, we forgot about the Machinist. That card is amazing.
Yeah.
So many people forget about it. It's like, oh yeah, I'll leave this up, and you go like they'll go for like the last point of damage. You go, no, I'm gonna break you forward. We're like, oh.
Yeah, especially like one of the plays that I always see is people playing Cloud, Cloud, doing the whole attack Omni Slash.
Yeah.
But then you can counter the fact that he's attacked by at least getting rid of the Machinist.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So looking at your deck, it looks to be completely mono Earth.
That's right.
Yeah. What was your mindset going into this with today anyway?
So when Opus 2 came out, I knew that Earth looked like a really good element as it was.
Yeah.
But then there's cards like Rydia that I saw that was just like, this is asking to be played in mono Earth.
Yeah.
And more of the popular lists I know are Earth and Water lately, especially after the last regional.
Yeah.
I was debating putting in Water, but Earth I just had to stick with just because of the synergy between the
Yeah,
cards.
because you're playing the forward video, which allows you to get a. It's not, I think on the back one. It's the one that deals 7k to all non
everything,
yeah. So which is again a very good card. We saw you Clive going through your break zone earlier. Was like, if you're going through your opponent's break zone, do you automatically think they've got a Seraphine in hand? It's just like if you're playing Earth, you think, okay, why is he going there? What is he offsetting?
Yeah.
But, so you're playing one of the promo and 3 of the legendaries. How is that working out for you?
So it works out okay. I do run a Jessie as well, just as a kind of pseudo 5th one.
Yeah.
And I mean, like just today, I've managed to death penalty twice. I haven't really played the promo one, but every time I managed, both the times I did the death penalty, it absolutely cleared their field.
So I remember you posting in the main group about having a searcher in your deck to mitigate the whole mulligan thing, which I completely agree with you. If you having a card in your opening hand, which you really need, like I think you mentioned Belias or something, or someone else had mentioned it, and then having the searcher to then regain your EX
yeah,
bursts,
that's right.
That's putting you in a long shot. That's helping you progress your game state, I think, a lot.
Yeah, I mean, luckily today so far, I haven't actually even mulliganed. My first hands have been okay, so.
How are you? I see you're playing the Backgammon. How are you finding that?
Haven't played him today,
Yeah.
but in the testing that I've done, he's actually such an underrated card.
Yeah.
I think, especially the fact that I'm running so many Earth cards, and I mean, Titan's a must in Earth as well. You can do some interesting things like attack with him, they have to block, you Kefka him, you save him with Titan, all sorts of things.
Yeah, I mean, the monk plays. You're getting, you're having to get rid of a forward that they're having to block with, and you just pay a 2 cost. And
Exactly.
But your deck just seems to be quite decent, to be honest. Nothing I would really question apart from the Hashmal.
So Hashmal I kept in one to use for Rydia's S ability because she can use summons instead. At the same time, there have been board states, and quite often I'll try and streamline my plays so that I've got a Warrior of Light and Ingus on the field. When I have them two, it quite often helps to Hashmal any other forwards I might have into Warrior of Light. Or I can also make, if I have Gabrant from the field and I have Warrior of Light, just like in that game, I could, if I had Hashmal, made Warrior of Light Earth, which would have made him brave, and then you can attack and use his ability
that's pretty filthy. I love it. Cause, I think we forgot about Enecro as well. We were looking at like, okay, so he's just played a 2-drop 9k. Oh no, that's a 2-drop 10k, which is even worse. And just like don't attack, because if you bounce to Gabrant, then you're giving him like even cheaper fuel. It's a
Yeah.
one drop then. Because we saw the Leviathan with the Rauban play. Is that why you were going on your phone?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I was having a look for that. I thought I'd saved something to do with that, but I
Yeah,
hadn't, so I had to call.
it's a very tricky thing, but it works.
Yeah.
So what have your matchups been?
So far I've had a mono fire. I've had earth water. I've had another earth. It's mainly earth water, really.
Yeah, Earth Water seems to be the most popular deck. I think just because the forwards in there kind of mitigate mono fire, mono lightning.
100%.
So that seems to be the most popular one. To be honest, I haven't seen many gold bears, which is surprising.
I've heard there's a few, but I haven't actually seen one yet.
Because
myself.
I think it was last night at Japan, they like first and second the tournament. So,
Yeah.
but it seems to be a pretty decent, solid list. And I know you're a regular here.
Yeah.
So-
I mean, I come when I can.
Yeah.
But yeah.
How are you finding it with this many players?
It's definitely a different experience.
Yeah.
Normally, I mean, there's like, what, 20 of us at max? But to have 80 odd, is it 80 odd?
It's 86.
Yeah, 86 people here under the same roof, but all Final Fantasy players is quite.
We were saying this earlier on in the last round. It's amazing for the game.
Yeah, 100%.
Because I think we were saying it about one of the other regionals that only had 12, and then
Wow.
you've got us, which have got 86.
Yeah.
And it's just like, let's just make the game great.
Yeah,
Let's just go for it.
100%.
No, congratulations again.
Thank you.
We'll try and keep progress on you, and
Yeah.
good luck in your future round. Next
Yeah,
round.
no, thank you.
No
Cheers.
worries. Take care. All right. So time on the round has just been called, so that'll be round 5 soon. I think Adam's just on his way back.
You know what you're doing.
Yeah, so I'll let you do it. So yeah, we'll be back shortly. Have a lovely afternoon, and we'll see you soon.
Thanks, everyone.
And we're back, guys. We've got round 5. We've got Henry Linklater on the left, who is playing. Is it mono?
No,
it's
it's
not
a
mono.
bit of a mix here. It's a bit of earth, earth, water,
And ice.
and ice.
Yeah, because we see Paul Laguna, Vincent School, Capricious Reaper, Iona Terra, Gabrant Terra, Vincent Serra. So yeah, it's a bit of a weird one.
Matt.
So, on the right we've got Alexander Nolasco, who
Yeah.
I believe came second at the London tournament,
Yes.
coming second to Joe.
Right, yeah.
And he's playing a very. It looks like mono. Well, no, it's not mono earth. It's wind earth, but it's more based on the mill because we see Sids again.
Yeah, and those
So-
thieves. Although not as strong a sort of a mill condition as in our previous decks.
Yeah, because I noticed if you're playing earth, I would have thought with a mill you'd play Krish.
Yeah, exactly. So I think it's more of a sub theme than its primary theme.
It's just like a secondary win condition.
Yeah.
All right.
So I'm just going to check to see if everyone is ready.
Yep, and we're good to go.
Okay, excellent.
So very nice colour sleeves here. I believe they're Ultra Pro Eclipse.
Ah, okay, nice.
So very, very interesting. All right, so we see
So, what have we
Shantotto, Jill, Vincent, is that Mateus, and a Terra in Henry's hand. I couldn't really see what was in Alexandra's.
As nice as those foil cards are, they obstruct the view ever so slightly
Yes.
from the above.
Yes, all right.
Shiny,
so
shiny.
Alexandra's going
Well, you
first.
drew in an Aerith there.
Pretty decent. All right.
So Thief
Yep.
going into the great zone for that
Yeah.
Riku.
You can't complain with that. So I think that was a Vayne and a Jill.
Right.
So
So
I feel
coming
like
out.
things are going to get a little bit confusing with how close they are. So is that a
Is that
Mystic?
a mystic to a monk.
Yep. Yeah, so if you're Henry, you don't really want to be paying the Jills just yet.
No. Seeing that Riku go down straight away, you're thinking, okay, am I facing off just as a mill?
Okay, so Seraphy. If you can get that Seraphy off for free, do it. Especially when it's turn 2.
I'm not sure he's got the
Forwards for it though.
well, I'm not sure he's got the ability to cast it at the moment. I didn't see any other Earth cards in his hand. Except for that one.
Kafka
He's going to pull that thief back.
I thought that was a backup thief. I
Uh,
couldn't see the power. Oh, yeah.
no.
Yeah, there is power for it.
You can also tell from the
Oh,
top of the border being light
Ah,
for
okay.
backups
I
and
forget
dark.
about- I forget about
yeah,
that.
I know. It was
Okay.
didn't dawn on me the first time that I started playing, and then
Yeah.
it triggered a little bit. I was like, oh yeah, it's actually a very easy way to tell.
So what colour are the summons?
The summons. That's a good question. I'm not sure. They're kind of like that reddy
Ah, okay.
white transition.
Right, so we see Mog 13 hitting the field, so discard
Search.
Sarah. Okay, so we've got a discard heavy focus deck against Mill.
Yeah. Well, yeah. He's got to be thinking.
This could be quite interesting. Because once you realise you're against Mill,
Let's start a Mog. Did you see what he pulled with that Mog?
yeah, it was Sarah.
Oh, he pulled the Sarah, right? Okay.
Right.
And another monk going down.
Yeah, I think he discarded an Earth card, and obviously he then put the Squall on top because it was a separate pile.
Yeah. People are loving that monk today as
Yes. Alright, so
well. So that Terror going into the damage zone.
I believe that's the rare Terror. There's always a big debate of which Terror is better.
Yeah.
I prefer the hero one, which I believe should have had that artwork.
That is the nicer artwork and looks
Yeah.
beautiful in foil as well.
Yes. Just because being able to make your opponent pay one more for their summons and then having Terra herself untargetable
Yeah.
makes it insane.
Is that Sarah going down?
Yep, so is it both players discard one or is it just your opponent discards one?
I think it is just your opponent.
So I can never remember with discard cards. I know it's Squall that makes you discard one as well. I know that's the
Oh
backup
no,
Sarah.
that's the backup Sarah, sorry.
I believe she's a starter card, that's why.
That would be one. Struggling to find it. There we go.
So, yeah.
Opponent discards one.
Okay.
Interesting. Milling on both sides. So that's a legendary
Yeah.
Cecil into the graveyard. Into the discard.
So we see two. Thinking very carefully to 2-4.
And a Sid
For
for an
Emperor.
Emperor. It's the first time we've seen the Emperor
Yeah,
today.
I don't think it's going to do much against Henry's deck though.
No.
So, fun thing to know, a lot of people ask questions about what the Emperor can stop and what it can't stop. It stops anything that actually requires you to pay CP.
Or
especially-
tap.
Yeah, or tap.
Or Dull, sorry.
Yeah, so anything
Yeah.
that requires you to pay any kind of CP or discard for a special ability.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it. So, enter the field effects, and I believe, because people were saying, oh,
And static effects such as a Minwoo or
Yeah.
are not stopped by the Emperor.
so I know people were asking, oh, why can't it stop Varn? Because Varn technically requires you to bounce it forward.
Yeah.
But that's,
Part of the casting of the card
Yeah.
rather than
It's-
an action or a special ability.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's how it's, so it's still a decent card.
Oh, definitely, definitely. And again, for an 8k is a
Yeah.
respectable,
Yeah.
amount to pay for that card anyway.
Yeah.
And having that lockdown ability on it as well
So
is fantastic.
He only plays the one copy of it, which I believe is right. Anything
Yeah.
more, if you can't filter it out, it's like when people are playing the hero version of the Emperor with Huge or something like that, so you can filter it out.
Yeah.
But Henry has just drawn into Renoa, I believe,
Yes.
which is amazing. So discarding a Mateus for
So,
Laguna.
for the Laguna.
So yeah, Sarah attacking, gonna take damage. That's a Raban. Ouch. So yeah, when Laguna enters the field, you choose a forward your opponent controls and dull it, and if you control Squall, you get to freeze it. If you control Squall, you gain 2k power.
Again. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Very strong start.
Yeah,
You get that Laguna and that Squall out first turn.
that Laguna should also be dead right now. Because he just hit the Raban off the EX burst. And he motioned Emperor to Laguna.
That is very true. And I think the judge is just coming in to confirm what happened, and there we go. Yep.
Yeah. I believe it's because it's dull. But again, it's not an actual forward attacking, it's they're being forced to fight.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry.
The Raban card itself doesn't specify
Yeah.
that it has to.
Let's put him up again.
There we go.
One of the more trickier cards.
Yeah.
So when he enters the field, you choose a forward you control and one a forward your opponent controls. And the first one beats the second one to oblivion, pretty much.
Pretty much. Great card.
Yes.
It's got a feature in pretty much every Earth deck, I think.
Yeah,
you know.
and it's beautiful in foil.
It is. It is.
What-
It's another one with that full art.
My only issue is with foils is I wish they would change.
Kefka going down there.
I wish they could have changed the foilings between each opus set.
It would be nice.
That would have been able to differentiate the foil
And a monk
foils.
into the damage zone from Henry. Yeah, it would be nice if they had a bit of a variation, and perhaps some cards benefit better from the foiling than others. Those with full art backgrounds, such as the Raban like this, look
Yeah.
very good.
Is
I
it-
find the ones with the plain backgrounds less so.
Yeah, I think the only one with the plain background that looks alright is
Planet
Astrologia.
Protector there to survive.
Other than Mateus.
Yeah,
Would that not prevent Mateus? Because Mateus forces you to put the opponents forwards into the grave, into the break zone, so Planet Protector surely wouldn't prevent that. Yeah,
puts one. Opponent puts one attacking forward
your
into the break
forward,
zone.
your opponent is forced to put their attacking forward into the break zone. You don't touch it.
Yeah, I think you're
And
right.
Planet Protector
it's not
doesn't
a
target.
target.
The planet, it doesn't target you, so
And
Planet Protector can't do a thing.
Ghosty agrees on the stream. Unfortunately, oh well, there we go. And I think that the judge is in fact actually
Yeah, I mean,
rectifying the situation here.
I wouldn't allow the Planet Protector to be taken back. It's a play.
Agreed.
So yeah,
Personally, yeah, same.
I wouldn't allow
Yeah.
the Planet Protector to go back.
So yeah, opponent is forced to choose,
Yeah,
but I believe Aerith states cannot be the target of opponents.
target
So
summon
it's
or
not.
abilities. Yeah, activate all forwards you control. They cannot be chosen by summons or abilities this turn.
Yeah.
So I feel like Henry's now a bit of a lost advantage because he's allowed the Aerith to be taken back.
A little bit.
But again, you've now got a bit of insider knowledge because you know your opponent's got an Aerith in hand.
I think if this were perhaps later in the day,
Yeah.
then perhaps the Aerith wouldn't have come back to hand.
Yeah.
Not that it should matter, but
So there's a Raban. So now you'd force a Planet Protector.
which he's done.
Yeah.
And,
At that
and
point,
you may
you
as
don't
well,
care.
because exactly, you know it's there, and he's just sort of fishing it out at
Yeah.
that point.
It makes sense. Because that's the thing, if the Planet Protector had stayed,
He's swinging in,
you could have then
Riku.
you could have kept the Raban for next turn.
Activating. Yeah. So what was that called? Was that another Seraphie, I think?
I can't see. Yeah, Ghostly's correct. When the Mateus resolves, your opponent is forced to put the forward they attacked into the break zone.
And Mateus targets the player, not the
Yeah.
forward.
It's
and
not.
it forces the player to put something into the break.
It's not often you get something that targets the player.
No.
That's why there's confusion.
So it's a little bit difficult for us to see the cards here.
Yeah. So if it's Henry's turn, everything should be active. And
Yeah.
he's dulling.
He's dulling
keeping-
to cast.
Yeah. Okay,
So
so
the
Jill
Jill.
makes sense.
Yeah.
Just getting in there.
I really dislike that turn upside down for freeze.
I get why people do it, but that's why I keep a dice.
Say, I always have those little gems
Yeah.
sitting by my things.
I keep
Helps
a
with that
dice
blue.
on me.
But at least for us, this is a good visual cue.
Ooh.
Ooh, Shantotto.
So, just a note, Alexander plays two Shantotto.
Two Shantotto, so there's still one floating around somewhere.
Yeah. I think two is kind of the general consensus.
Unless it's the theme of the deck to be wiping.
Yeah.
You know, if you're going Cloud of Darkness and Shantottos, or,
Yeah.
you know.
So I play one Shantotto, one Cloud of Darkness, and my
Right.
Earthwalker.
Yeah. I play 3 in my 5-colour Moogle.
Oh, God.
Moogle mannequin deck.
Oh, that sounds absolutely horrific.
Yeah, basically because you're always on a back foot with that one, so wiping the
Yeah.
board is usually quite beneficial for you.
That makes sense. I believe one of the members of the group was playing around with a Moogle deck, and they had 13 Moogles on the field, so they had to draw 13 and then put 13 to the bottom
Oh,
of the deck.
yeah, well, yeah. Changing everything to a Moogle is always quite funny.
Yes.
Like, oh, I also play the 8-cost Sephiroth.
Oh,
making
God.
him a Moogle and then drawing from him is hilarious. Sephiroth the Moogle.
Oh, God. Alright, so it's a bit of a weird one. It's just the one forward with 5 backups now.
Yeah.
So,
And yeah, seeing that lone Seraphie.
in all honesty, you'd want to keep the Seraphie on the field because it would prevent your opponent from playing a second one to get something they've discarded.
Yeah.
So Sarah being under the curve but knocking a card out of your opponent's hands is weird. I think it's why. What's the other card I'm thinking of?
So we're discarding a.
So is it Breaking Monk?
I think, yeah, he powered
Okay.
up the Sarah
Yeah,
by
so he's
discarding
got
the
Brave
Gabron.
and he's declaring
Yeah.
the attack, and there's a Thief.
Thief going into the break.
That makes sense because he knows the Seraphie's coming back next turn
Yeah,
as well. So 4 Devout.
that's good.
Yeah. So yeah, it's
Yeah.
just a discrepancy.
So
They
just-
see a monk on the field, they think that one should have been broken, but we
Just
both saw it
clarifying.
going.
And he wanted to. There was the other thing. Breaking that monk obviously freed him up
Yeah.
to be able to play the Devout, which is going to get him value later on when he
Yeah.
pulls back from the
Alright,
break
so
zone.
Riku is mugged Henry, so discarding milling 2, and then Alessandro gets the draw, and
Yeah.
then draws 2 more.
What do we have? I think that's a
Legendary
Sephiroth- Vincent, sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
So he's just playing the 3 Vincents, 3 of the
Yeah.
same type.
It's fair enough. I think for the cost it is, it's an amazing forward. But most people don't actually like playing Death Penalty because it's such a high cost.
Yeah. So there we go. We see that Vincent going down now.
Yeah.
I think there's one more in hand.
So,
What's he got? It's tough to
Was
see.
that? I think that's another Mateus.
Toto on the Henry's hand as well, I think.
Yeah. So Shantotto at the front, I
And
believe.
Vincent as well in there.
I think there was another
Oh,
Mateus.
2 Vincents.
Henry looks to be in quite a big hand advantage, or is that a?
Yeah.
I can't tell if that's a School or Laguna.
Just checking what he's going to see.
If that's Laguna, Dole the Vincent. Can you make? Actually, that's the point. If it's Squall,
Yeah.
your opponent discards a card. You bring out the Laguna that has been broken, and you freeze the Vincent.
Yeah. That gives you a good tempo advantage
Yeah,
there. And
you're knocking a card out of your opponent's hand. So here's the 4.
although he's playing wind, so you've got to be careful.
Yeah, so
but
it was-
so
it was
Squall
Squall.
comes first,
We have to know that.
and then he's devouring out the.
Oh, on the so
Yeah.
the Squall's activating on stack.
Yeah.
Result add to the stack Laguna. So Alexandria loses 2 cards from hand.
Yeah.
Or is he going to Hecaton? Has he got Hecaton?
So he's planet protecting there, so
Oh,
to
okay.
prevent his Vincent from being dull and frozen.
Yep, that makes sense.
But he's still going to have to pay that
He's still
heavy
gonna-
cost
yeah.
of 2 cards from his hand, which is
Yeah.
quite brutal. So keeping hold of. It's got to be the Vincent, right? Is there a second Vincent in there?
So apparently in chat they're saying the check fails. Is it because it has to check?
I think they're talking about Ninja.
Oh, okay.
There's a discussion about Ninja. There was a Cecil in break zone.
I'm confused about what chat's on about now. Yeah, Squall and Laguna.
So we got Squall and Laguna, and Vincent is coming in.
Is he? Oh, he's death penalty. So he hits the full value
Yeah.
of the death penalty. If we can pull Vincent up.
There we go.
Just quickly so we can see. Yeah, so Vincent can't be broken by opponents' summons or abilities that don't deal damage. So basically, it's Odin proof. It has to die via like a harm it or stuff like that.
Yeah.
The death penalty is where the argument comes in because it's such a high cost. You have to discard of Vincent and pay 5 of any CP, but you get to choose as many forwards as you want with a total cost of 7 or less and break them.
Yeah.
So it's amazing because we just saw Alexandra hit for full value, he hit Sarah and a Squall. But
Yeah, you're right. It's a high cost. I think it really shines against those low cost decks. You know, if
Yeah.
you're talking mono water standard units or something like
Yeah.
that, where you can literally wipe the field
Yeah.
or take the problem pieces out of a combo. So there we go. We can
Because
see that
this
Sarah's
thing as
back
well
again.
is Alexandra is on. Well, he was on 1 card, he's now on 0. So because of that death penalty,
Yeah,
he's now losing the race because he's on 5 damage to Henry's 3.
yeah. Here we go. So just bringing that guy
Right.
in. That's going to buy him a bit of time as well.
There is a Kefka as well, so
Always good.
yeah. So I can't see what Henry's just drawn. It looks like an Ice and a Earth card. So Guy just seems to be the guy.
Titan. Guy is the guy.
Like we've not used that pun before. But yeah, a 4K Brave that can't be dulled by anything that your opponent does. It's pretty much just an auto win against Ice unless they Mateus. Do you agree?
Ooh, a party attack. But it looks like Kefka's getting activated.
I don't know if I would have party attacked unless he's got another Sarah or Laguna.
So yeah, that's a decent trade, I think,
So he's Kefkaing the Seraphy.
to break
I-
the Sarah.
I don't know if I would have. What was the point of Kefkaing if Seraphy just trades with Sarah?
Isn't Seraphy?
They're both 6K.
Yeah, you're right.
So that just seems like a waste of a Kefka.
I guess he had the monk open. Perhaps he wanted to make sure
Yeah,
that it was destroyed.
I guess so.
Perhaps he wants to replay another Seraphy,
Yeah,
get some value back that way. It would be dangerous to let Henry pull something from his break zone,
like the Squall again.
Like the
or
Squall again,
the
yeah.
Or a Sarah.
or bring the Sarah
Just
back.
keep
Yeah.
discarding cards. Alright, so you see a Titan getting discarded for
Oh,
Shantato.
Shantato, there you go.
That makes sense. That Vincent Guy combo is just going to wreck him next turn. He's
Yeah.
going to take 2 points of damage. And does he have enough for a forward? Riona.
Nice. This has put Alexandra in a bit of a tight spot.
Yeah.
You know, he's running only 3 backups, 2 cards in hand. We didn't see what he drew. But he drew a Tama and passes the turn back to Henry.
So
He's going to push
Alexandra's
him
going
to
to be
6
on
damage.
Yeah, he's going to be on 6. Alright, so it's restanding all of his things.
Keeping 4. Looks like he has a. Is that a
It's a good job
Yang?
that
Okay, he's going to attack first.
Vincent.
Breaking, seeing Vincent go. And a Vincent. Who do you think we've seen more of today, Vincent or Warrior of Light?
I believe it's Warrior Light.
Yeah, still Warrior of Light.
Yep, probably the MVP of the day.
He's definitely seeing a lot of play.
Yeah. But yeah, the artwork on this card
Stunning.
is absolutely beautiful.
Love it. Yeah, definitely.
So we see a
Shantoto on the other side.
Yep.
Yeah.
It
He's been holding that for a while.
Yeah, we've had that for a good couple of turns. So a good pull. I can't really see what else is in his hand. But I still think that Henry's got this game.
He's going to be really tough for Alexandra.
Alexandra's got 0 cards in hand with 4 backups to
Judge just asking him to remove the Shantotos from the from the break to make sure that they're sort of separated out.
Yeah.
I think it was obvious by them being turned to the side, but I guess just for
it's
ease.
just in case it gets knocked or something like that.
So was that the Japal that came in?
Yeah. So unless Alex brought a forward, it's his game.
Yeah, there we go.
All right. So good full match. It's just it happens sometimes where you draw no forwards.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. But a good match.
Yeah. So
I'm
going to see if Henry would like
wants to come in and have a bit of a chat about that game and how it went down.
Yep.
Awesome. So everyone who's watching us on the live stream, if you've got any questions for Henry about how that match went or about his deck, how he's put it together, please type them up now. We will ask if he decides to join us in the booth. Otherwise, we'll just have a nice chat with him about that game and how he felt it went. Or if you have any questions for us here at Darksphere today, please feel free to ask away. And nearly not quite gaming is indeed London, UK. South London. Waterloo, in case you were wondering specifically where we are. So, yes, let's just have a look, see what's going on. Yep, okay, excellent. Henry has decided to join us. So get those questions ready. Henry,
hey,
how's it going, man? Good game.
Oh, that was intense.
It was intense. Could have gone either way at several points there.
Yeah.
So yeah, we've got quite a few people on the chat who are with us today. So tell us about that game. Tell us about how you felt that went.
I felt it went quite well. I almost misplayed. Well, he always. I thought that he could airif the Matthias, which almost blew up my game.
Yeah.
But
no,
thankfully,
we were having that discussion here. It's he targets the player rather than the actual cards.
Yeah,
isn't
that
it?
was the thing. Is I actually earlier in the tournament, someone tightened it, and I accepted it, unfortunately. But I managed to still win. Thankfully.
That's good.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting that Shantoto, but kind of just hoped he didn't have it.
Yeah, well, to be honest, you both had them in hand for quite a while, so it was interesting to see which one of you was going to pull the trigger first.
Yeah.
But they went down on either side. Cool. So, take us through your deck list today, and what you decided to go with and why.
It was actually originally a Moogle deck, and I actually used Hashmal. For the ice and because there was ice and earth Moogles, and the ice one for each Moogle it doles the like all forwards up to the cost.
Yep.
So I would like hash mail and then it would dole their forwards, so it'd act
Yep.
like a Renault. But then I had to take that out because it wasn't consistent enough,
Right.
and I added in monks and like capricious reaper, and
Yeah.
it aims a lot of discard.
Yeah.
So yeah, mainly so they just can't protect their stuff, and if they do, hopefully I can Shantoto it.
Yeah, well, it's always that final option, isn't it?
Yeah.
You're running quite a lot of backups, I noticed today. You've got
Yeah,
20 in there.
I
Do you
know,
have a-
it's because quite a lot of them break themselves, and like, I don't know, I used to run 2 Raban, but as you might have seen on the feed, he made me mill 2,
Yes.
which was very painful.
Yeah.
And so I'm very glad I played the third one because I had that in my hand.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that definitely saved quite a few games. And
Nice.
yeah, just general X-Burst adding in
Awesome.
definitely helps.
So how did your other games go today?
I've only lost 1 so far, which was against Water and Earth,
Okay.
which was very challenging.
Yeah.
Ash boosting herself and being able to activate is very, very difficult against Ice
Yes.
and Earth because there's not much explosive stuff, so you
To deal
can't.
with that, yeah.
Yeah, you can't pop stuff, and if you can't dull it either, then it's very hard to counteract.
Definitely.
So I hope he tops. Makes me look less bad.
Yeah, very true. So is there anything that you're hoping not to see in your remaining games today?
Lightning. I haven't seen any lightning so far, and I faced a lot of mono lightning in the past. which
Yeah.
is-
Yeah, to be fair, we've been looking over the field, and the games we featured so far, none of them have been mono lightning, which is what
Yeah.
I was expecting to
a
see
lot of
more
water,
but-
earth. A lot of water, earth.
Yeah, Earth's playing a big part today.
Yeah.
Big part
Vincent.
today.
Vincent's everywhere.
There are Vincents everywhere. That's very true. So let's have a quick look at our chat, see if we've had any questions in. Space Jam AU asks, rate the starter whacker out of 10, please. That's a very random question, but
Starter whacker out of 10.
yeah,
Well,
it can be on anything. Abilities,
I'd say 1.
how good he looks in a bikini.
No, well, I'd say overall a 6 probably,
Okay.
because in mono, I used to run mono water and that was very enjoyable, and that relies quite a lot on my.
Yeah.
The extra 1k can save you from a lot
Definitely.
of stuff.
Yeah. So you'd say it's 6 for him.
Yeah,
And we're just
probably.
going to put him up there so
And
people
also-
can see who we're talking about here.
Yeah, you can drop it for the main guy. So
Yep.
you've got to run it just for that because his effect is just basically can make a water deck good.
Yeah. Tyrang asks, what is your opinion of the Astrologian?
I think it's unbelievably powerful, as I have seen. Well, because one of my good friends runs Water Earth,
Yeah.
which I've had a massive problem with. He went undefeated last tournament,
Yeah.
and I don't think I've beaten him at all yet. And yeah, because like I used to run lightning a lot as well, and it all just relies on dull. And the fact that you can just keep on activating, it means he can attack with like all his forwards if he's got 5 out, and then just activate 1.
As
Like
he
keep,
needs them.
he can just keep Astrolagian up and just bluff you,
Yep.
and just be like, I can activate this really powerful forward if I want to.
Yeah.
So try and
obviously,
attack.
As soon as you target something with a dull
Yeah.
ability, he's like, not dull anymore.
And also he usually has like Cecil and stuff out at the same time, like
Yeah.
the 5 drop. Well, you know the rare
new
one.
legend. Oh, the rare
one
from
as well,
Focus
because
One,
that means
yeah.
I can't even golem because
Yeah.
it has to target
Has
him.
to target him, yeah.
So that is a major. I think rare Cecil is underrated.
Yeah, no, I agree. He's very good. Follow-up question: do you run Emperor to counter?
No, I used to run Emperor, although I've kind of gone away from Light and Dark because I feel it's too. I found too many situations where I've had a light card in hand where if that was any other card, I could just discard it and
Yeah.
it would make my life so much easier. So
They're definitely tough. They're definitely tough
yeah,
to get that around. Cool. Okay. Well, thanks for joining us in the booth today.
no problem.
Best of luck with your other games.
Thank you very much.
Hope you do well.
Oh, so do I.
And to everyone on the stream, we will be back within 10 minutes or so with round 6. So stick around, and we'll see you soon. Thanks for joining us.
Hi guys, we are back with round 6 and we should have an interesting match. We have table 4, I believe. Was it table 8? I can't remember. Table 4. So on the left we have Michael Chung playing Mono Earth against Tush playing Water Fire by the looks of it.
Yeah.
So interesting. We've seen Mono Earth a fair bit.
Yeah, it's definitely featured heavily today.
From what I gathered, Michael's quite a good player. I think he won one of the Mana Front tournaments, which had quite a big turnout.
Yeah.
So we'll let them know.
Yep.
Awesome.
And they're good to go. Excellent. So
we see a monk. Can't really see what is in their hands.
So yes, you've definitely got one monk.
So we see
on
an
the other
ash,
side, we've got an ash.
a Belias. Yeah.
No, we were discussing ash.
Could you look at inspect their current handed positions and let's go for camera?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, that's not a problem.
So yeah, you know, we've had this discussion with Ash today a few times
And,
about where her value lies.
Yes,
and, you know,
and it brings back to the conversation of that ash.
that Ash. I'm not sure that's appropriate.
No, someone had to say it though. But yeah, I think Ash is a very valued card. So we've got Guy,
Yeah.
we see Monk, Young. So
Yeah,
Vincent being dropped for, I believe that's the new monk.
That's the
old monk.
Opus 1 monk. Yeah. So, pull him up briefly so everyone can see.
So Tifa for a red mage. I just realised I can't see Michael's deck. Black sleeves on a black
Black
mat.
sleeves on a black mat, yeah, that is very
That
true.
makes it really hard to.
Well, as long as those
see.
damage go face up, then at least
Yes.
we should be okay.
I was thinking, where is his deck?
He's just pulling them. He's
Yeah.
like a magician. And he's also wearing black. So you basically just look like a pair of floating hands playing
He just needs white gloves on, and he's Michael Jackson.
Michael Jackson. Very good.
We see you in chat.
Yeah, we see you making those jokes. You're not going to repeat them, but we see them, and they are funny. Anyway,
So here it's Rydia, which has been mentioned before.
so that's
Monk for a
Monk.
Tamar.
for a Tama. I've actually got the wrong monk on screen at the moment, but
I forget there's some different monks.
yeah,
This is a forward version of it as well.
and the Tama.
Yeah, so Tamar has, I think it's been seeing a little less play.
Yeah. Was that a Minwu? Nice.
Yeah, so
and
very
Ash going
dropped.
away for a Geomancer.
So Tush going quite heavy on the backups.
Yeah. Well, I guess there's no threat at the moment. There's,
Yeah.
You know, Michael's not pressuring him to get anything in, so both of them are playing that kind of long game.
I think if you know you're playing
So
Earth,
here
they
comes
take
a Yang.
if they're playing Earth, you know that it takes a little bit longer to set up so that you can get your
Yeah.
advantage early. So Yang, if you control a card named Monk
Which
or
we
a
do.
Job Monk, which he does, other than Yang gains 2k and Brave, so a 2-drop 7k Brave attacker against an Ash.
It's an Ash, yeah.
So it's not bad. We see an Ingus in Michael's hand as well, which has been seeing a fair bit of play as well, I believe.
Yeah. Let's see. A
Looks
hand full of cards on Michael's side here.
I see a Belias in Tush's hand.
He's swinging in with the Yang.
Lan.
Lan into the damage zone.
So he only plays the 2 Lamb, which is interesting.
Yeah, I feel like it's almost an afterthought. I think it's if you're in fire, Lan's almost too good not to play.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, he's not.
Is he?
Yeah, he's not playing
Rain.
rain backups, so it is. I think it's just in there because it's such a great value card,
Yeah.
and you just have to deal with it. When it's on the board, you just have to deal with it.
Yeah.
And Guy coming down again.
Yeah. Noted he actually discarded the Raban to play the guy as well.
Okay, yeah,
I guess it makes
interesting.
sense not to play it just because Ash is just going to get boost herself. So at the moment it's just going to be a dead
Yeah,
card in
and,
your hand.
and he has 3 of them in his deck anyway,
Yeah.
so we'll probably see it come out again later
yeah.
on.
If you're playing Earth, I think you definitely play 3 Raban. Though, yeah, he's playing the 3 Deleter as well to break it.
Yeah.
Um,
So Warrior of Light,
First time we've actually seen the Fire Warrior of Light. It's not the legendary one this
Yeah.
time.
another great blocker.
Yeah, we were having this discussion earlier about what cards are decent, like what was better, Warrior Light or Rosso.
Yeah.
I think in this situation, Warrior Light. because it's going to crash with that guy.
Yeah, exactly. So,
Okay,
Geomancer, he's checking the top card of his deck, seeing if there's any experts. We didn't get to see that, but he's obviously happy to have it.
Fairy.
Fairy, there we go.
Might as well draw that card.
Yeah.
Can't complain.
And it's just made that ash a bit bigger, just in case, you know.
No, it's only your opponents.
Oh, is it? Sorry, my
Yes.
mistake.
Yeah, Ash is only your opponent summons their abilities, otherwise that would be busted.
Yes. Yes, you're right.
Oh yeah, 'cause if you think in Earth Water, I'm going to monk my Ash and boost her by a 5k.
Yeah, that would be a bit dirty.
Or even if you do like the other the Opus 2 monk. Oh yeah, I'm going to give her Brave and make her 6k stronger.
So that's a deleter going off for
Ingus.
Ingus.
So he's tapped one and he brought out another monk, I believe. So Ingus is Opus 2.
That would be Polar.
So quite equal footing at the moment. Tush is a tad bit behind.
Just from the damage part of things,
So,
yeah.
Bahamut.
Oh wow, hard cast Bahamut. So it looks like he's targeting the
Ingus
guy
and the guy.
and the Ingus, yeah.
Which makes complete sense. There's no way Michael can get play around that.
No. So off they go, leaving just the Yang.
Yep. That's it. Just try and keep everything separate. So Yang at the moment is doing pretty well.
Surviving.
That Ash
Staying
is
in
the
there.
only thing that's going to be
Yeah.
blocking. Space Jam, that's just terrible. So that Bahamut seems to have slowed Michael down. I can't tell whose turn it is at the moment.
So I think it's Tush, I think he's attacking him with his Ash.
Oh yeah, so he's dulled. If you're Michael, you might as well just take the point of damage at the moment.
Which I think is what he's done.
Oh.
Shantotto to the green, to the
So
damage zone.
here is one more Shantotto left in the deck.
Passes the turn to Michael.
So he draws
Drawing
a monk and a Gapole.
Is that a heck in his hand?
I can't see a Hecaton. He plays 2 Hecaton. So 3 Golem, 2 Titan, 2 Hecaton. Which seems about right for Mono Earth, in all honesty.
So,
Yeah, there is a Hecaton in his hand.
yeah.
So, a weird always Leviathan on the Yang, not that it really matters. Yeah, apparently Hecaton was changed from chapters. It could break any backup,
Oh, really?
which I probably would have preferred.
He's basically, it may as well just say break Minwu at this point.
Break Minwu,
Break Aerith.
Break Minwu, Aerith, and Devout. That's pretty much
Yeah.
what you want to be hitting, and maybe for Sawyer. The
Yeah.
Zemus doesn't see play.
No.
I think the only deck Zemus sees
To
play
be honest, you're
is
probably not going to be killing the Fusoya. You don't want to, do you? Because your opponent wants that benefit. Or
No,
your
no.
own Fusoya.
No, I mean the light for Sawyer.
Oh, right, yep. Okay,
Light
yeah.
for Sawyer. Yeah, because I think the only deck that actually plays for, not for Sawyer, Zemus would be Tidus combo. Because you want that
Yeah.
Tidus going off.
Yeah. So, it's Tush's turn at the moment. Discarding a Warrior of Light. 2 CP from backups, looks like.
Is that a Rubicante in his hand?
Looks like a Zangan, maybe. Could be a Zangan. He has 3 in the deck.
What is your opinion on Rubicante? Is it are people playing it?
It
oh,
is
it's
a Zangan. Yeah, so he's going to search out Tifa.
Are people playing it just because it's a 4-drop 9k, or is it because the special? So he's searching to start a Tifa here.
Yeah.
Is he playing the legendary Tifa? It doesn't look like it, does it?
No, he's got 3 of the starter and 1 of the common.
Yeah, one of the 2 drops. If he can play the 2 drop, I don't think he can play the Tifa at the moment. Oh yeah,
No.
he can. He's got many cards in his hand.
Yeah, so I'm not sure about Rubicante. You're right. 4K for 9 is 9K for 4 is good. Activating everything is tough. I mean, he's a great blocker.
Yeah,
You know, he's a great blocker. You know, he's got that kind of built-in protection. Oh, there's a Blythe there.
So Belias as a 2-drop summon that does all this.
Oh, it's fantastic. Absolutely fantastic.
What
value.
were they smoking at Square?
I know. Fantastic value on that one. So obviously that helped him get that.
So the Yang's gone after being blocked by the Ash attacked and it blocked. That's a Vincent being lost.
onto the damage zone. Passes a turn to Michael.
So we see an Ingus, we
And a
see
Deleter.
Deleter. I feel like if he's got a backup, you play the Ingus. Just to get you that bit more of an advantage, and it gets you to 5 backups. And if you need something broken, you've got the Deleter.
Yeah.
Yeah, so chat saying they play Rubicante just because it's a 9k pretty much.
Yeah, which is a fair play.
Yeah.
Fair play. And, you know, he can, you know, even if you're attacking in with him, he's 9k. So he's probably going to take something with him.
Also, again, if you've got the Belias to back it up, okay, yeah, you're activating their forwards, but you're now getting rid of their forwards because you've got a 10k first striker.
Yep.
Which has just netted you an extra card.
Yeah. And if their stuff, for example, was already untapped anyway, you know, you're attacking in, they're not getting any value from it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess he's quite situational.
Yeah. No,
is what
I
I
get
would
that.
say.
I completely agree with that.
Obviously features heavy in the new Golbez decks,
Yes.
just for the Arch
It
Fiend's
goes
ability.
with his character in 4 anyway because he was quite a gentlemanly opponent.
Yeah.
He would heal you before the boss fight.
Right.
So yeah, it goes with that. So we see
So
a Rydia coming down, which has been mentioned on stream before.
Yep.
So you can use Earth Summon to pay for Rydia's cost, and you pay, is that free?
3 and dull.
And you deal 7,000 to all forwards of element other than Earth. So
Fantastic.
in Mono Earth, boom.
Yeah, again, another easy choice, I think. For
In
the
all
deck.
honesty, I think people forget. I think if you're playing Earth Water, you don't really need to play her because you have the Yuna.
Yeah.
If you're playing Mono Earth, she is your outer Golbez.
Yes. Yeah, definitely.
Because you just literally wipe everything, unless they play an Earth, but then you just block it. She gets rid of Zidane, for Christ's sake.
Yeah.
And not a lot of decks can get out of Zidane.
Well, it's all those board wipes, isn't it? And
Yeah.
it's just bringing that protection into another colour as well.
Yeah.
You know, because water has ways of dealing with the cloud of darkness, and
And this is the thing as well. I think it was Gil that mentioned it earlier on. Is one of the reasons he was playing Hashmel was to boost with Gabran with Warrior Light, but it was also to pay for Rydia.
yeah. So there we saw Red Mage
Okay, so
on the Rydia, and then
Rydia can't
attacking
block.
in with the Ash,
the Golem's going to do absolutely
Golem,
nothing,
and then Warrior of Light,
and
then
Kapul's going to
Gabal.
do nothing.
Oh, that's unfortunate, hitting 2 EX bursts and then not having any value
Yeah.
off them.
Alright, so Tush is slowly taking the lead.
Yeah.
Seems to have a lot more advantage right now, but have you seen how many
really-
cards Michael has in his hand right
Well,
now?
exactly. And you know, as a mono deck, he's going to be playing whatever he wants.
Yeah, but there's an
Whatever
Electro
he
in his
draws.
hand,
Yeah.
so that Rydia is going to be beefy.
So,
And this is the thing as well, is he can get rid of the Warrior of Light, which is
So-
what he's doing.
there we go. So, activate
Yes,
special
I forgot
abilities.
as well, it was 7, not 6. So the Ash goes, and Ash can't get the boost because she hasn't been
A bit
targeted.
targeted, yeah.
So that's
Great
helpful.
value.
Great value.
Great value there.
And the fact that he could just play forward and he'll be back in the fight.
Any reason why you think he didn't attack and then activate that ability?
Because he would have to dull for cost. Dull for the attack.
Yes, but you can do it in response to the attack. You can dull, activate the ability, wiping the board, and still have the attack go
really
through.
doesn't have Brave.
Oh no, you're right. Yep,
So
sorry.
it would tap for
Yep.
cost at the tap to declare an attack,
Yep.
and then he wouldn't be able to use the cost. So Deleter coming down, I think breaking the Tamar.
Yes.
So there we see
And
Tifa with
Starter
haste.
Tifa on the other side.
Tifa's cost, I think, personally, is insane. Basically, dulling something and knocking it for 6, and it literally just costs you 1 fire and a Tifa.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
So,
great.
Yeah, Alright, so we see the red mage on the deleter, and there's a Gabranth. Michael is only playing.
So drawing a Vincent and it looked like maybe a golem. Has he got golems?
Yeah, he's playing 3 golem.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is definitely a golem in hand. So yeah, Michael definitely needs to play another forward because that red mage is going to kill him next turn
Yeah.
if he wants to attack. I feel you would only attack with the Ridia anyway, just to get that point of damage. I would attack first, and then main 2, play another forward.
Yeah.
However, because Tifa doesn't need to actually be dulled to use her ability.
No, that's very true. Yeah.
Ooh, but I say that, he's only got water backups activated. So he would have to discard from hand.
So there we go. As we've seen a few times today, fighting going on.
Oh, was that a
in
Raban? Yeah. So Geomancer picking up the top card, and there's a Belias.
Which he's just using for the draw.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
It's already attacked. The fact that Belias gives haste as well is such a weird one.
Yeah.
Like-
and yeah.
Giving it first strike is powerful enough, but to give it haste
Yeah.
is such a
For 2.
yeah for a 2 drop.
Value.
I feel like if it was a 3 drop, I feel like it could be more fair. I feel as a 2 drop, if you're not playing this in fire at minimum of 3, you're playing your deck wrong. I feel.
Yeah.
Because just ripping that off in the X burst and just saying, oh yeah, look, here's my Emperor's Lande with 10k with first strike. You ain't getting over this now.
Yeah.
You may have battle tricks, but you're screwed.
Yeah. Well, this is it. That's the advantage that Haste has, and we can see that he has one in hand as well.
Yeah.
So you know, if he can red mage the deleter, be able to play something and play Belias in this turn.
Yeah. Does he actually have a Belias in hand?
He does have Belias in hand.
Ooh.
Yeah. Tush has that Belias in hand.
It just depends on what he can play with the red mage and the Belias.
Yeah. So here we see an Odin
Tifa.
coming out for a Tifa.
Tifa's already got the haste.
Yeah, that's
The
true.
red mage is active. Just discard a fire from your hand and that's it.
Well, Michael's only on 5 at the moment.
Yes, that is correct.
So he's going to try and pull through.
There's the red mage.
So there's the red mage. For the, yeah, and then swinging for Tifa. Shows a Yang. And he's passing the turn. So I think he's keeping that Belias back, knowing that he can use that trick. Should anything go wrong with the red mage, or you know, if the Tifa gets killed, he still has that trick.
At this point, just don't attack.
No, I don't think
Amass more
Michael
forwards.
can deal with. What's he got in hand? Is that a Seraphine?
That doesn't look a Seraphine. I wouldn't.
Yeah,
I wouldn't
Seraphine,
play
a
that.
Tamar, a Vincent.
I definitely wouldn't play the Seraphine because you know for a fact he's got a Tifa in
No.
grave. So you're
I
just
think
gonna
I would
kill
probably
something.
go for the Vincent.
Yeah.
Get another forward down, stall for a turn. Takes down 5 cards, so you don't have to worry about discarding anything.
Yeah. So apparently he's got double Seraphine.
Double
in hand.
Seraphine, yeah, you can
Just
see that there.
discard the double Seraphine for the Vincent. You're not
Yeah.
going to miss it.
No. Well, there's no.
Yeah.
I'm hesitant to
Yeah. No. Exactly.
discard. There we go. So yeah.
He's still got four full. Is that 5 backups he's got? I believe. 4 backups.
4 backups. Yeah. Vincent, who we've seen so much work from
There's
today,
a Gapal.
and a Gapal. Ooh, interesting.
All right.
So I think he's just doing that more for having the 4th forward out
Yeah.
than to really make things. Although,
I wouldn't attack anyway, just in case he gets a Leviathan.
I would probably attack through with 1. I think you can afford 1 without because he doesn't know that Tush has that haste giver in hand.
Yeah.
You know, I think
The Vincent.
leaves you 3 out. Even if you get Leviathan, you've got 2. 1 can't block. You still have the 1.
However,
He decided to pass
yeah.
the turn.
Michael does have the Enacro, so that deleter is a 10k. That Vincent's a 9k.
Yeah.
So he's got a hefty lineup. You'd
Yeah.
red mage the deleter because that's the bigger blocker.
I think he's definitely put the brakes on Tush here hard now.
He
with
also
that
has
lineup.
both those monks active.
Yeah.
So I don't see Tush. If Tush is smart, I don't think he would attack this turn.
No. He can't get that damage through, guaranteed.
Unless there's a Bahamut coming down.
Cecil.
And Bush.
And Bush.
Don't
Wow.
see Bush played often, to be honest.
No.
But again, Fire Water, if you're playing the Ash, why would you not play the Bush?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, 9k for 3 is great.
Yeah, and Flame Purge is just.
It's unlikely to come out, but if it does,
I just think it's a cheaper Bahamut.
Yeah.
Admittedly, it's pinging for 9 and not 10, and it's not removing.
yeah,
But you think about it, he could hit is Kapul on 9?
yeah,
So he can hit the Kapul and he can hit the Rydia.
yeah,
And then Red Mage, one of the other blockers, obviously he has to wait a turn.
yeah,
But the Cecil's block.
I think his blockability is going to
Hinder.
get him removed quite quickly.
Yes.
But
Good fact though. If Michael has a Vincent in hand, hit the Bosch and the Tifa, and that's 7.
yeah,
You've just got massive value out of your.
so it looks like he's monking up the deleter.
Okay, so it's on 13 with Brave.
Yeah,
Gets rid of the Cecil.
Cecil's done.
If he had a Vincent in hand, that's 2 points of easy damage.
Yeah,
Which, from seeing his hand, he doesn't have.
no, I think he's carefully considering his options now
Yeah.
because he's still on that 6 points. One wrong move here.
I probably would attack with the Kapul. Because it's the weaker one, you want the Rydia up just in case you have a summon in hand.
Yeah.
I can't tell what's in his hand currently.
No. So we think there's still at least one Seraphie in there because we've only seen one get discarded.
Oh, no, he discarded double.
Oh, did he double?
He,
For the Vincent?
Yeah, he discarded 2. So yeah, it looks like he's going to attack with the Kapul, which I feel is the right move. You put a bit of pressure on your opponent, and Kapul's the weaker one out of the 4.
Yeah, so obviously Tush is going to take it, but check his...
Yeah.
It's always bad when you see that. When somebody looks at the top deck and then they... oh no, he is throwing it back.
bottom.
Okay, fair enough. So he's going to...
Tifa.
So, yeah.
At this point, if I was Michael, I'd end.
Yeah. Agreed.
You've got 3 blockers.
Yeah, which
2,
is done.
Yeah. You're essentially going to have 2 blockers, but in all honesty, Tush isn't going to attack because if he attacks, even with one of them,
Yeah, you can
he's
just
open.
overwhelm.
Yeah, he's open.
So it looks like it was an Emperor.
Emperor Zande, is that he's still got the Belias in hand. Is that a Bosch?
Tush considering his options now.
Yeah. If that's a Bosch in hand, I still don't think it's enough to win the game this turn.
So it's going 3.
How much? It's 5 for Bosch, isn't it?
Let's find out.
It's opens 2 fire. Yeah, so 3 fire and 2 of another element.
Yeah.
And choose up to 2 forwards and deal them 9k. So the only cards he would actually be able to hit would be Rydia and Kapul. So Michael does have a golem in hand apparently.
Yeah. So, interesting to see. We're at this point where, again, wrong move on either side could quickly end the game.
Yeah.
So both players. So, we see the
See, I reckon. Oh,
nice go. I think the Zande's coming out.
yeah.
There he is.
I don't think that's enough, in all honesty.
Well, at least he has that utility that, should he be removed,
Yeah.
it's a great trade on a block. He comes in full guns blazing. Zande perhaps takes the block with him.
And a crow, can't tell, is that a Raban?
So we're currently on round 6. There'll be 7 rounds
Yes,
before
there's-
we go to the top 8.
Yeah, there's one more round after this, and then top 8 will be best of 3.
Yeah.
So I can't tell what it is in Michael's hand. To me, that looks like a Raban,
It could be. It definitely has the blue
with the blue sky background.
sky. Yeah.
But he already has one on the field, and he has a deleter on the field. So, however, fun thing, I just remembered deleter's special ability. Choose one forward blocking deleter and break it.
Yeah. Which it looks like he may well decide to go.
So,
Oh no, okay.
It's gonna
Just
take.
before he decides what he's going to do, he's going to look at top card.
Is he going to take the damage?
He's thinking about it. He's only on 5, so he can afford one more point, and this removes one of the blockers from
Yeah.
Michael's lineup. So
He's going to take it. Oh,
that's
I
unfortunate.
don't think that's going to do much because he's just going to play the Vincent.
Yeah. It's just removing cards from his hand.
Yeah.
You know, it's slowing
But
it down.
again, if he's got that Raban, it's just not going to matter. He'll just discard the Raban and play 2 from the backup.
So both players on 6 now.
So the last 2 rounds now have been nail biting.
Yes, yeah, which is what you want to see.
Yeah.
You know.
All right. So Michael passing turn.
And replaying that Vincent.
Yeah. See. Okay. He I think he discarded the Eniko and the Raban.
Yeah.
Makes sense. If he's got a Golem in hand.
Raban's already on the table.
Yep. And he's got that Monk on the field as well. So
So
this could potentially be Tush's final turn.
yeah.
Okay, so the Vincent's unblocked. Can't be blocked. Sorry.
Can't block.
Can't block.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. So that was
Is that the Bosch?
the bash coming out, and he's Leviathing the Ridia. That is a lot of play.
So if he's Leviathan, is he
So he's
Leviathan?
targeted. He's Leviathing the Ridia.
Oh yeah, no, he hasn't actually boshed because he's the Bosch hasn't doled for cost.
Oh, I see. Sorry. So yeah. So he discarded that as part of the cost for the Leviathan. It looks like.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he discarded.
I'm unsure why all of his backups are. Gold.
So he's got a Golem in hand and he's got a Monk. So that Gipol could potentially live.
No, you
Oh,
see
no.
it. That was it. No, he
Damn.
did Bosch the 2. So that was enough, unfortunately, to reduce all of Michael's
Oh.
defences.
Apparently double red mage.
I double red maged. Okay,
That will do it.
that'll do you.
All right.
Excellent. Right, so I'm going to pop out and see if Tush wants to come and speak to us
Yep.
about that match.
Just a fun fact before you go.
Yes.
Looking at it, so we had Jamie Faulkner on round 1. He's currently on the top table.
Excellent.
This is table 1. Pre is currently table 4, who we had on round 2. And from looking at it, everyone we've had win on the stream are currently on the top tables,
Yeah.
which is quite interesting to see.
Nice.
So we'll have to see what happens next final rounds because after that it's the top cut.
There you go. We're getting good picks today. Good picks. Excellent.
Getting
right.
good competitive matches, which is
I'll
what
leave
we
you
want.
with Lucas, and hopefully be back with Tush.
Yep. Just pass my water. Cheers. Alright, so if we get Tush on stream, please ask your questions. If there's anything you want to know about deck choices, or if there's anything you want to know, ask him personally. Get your questions in, we'll see what we can answer for. Much better. So, I hope you lot are enjoying the stream. Forgive me. So we got 50 players, 50 viewers. So final round will be up soon. I believe they were close to the end of time. Oh no, so Tush doesn't want to be on stream, which is fair enough. We give him the option to. So can't be helped. But, we'll keep you company for a little bit. Still good.
Come back.
Yep. So,
Yeah, unfortunately, Tush is, I think he's feeling a little bit phased after that game, as nail biting as it was.
That's fair enough. I don't blame him for that.
So he said he might pop back to us later on though, depending on how he does in the rest of the tournament. So maybe we'll see him in the booth later.
Yeah. So earlier on we were discussing what we wanted to see from the game. What do you personally want to see from this game?
So interesting side note, and this isn't necessarily what I want to see from the game, but it would be good to see what people think of the possibility that the game goes into some sort of rotation.
Yeah.
So as the new Opus sets come out, some of the old ones phase out.
Yeah.
Still being available for certain types of constructed play, but perhaps not for the retailers and the OP.
Okay, so I have never played Magic. That's more of a Magic thing, isn't it?
That is a Magic thing, yeah.
I know Pokemon kind of have their own set list, but if a card gets reprinted in the newer sets, then it's still allowed to be kept on as play.
Yeah.
I believe it was a couple of the trainer cards that if they're in the set that's going out of rotation, if they get printed in one of the newer sets, they are then re-allowed into, like the older copies of the cards are then re-allowed into it.
Okay. I mean, the interesting thing about rotation is obviously it keeps the game fresh.
Yeah.
Means that certain deck types don't rule over all.
Yeah.
And new cards that come out can try and do similar mechanics to old ones without having to necessarily fight for places in decks with their exact copies from previous sets.
Yeah.
Obviously, the negative side being people's collections rotate out.
Yeah, that's
and unless
the
there's
issue.
some sort of eternal format where the cards are always being played, people.
Because Magic just had a ban list as well, didn't they?
Yes.
So is it a rotation, but then they also ban certain cards as well?
Correct, yeah. So if a single deck or archetype becomes too prevalent in the format, they will take a look at the format as a whole and perhaps ban certain integral pieces of that deck to then sort of refresh it.
Yeah, it's a shame Konami and Yu-Gi-Oh can't do that. They'll just let a deck go rampant for God knows how long. Or this was the annoying thing that annoyed a lot of the players that I know, is they didn't have a ban list for like near on 8 months.
Right.
And by the time the ban list came, every card that was touched had already been power creeped out.
Right.
So it's just like, we could have done with this like 3 months ago, and now they've literally got a new game mechanic coming out within the next couple of weeks, the next couple of months, which literally nerfs the old game mechanics and stuff like that. It's just like, are you trying to slow the game down? Are you trying to ruin the game?
Yeah.
What are you trying to do?
Okay.
And then the ban lists don't help, because instead of taking cards out, like a few years ago they took a couple of broken cards. I say broken cards. They took a couple of cards that have been banned from pretty much near the game's inception and figured, okay, we'll see what we can do and test it. That card got then banned in the next ban list. But now what they're doing is they're changing card text. So they're errattering cards that don't need to be erratted, or if you're going to errata it, bring out a new copy of the card, but make it that copy, because people are going to say, oh, why was this card ever banned? It's so silly. It's like, well, no, because this is the new text.
Yeah.
The old text allowed you to do so many different combos and stuff like that. It's just like you're kind of neutering your game now.
Yeah.
Because there's a couple of cards as well which weren't even doing anything, like came off the ban list and it saw a little bit of play, and then they put it back to free and then we're seeing no play. And said, oh yeah, now we're going to make it harder to summon. But why, when it wasn't even being played?
Very true. Very true.
It's just ridiculous.
So Woolster on the chat mentions that there's another advantage of having a ban list, having a rotation, is that it helps those newer players. The cost of entry for the game wouldn't be quite as high, because players can come in, they can open boosters, and they know that if it's within the latest sets or however many sets they use in the rotation, those cards will be viable and will be available for them to use.
I get that. That annoyed me with Pokemon a little bit. I tried getting into it. I bought a deck, paid like 150, 200 quid for it, and then probably got about a month's play of it, and then realised that half my deck was getting rotated out.
Yeah, I mean, the length of time obviously is important to get right.
That's the thing as well, is no one told me it was when rotation was happening. Apparently it happens shortly after Worlds. Right. But it's just like, you could have told me this before, I bought all this stuff.
Yeah. Interesting note that in the original chapter series for Japan, there was no rotation.
They did have ban.
They did have ban lists,
Yeah, 'cause
but
I believe Moogle was one of the first cards banned.
right.
Which I believe I don't know. Don't count me on this. I believe it drew you 3 and you have to discard 1.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that would be quite powerful.
I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, don't quote me originally on that one.
But yeah, so it'll be interesting to see how the game evolves, where the different formats come out,
Yeah.
to see what support there is for those formats, and what the players like to play.
Yeah, exactly. It's, at the end of the day, the player base makes the game. If the players aren't happy, they're going to stop playing the game.
Absolutely.
So,
Yeah, I mean, you guys at home, please do tell us what you think of other card games and the formats that they run. Whether you'd like to see them in the Final Fantasy game, or whether you prefer it just as it is, with all cards going into a massive pool and everyone being able to draw from it. I know it's obviously hard to say. The game is very young, but it'll be interesting to see what you think.
I somehow think they're not going to do anything, but they're going to keep the game balanced. They're not going to really bring out broken cards.
Well, that's the best of all worlds, isn't it?
Yeah.
Let's see if they stick with that.
They'll let you have a massive card pool, but nothing is too broken, so all the elements are fair.
Yeah. Seems a lot of cool for, or perhaps not a lot of cool, but some cool for Golbez to be banned. He's right. It's the card that keeps on giving. The more cut sets that come out, the more fodder he has to bring out, the better he will become.
It's going to be one of those cards where everyone will have to keep an eye on it because he's always going to be there.
Yeah.
It's going to be a shadow. It's like people were talking about Garnet out the spoiler for the starter deck.
Yeah.
At the moment, the only card she can really play is the 1-drop Leviathan or Fairy.
Yeah.
But when you start getting more water summons, she could be quite viable.
Yeah.
So it's just okay. Yeah, you're constantly bringing out new cards. But you have to keep an eye out.
Yeah.
I think.
No, it's very true. It's very true. So we'll just see where that meta ends up. I mean, if board whites become pretty prevalent, then Golbez becomes
zero.
There you go. Becomes less important. There's a lot of new cards coming out.
Yeah.
And eventually, maybe we'll get a.
One thing I don't like at the moment is how we've not really.
Okay, looks like we're about to start the next round, so we're going to dive off and set up for that one. But stay right with us, and we will be back very shortly. Thanks, everyone.
Alright guys, we are back with the final round. We have Cam Summer on the left against Tom Snow on the right. So these are table 8. Basically everyone we've had featured as currently on like the top 8 tables.
Yeah,
So,
maybe it's good luck.
yeah, there was a couple of people we wanted to feature but they previously featured their opponent and we didn't think it was fair. Obviously once we get to top 8 then
All bets are off.
yeah, all bets are off and we'll pick people. So Can on the left seems to be playing Tricolor. So from the looks of his deck, he's playing Water, Fire, Water, Fire, Earth,
Yeah,
which is a weird combination.
yeah. There's a lot of utility in there.
Yeah, so
lots of
we see Elasa, we see Legendary Tidus, we see Firion, we see Lands,
lands.
and then we see Guy and
Frisch.
Frisch,
Yeah,
we see Cloud, Rosso, heck, even a Legendary Cecil and Cloud of Darkness.
quite a lot of board wipes in the form of Cloud Darkness and
Yeah, he's playing free
Shantotto.
Shantotto, 3 copies.
It's ballsy.
And then we got Tom on the right, who's playing Golbez.
Golbez.
That's all it needs to be
Job
said.
done. Although, specify it is the backups version of Golbez as
Oh.
opposed to the all forwards version.
Okay, so that's interesting.
Which personally is the one I play, the
Yeah.
all forwards version.
Alright, so let's see if
Two
the players
Odins.
are ready to go.
So as Lucas mentioned before,
Yeah.
this is our last round before we move into the top 8. So this is the from now on we will be featuring the best that has come today, and yeah,
Alright,
should be some interesting best of 3 matches coming up as well.
Yeah, we'll try and have a little bit of a break between. So we see Geomancer,
So on the right, what have we got? Kefka,
Cosmos.
as a Onion Knight. Oh, Tom's decided to dump that hand.
So we see a Leviathan. Is that a Tidus?
Yeah.
And we see a fire
Very
card.
similar hand.
Yeah.
Odin, Kefka.
Right, so,
So Tom's on the play.
Tom's going first.
Draws an Amon, is that?
Yeah, that's an Amon. That spooky purple colour.
Yeah.
So
Love
let's
that
get him
Amon.
up. Alright, so we see a Sage dropped for a Black Mage. And Cam draws Larsa and Tidus.
Nice.
So Tidus dropped for a Geomancer. So here's a one up for you lot. So when he enters the field, you choose a forward and a dullet, and dull itself to choose a forward and a dullet. So yeah, we discussed him a little bit earlier before. Very, very underrated card and very powerful.
Great, absolutely great card. So Kefka coming out there.
So we see
Obviously regular in a Golbez deck that uses the backups.
I think that was double Raban that was just drawn as well.
Great way to ding off your own Golbez
Yeah,
and get some value.
yeah.
So yeah, what have we got? There's a Larsa coming out, maybe getting discarded,
He had contemplated ditching a Tidus.
and the rubber.
Yeah, but you might as well get the Tidus
Forward
out
Tidus.
early. So this is actually the first Tidus we've seen all day,
It is, yes.
which is surprising. So very popular during Opus 1. For each forward other than Tidus you control, he gains 1,000 power because that's the bit he's a little bit undercosted for his
Yeah.
ability. But then Blitz Ace comes into effect. And here comes the Alcid
combo, targeting Tidus. Love this combo, and the Onion Knight for the damaged version. Get that out quickly before that Golbez before the Minwu comes down to protect it.
Exactly.
So gotta love
Can's
the
just reading
Alcid.
Alcid. So yeah, when Alcid enters the field, you choose an active forward your opponent controls, and you may play a lightning forward of cost 3 or less from your hand onto the field, and if you do, deal it 6k. So it's not like you have to deal it 6k to get the forward out. The forward is coming out regardless, and then you're pinging for 6k.
Yeah.
Which is just filthy.
It is, and obviously he pulled out the Lightning Onion Mage, which is just adding to that damage,
And-
pulling it up to 11k total.
Can just drew the last copy of Legendary Tidus.
Oh,
So he's seen all 3 Legendary Tidus like very early on.
unfortunate.
And there's a Rosso. If he had the Rosso on the field earlier, that could have mitigated a little bit.
Yeah, or even his Leviathan that I see now
Yeah.
could have bounced his own Tidus back just to give it a bit of protection. So
Yeah, so we see the Tidus drop
Tidus
down
is
again.
back.
Guess who's back?
Tidus is
Back
back. So
Alright, so we see a Raban coming down on the Onion Knight.
yeah,
You don't want to be hitting the Alcid.
you don't want to give him the other opportunity to play another one.
Yeah,
That's the
exactly.
problem. Yeah. So
And there's
And
an
an
Odin.
Odin. Well, that's it. See you later,
That's
Tidus.
it. Yep, that's all three copies of Tidus gone. That's Tidus combo's dead. Go home, everyone.
Yeah. As Magna pointed out, with Alcid, you do need to have an eligible forward for the target
Yeah.
in order to bring out that extra card.
Yeah.
But you don't have to rely on actually killing that extra
Oh, yeah,
card.
exactly.
You know, that target doesn't need to necessarily... The end game is that you're getting a free card,
Yeah.
as
So,
well as some damage.
Shantotto going to the damage zone.
Yeah,
Alcid
Alcid
attacking
for
again.
a poke. Geomancer to check top card. He's
That
going to
looked like
drop
an
that.
Ingus. Could have been wrong.
And Light Cloud.
Ooh, that's the
into
first
the
time
damage
we've
zone.
seen like Cloud
It is.
today.
It is. Since the release of Opus 2, he has gone away. Oh, and Golbez is out.
Yep. So let's get Golbez. Good old Golbez.
Good old guy. Everyone loves Golbez.
So yeah, when he goes from the field to the break zone, you may it says search, but you're essentially summoning
Yeah.
4 forwards from your deck, but it costs 2 or less, and the action abilities don't. The auto abilities don't
trigger.
activate.
It'd be a little bit dirty if they did.
Oh yeah, can you imagine?
Seraphi's out.
Yeah,
and,
Seraphy, Thief.
Yeah. Oh, and the Shantotto came down and wiped everything.
That makes sense.
Reset. Yeah. Personally, I would have waited him to break the Golbez and then removed it.
Yes.
It depends how many forwards. You don't know what he's got in his deck.
Yeah, I get that. I
Um,
guess he just didn't want to take the damage.
Yeah, yeah. But obviously Shantotto is a great way to
Yeah.
deal with Golbez decks, whether you're playing it to remove the Golbez or whether you're playing it to remove all of the things that he's pulled out.
Yeah.
Either way, you're getting.
I was going to say, why didn't he Kefka the Golbez first? But then there's no point because when the Golbez resolves, the
Yeah.
Shantotto's just
And
going to banish
Golbez
everything.
is back now anyway, so
Oh, did he just summon another one?
he just summoned another one, so he was obviously just less bothered.
Yeah. But at least the Kefka is off the board, so he
Yeah.
can't break it himself.
And that's
See, here comes Rosso.
Rosso.
And Rosso will be able to block the Golbez and not worry about dying.
Yeah.
Because Golbez is 8k, I believe.
Yep. But
Ooh.
Okay, bounces the Golbez back.
It makes sense. At that point in time, you're making your opponent waste cards in the hand.
Yeah.
Admittedly, he could be. There's another Shantotto.
And Shantotto, yeah. And a
You
red
probably
mane.
wish you drew that unit.
Yeah, because you're going to get not only the value from it,
Yeah.
its
However,
ability, but
if he Leviathans that Golbez isn't coming out for another turn at least.
Yeah, well, yeah, this is the. So what did so Tom just attacking in, Cam checking his top
Am I
card.
missing something? How strong is Golbez?
9,000.
It gets rounded up, doesn't it?
Yes.
So
yeah.
it'll be 45
So that-
and it gets rounded up.
That would be enough to kill.
Yeah.
Also.
And there's the deleter.
And there we go. And he's fetching out the usual suspects. That is Zidane, Warrior of Light,
Larsa and Barrett.
Larsa and Barrett.
So all
Who should we feature? I think the card that's going to be most prominent here
would be Zidane.
would be Zidane.
So
Boom. So this is the one that really, I mean, that, to be fair, that Rosso is actually able to block Zidane at this point.
yeah,
So,
and it will literally only deal 2k.
yeah.
So if he gets a min rule on the field, there's a Cloud of
Oh,
Darkness.
Cloud of Darkness, there we go. So that's the reason why he waited, I guess, from the Shantotto, rather than
Yeah.
doing it after Golbez poked.
So yeah, get rid of the Rosso, I believe.
Yeah, and
Oh, maybe not.
Tom's just decided to keep his most powerful forward,
It
the
makes
deleter.
sense.
Yeah, at this point.
At this point, with the amount of cards Tom has gone through, would you just try and deck him out?
Well, we've seen 2 Golbez, and he's pulled one set of Golbez forwards. You've got to ask yourself, how many more can he be pulling? What has he got left in his deck, utility-wise?
Well, can just into Seraphy, which we know is not going to get played.
No,
You would not want to give your opponent Golbez.
no,
Okay, so if
absolutely not. Although looking at Tom's list,
you see a Furion come down.
really he doesn't have a lot of choices for pulling things back with the Golbez, considering that we've got one set out already. I think that you probably
Okay.
worry less about that Golbez the second time round.
Gramis for Alcid. But yeah, so Can had played Furion beforehand.
Yeah,
So Gramis is the Final Fantasy 12 searcher,
yep.
so it allows them to get the Alcid out. So that Furion's going bye-bye, I would assume.
Yes, I imagine so. It just depends what's he got in hand. It looks
I-
like that was a...
I couldn't see an Onion Knight in there, to be honest.
No.
Nope. So there's another Seraphy. And you just see Can hit the table. It's like, I don't want a Seraphine.
Yep.
The red mage there, I don't think is doing anything.
Not at the moment.
I don't.
So
Oh, can we get Furion up? Because it's got multitude of abilities. I think it just might have given it an extra power. Yes, that one. Alright, so okay, first strike and
so I think he would have given it. He's given it brave.
yeah, you gave it brave, and then Tifa comes down. So the Tifa can trade with the Dalisa.
Apparently Tom does have an Onion Knight in hand.
Oh, does he? I can't see it. If he does, it's going to be painful.
We'll see. 2
For
and a red mage going out.
Alcid.
Alcid, here we go,
on the
targeting
Tifa.
Tifa.
Yeah,
And the
he
Onion
does.
Knight, there you go. So that's Tifa gone.
Yep.
Still that Furion out though. It's a fast game. There's a lot of cards getting thrown around.
So Furion's on 7k. He could boost it by 3 to give it 10k, and then kill the deleter.
It costs 2.
Yeah, so you discard 3 cards.
Right, yep, if you want to do it that way. It's just,
It's a heavy cost,
I was about to say it's a lot of cost.
but it gets rid of.
So he's just going to take it. Seeing a Prish go to the
Yeah.
damage zone.
It's a
So that's a
Larsa.
Larsa and a...
You want that Larsa on the field straight away, so then
Really want.
the Furion cost for when you're boosting it doesn't get mitigated,
Yeah.
because then that would just be a blocker. And especially if Larsa can then survive, he's got a water forward, a water backup, along with Shantoso, because
Yeah.
people forget that Shantoso can dull for any element other than light and dark.
Yeah.
Alright, so Furion's got Brave, so
he's
it
gonna
swings,
Give a bit of a poke first.
loses to Dan.
2 for the Larsa.
Yep. It makes sense. Because then he can just discard
Yeah.
3 for a Rosso.
And also coming out.
Yep, because then the Rosso can block the Onion Knight and the Alcid and not have to worry about anything.
And that was the second Zidane we've seen out of Tom, and that's
Yeah.
all of the Zidanes that he's got
There's a
now.
Kefka.
So he's probably going to be taking the Golbez combo onto the back seat.
Yeah.
Because he basically has run out of things to fetch with it.
Oh yeah,
Useful
without a doubt.
things.
Because it's not you have to play 4 forwards, is it? You can play up to 4 forwards.
You can play up to 4,
Yeah.
so you could pull 2 or 3, but at that point you're not really getting the value out of Golbez that you should be.
Yeah. Alright, so Tom just ended. As a
Can Cecil and another Furion.
Yeah. So give Furion Brave. Yeah, he's already got a Raban on the field, so he can
does,
play the
yeah.
second copy unless he gets a deleter, which he doesn't actually play.
So Cecil came down.
Yeah.
Good card, good card. We've been discussing him many times today. He's seeing quite a lot of play.
Yeah. So Furion got Brave again. There's a
And that's
Rigdia.
meaning that he doesn't need to buff that Furion himself now because Cecil's doing it for
Yeah,
him.
yeah, Furion's on 8k, and the fact that Larsa can technically buff Furion as well.
Yeah.
But in all honesty, that I think actually you were saying about Cecil boosting the Furion, Rosso's now on 6k.
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
So that can block
Which
a lot of stuff.
means, yeah, exactly. You have to go into 10k.
But there's the
kill him.
last Golbez. Golbez is back on the field as a Hecaton.
And at this point, I think he's just playing that Colbez to be a 9k.
Yeah, he drew to Hecaton, and you think, oh yes, I've got this Hecaton, I can break the Kefka, but
He can react.
He can't. It's got dull ability. It's got dulling sickness. So the
Oh
Kefka,
yes,
the
you're right.
Kefka
Yeah, you can't do
can't
this
be,
turn.
Yeah,
You're right. You're right.
unless I've missed the point.
No, Kefka's been out because otherwise he would be dull.
I
He
just
must have
realised
been
that.
out already.
Alright, so we've got Brave on the Furion. He might have not a party attacked because Larsa can actually boost the Cecil and probably kill 2 forwards. That's the problem.
And the Furion doesn't really need it at this moment.
Yeah. Alright, so why is Golbez attacking? Did he just pass?
You can pass to Tom. I
Okay.
believe Golbez is attacking, and he's probably hoping.
Yes, so
There we
Cecil,
go.
Cecil has
Cecil
to
has
block.
to block, and
And
Lars is going to trigger his ability
yeah, so
to
that
boost Cecil to 10k.
And then there's the Kefka.
Golber's now at 13k.
Yeah. That's not really enough.
So I think at this point he's not hoping for Golbez to die. Well, sorry, he is, but he's hoping more to get rid of the Cecil than he is to.
Yeah. Party attack.
It's Kefka plus 5,000 or plus
Yes,
4,000. That's
it's
plus
plus-
5,000. Yeah, you're right. Psychologist, sorry, it would be 14, not 13.
Okay, so I missed that.
So he party attacked in with Onion Knight and
I think I must have-
Alcid. He's blocked with Firion, who's then pumped.
Okay, yeah, then killing the.
Yeah,
It must have been given it first strike.
yeah.
So then.
So he was going to Black Mage to destroy it, but then, as was pointed out, actually the Firion, since he hasn't been killed, has taken no damage at
Yeah,
all and doesn't
exactly.
count as a damaged forward.
yeah,
so
gave,
the Black
it,
Mage
gave it
would
first
be-
strike, killed the Onion Knight,
Yeah,
not taking any damage from the Alcid.
correct. And then cannot be targeted by the Black
Yeah,
Mage.
because the Minwu then prevented the damage.
Yeah, Lhasa. But yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, mobile min.
Yeah.
The
There we
Minwu
go.
forward.
Break the Kefka,
Yeah,
but Golbez will still break.
Golbez. So it'd be interesting to see what he fetches now, because
It
I
does-
don't
that
think
deck
he.
looks empty.
So he's got a Warrior of Light, a Barret.
There's like 5 cards
That's
left in his
it.
deck.
Yeah, that's it.
If can survive, 1, 2, 2. I think there's got to be like 6 cards left in deck.
6 or 7. Yeah, there's not a lot. There's not a lot. So Tom really has to go
If can
all deep.
this is gonna sound so like tongue twister. If can survive 3 turns,
Yes,
which is quite feasible
he'll
for him
win
to
on
do.
the third.
He's got,
If it's 5 in hand,
so he's got 5 cards left in deck.
we're not 100%, but
So even
it's
then,
it's
that's-
around that number.
Yeah, so it's 3 turns.
Suru, you're right. This is the tense part.
Because this is so there's
There
a
we
Golbez
go.
on
On the
the
deleter.
deleter.
Interesting. Yeah. Okay. I mean, he probably doesn't want to break any of his things at the
Yeah.
moment, so
There's a
so
Brave,
boosting up.
Shantotto.
Shantoto.
So that's
Yeah, he probably would have been playing that anyway.
yeah.
That is the problem with Golbez. I have lost games to deck out with Golbez before,
Yeah.
and that's precisely this reason.
That honestly looks like 2 cards left. So he's got this turn. He's got 2 more turns,
Yeah, yeah.
and you
As
can
soon as
see-
you're unable to draw.
and you can see Tom is shaking.
Yeah, you're right. I think he is that an Amon that came down. Yeah,
Yeah, Amon came down with like a pull.
and a Kapul.
So the Firion, yeah, I hate to say it, but look at his right hand. You can see the cards visibly shake. But
It's tense. It's a tense
tense.
game, you know, and that's what
that
happens.
Kapul is gonna do some damage
Yeah.
because
So blocking with Firion, boosting with Lhasa.
I don't know if it's gonna be enough. Okay, so he's
And
boosting,
Seraphy.
yeah.
3 times. Okay.
So yeah, that's gonna be killing stuff and
Yeah.
surviving.
3 cards at least.
Yes,
You
that
can
is
now
true.
see.
Well, yeah, it's
Wow.
still to my point. Even if it was 2 cards, he would.
Yes,
he
yeah,
would
you're
still
right, yeah.
draw. Tom trying to as a
So-
light cloud.
Summoner. And Light Cloud.
You just
He doesn't even really need to play it at this point. I mean, he probably should just for the sake of getting it
just
down.
because then if
more
you've got a
pressure.
block, you've got another blocker.
Yeah.
Yeah, for light cloud.
Light Cloud, yeah.
I think it was the Geomancer actually.
Oh, Geomancer, sorry.
But yeah, it's
Passes
just
the turn to Tom.
that's,
1 card in
Yeah.
library.
So Tom has to win this turn. He has to do 2 damage.
And what has he got? Whilst I agree that losing to a deck out is frustrating, it also means that the game has gone, you know, it's been a tight, close game, you know, there's been a lot of to and fro. If it's gotten down to that point where you're decking out, then it means that really it was a close game, and those should be the best games. They're
Yeah,
the most fun
without a
games.
doubt.
So, as much as it's frustrating to lose any game, I don't necessarily feel that decking out is any worse than the other way of losing.
Okay, so
That's just me.
Amon dulled to dull also.
Yes.
I feel like he should have. I know he couldn't do it last turn because he played it last turn.
Yeah.
Apologies, I forget about that. So Kapul attacking. Firion's going to block
blocking,
with
boosting Lhasa.
yeah.
Warrior of Light. I think Tom knows that this is pretty much it
Yeah.
now.
Because
I don't think
again, Furion can just block and
Yeah.
not take damage.
And he's still going to get the boost from
Yeah,
the previous
there we
turn.
go.
There we go, and that's the end of the game. Wow,
Ooh.
that was tense. Man,
That
even
was-
I was shaking here in
yeah.
the booth. That was
That
incredible.
that was very tense.
Well, yeah, so Can, as you say, defended well, came out with a win, hard earned, close game,
Yeah.
win by deck out.
Pretty
Incredible.
much.
So we'll go and see now if we can get Can in the booth, see
Yeah,
if he
I'll,
wants to talk us through his deck, strategies he used in that last game, how he's done so far today.
I will jump out and see if he wants to be
Okay.
interviewed.
Everyone at home, as usual, please do, if you have any questions for Can, please do put them in the chat. We'll pass them over to Cam when he comes in, and we get some thoughts on his deck and how it performed so far today. So this was our last game of the round before we split into the top 8, where we'll be going to the best of 3 formats. So that will be round 9. Round 8, sorry. So, yeah, I hope everyone at home's enjoying it so far today. This is the first time that we've been streaming. Please do let us know if you've enjoyed it. Excellent. Looks like Can's up for coming to talk to us. That's good. But yeah, please do let us know what you've liked, what you've disliked, what you think we can improve, what you'd like to see more of or less of. And we'll take that on board certainly for future games. Okay, I think we have Cam coming in now. Cam, welcome. Congratulations.
Thank you.
That was a tense game, man.
Yes.
That was super tense. We could see both you and your opponent really kind of
Shaking, yeah.
going in for it there. But it was good. It was good. It's good that it comes down to
Yeah.
that. It's not many games that you see go to a deck out.
No,
But
I guess the goal-based decks get through the deck a bit more.
that is a downside of Golbez. So yeah, please tell us what you thought of that game. Tell us how you felt your deck performed.
I thought Furion definitely did a lot of work in that game.
Definitely,
He's definitely not the easiest card to play around.
just got that utility, isn't he? You know, it's
Yeah.
like anything you throw at him, he can try and deal with it in some way. Yeah. So
And that Shantoto as well, that did some work as well.
definitely, and it was interesting seeing you Shantoto the Golbez away early
Yeah.
on in the game, only to when the next one came down and got popped to Cloud of Darkness.
Yeah, I had all
And
the
it was-
answers, so
I
I was
know.
pretty lucky.
That was lucky, but that's the
Yeah,
way it
it's the
goes
game.
sometimes. Exactly. So I mean, we're looking over your deck list that you've got here, and you're playing quite a lot of one-offs. You know,
Yeah.
you've got a lot of say one Cloud, one Cecil, and the Cecil came down and he worked
Yeah,
for you
yeah.
as well.
Well, the one cloud is just fodder for the light cloud. I guess,
Cloud.
Yeah.
Yeah. A card that we've seen actually kind of fall out of favour a little bit since Opus 2 came out. Do
Yeah,
you find that?
I've, definitely. I've seen a lot more Warrior of Lights today than clouds.
Absolutely. Warrior of Light is in fact our pick of card of the day so far, just because in almost every game, with the exception of the last one, we've seen him come down
Yeah.
3 or 4 times on both sides of the
Wow.
table. So yeah, he's definitely getting well used. So how have your other games gone today?
So I've gone 5 and 2 now.
Okay.
So hopefully I can make top 8.
Yeah.
The games I lost was against a mono lightning deck. I guess that's what I get for not playing Minwoo today.
Yeah.
And
You got your Larsa.
Yeah,
It's kind of your
yeah.
mini Minwoo.
yeah, and I lost against a water wind deck. Just
Okay.
out-controlled me.
Fair enough. So is there any decks that you're hoping not to see in the last few rounds?
Those decks I lost to.
Those decks you just do again, okay.
Well,
Yeah.
I think if I can find Larsa, then I have a chance against Mono Lightning.
Yeah.
Or the Elcid combo is, in particular.
It is brutal.
Yeah.
It is brutal. Nice. Okay, cool. Let's see if we got any questions. So we've got a question from Psychologist. Toolbox Firion. Do you find him a bit costly at times? So I'll get Firion back up. So obviously you have,
As in the cost to play him. The cost to play him, I think, is fair, but if you've built up your backups, then I think it's alright.
Yeah.
But early game, maybe not. You don't want to be putting everything into it.
No. I mean, I think there was one point there where you did actually discard 3 cards
Yes.
to activate his last ability
Yeah,
3 times
yes.
on the same run, and I think maybe you even gave him Brave at the same time.
Yeah.
So, you're throwing a lot of CP
Yeah.
into one card there. Obviously, it's quite dangerous if
If he has the counter, or if
somebody
there's
gets
something,
removed or bounced or something. Obviously, it worked out well for you, but he's definitely an interesting card.
Yeah.
Definitely a lot of versatility on it. Awesome. Okay. I don't think we have any other questions. There we go. I'm not sure if that's specifically for you, but have you ever thought of running the backup Kimari?
Well,
if
my
you
deck
have
is
colour
3 colours,
issues?
so I guess
Yeah.
that would make sense.
Yeah. And you're not playing. Obviously, you have the Shantotto,
Yeah.
which gives you it, but you're not
Yeah.
running any of the Cosmos or Chaos
Yeah, I think
backups.
if when I will update my deck, I think I need some more backups.
Yeah.
That's, looking at the pro tables, everyone has 5 backups at the end of the game.
Yeah.
That's I think how I need to improve my deck.
Okay. Well, I think you're running 14 backups, which is maybe slightly lower than most decks, but I don't think it's a unreasonable number to have at the back. So okay, cool, awesome. Well, thanks very much for
Great.
joining us in the booth
Thanks.
today, and best of luck with your future games today, and maybe we'll see you again later on if you break into the top 8.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, everyone at home, thanks for joining us for that round 7 of the Dark Sphere Final Fantasy London Regional. We will be taking a short break now, probably 10 to 15 minutes, and then we will be back with the first of the top 8 games, which will be best of 3 for those games. So please do stick around. I will put a message in the chat when we're ready to go back on. So until then, thanks for watching, and we'll see you soon.
Alright guys, we are back. This is top 8, so now it goes to best of 3. So things are getting interesting. So we got Robert on the left and Anard on the right. So Robert looks to be playing Lightning Water,
Yeah.
which is an interesting list. And
Yeah.
Anard is playing Ice Earth.
Ice,
Yep. Alright, I'll just signal the players that they can start.
I think they've already started.
Yep. Cool. Right, so an Astrologian for an Astrologian. Sounds pretty decent.
Nice.
So we had been trying to feature Robert for a couple of rounds now, but his opponents had been people already on the stream, which when you're doing a swish, you don't want to see
The same
person
or
over
the same
again.
deck again and again.
Because
as much
especially if you're then going to be in the top cut and you're having to feature that person again,
exactly.
you'd
Yeah.
rather not.
So that's fine.
So a Jill for no value. It's a one drop as well. He dropped. Haven't seen,
Yeah.
That's the first one drop backup we've seen all day.
Yeah.
What are your opinions on that?
So I used to really dislike it. I
Yeah.
used to think that there was almost no point because, you know, unless they're coming out. That said, I've been swayed slightly recently because a lot of people that I've been playing against have made really good utility out of just, if you've got open CP at the end of a turn,
Yeah.
boom, bring out a one drop.
So Alcid combo on the squall, and then haste, Kane, hitting for a vein. So if we look at Robert's list, he doesn't play any 5 drops, so the Vane's going to be kind of useless in this matchup,
Yeah.
I feel. Vane being an absolute 5-drop killer. But
Yeah.
Kane comes out, haste.
Interesting choice. I think that's the first time we've seen Alcid bring out anything other than
Yes.
Onion Knight, really.
And it was the fact that the Alcid killed the squall on the first ping,
Yeah,
which is just horrible.
yeah.
So Robert immediately taking the lead with advantage.
And a decent board presence as well after that.
Look at the break zone already on Anard.
Yeah.
So this is going to be interesting to. I'm trying to figure out what's going on here.
So I think he's activating
Okay.
Kane's ability.
Yeah,
So he's
So-
powering up for an
it
attack
can't be
the next
chosen
turn.
by your opponent's summons and abilities until the beginning of your next turn.
Yeah.
And the beginning of your next main phase and until the end of the same turn, Kane's power will double.
Correct.
So
He's going to
he'll
be
be
throwing
10,
a 10k.
yeah, 10k next turn.
And you can't touch him until that happens. as
Yeah.
well, which is the annoying thing.
which is it's,
Great
it's,
card,
it's a,
great value, I think.
It's a weird one. I'll give you that.
Yeah.
It's such a weird worded card.
It's just it's deferring, isn't it? You're
Yeah.
deferring all of the value in that card to another turn. It gives the opponent a turn to deal with it, to
Yeah.
think of a way around it.
But that's the thing. He's only done it just so he can get rid of the Laguna.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there we
So,
go. So he's
pause
attacking
the
him
podium.
with the Laguna to make sure that, because he knows that he's not going to block with it anyway.
Yeah, so he plays 3 of the 4-drop Odin and none of the EX burst, which has seemed to be a recurring theme today.
Yeah. See, if anything, I would go the other way around.
Yeah, I would play 3 of the EX and maybe 2 of the 4-drop.
If you need more removal
Yeah.
after that, yeah. So
it's
then,
a Duke
Alcid
Laguna,
and Kane.
Mateus. So yeah, unfortunately, Kane's ability not protecting
Yeah.
on that. However, I still think he got the value out of that.
Oh, definitely.
Like,
Definitely.
played
You
it for,
get
played
two-
it for free and got 2 damage off it.
out of it. Down. Yeah. So, tap and discard for a Mimwoo.
Yep. Can't see what that is. That looks like a Tidus. Yeah, he plays 3 Tidus.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So Laguna going in, targeting Alcid with his ping damage. So it's getting rid of that.
Is it 6k? I thought it was 5k for when it pings for
For
damage.
Laguna, I believe it's 6.
7,000.
There
Oh
we
wow.
go.
I was well off.
So was I.
Alright, so we see Devout coming down. And Anard's
Pile, discard. Passes
Yeah.
his turn back to Robert.
Anard's break zone is looking quite full upper forwards right there.
So that's an Onion Knight, and I think it was an Amon, was the draw.
Okay. Oh yeah, I was about to say he could Alcid, but Alcid requires an active forward,
Yes.
which is something people tend to forget.
I mean, again, as we were talking about before, though, that's a nice part of Alcid's ability, but also he just brings in another forward
Yeah,
for free.
exactly.
So, you can still get value from him,
So scrolling
especially
through
if
the
you're
break
bringing
zone.
in the Kane, for example, who has haste.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
So
it's just maximum
is
value.
that one card in? Yeah. So the only card in Nenard's hand at the moment is Hekason, which at the moment is going to be pretty useless. I think the only backups he'd want to be hitting is Minwoo,
Yeah.
which is fair enough. And there's a Sage. Possibly, getting the Alcid back,
getting the
ready
Alcid.
for next turn.
Passes back to Anard.
Drawing a Kefka. And I'm unsure what the middle card is.
So it's interesting. I mean, while damage is looking fairly even between the two, I'd put
Yeah.
Robert in a slightly better position right now, just because of based on what cards we can see in his hand.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay, so Devout for the Squall, making him discard 2 cards.
yeah.
So that's a Cecil and a
a
Lightning.
legendary lightning.
Haven't seen Legendary Lightning. Wait, to be fair, we haven't even seen a single Lightning today.
No, that's very true.
So deck choices have been kind of interesting.
Yeah. See, I really rate the rare lightning.
Yeah.
That dull and haste combination is great. It pulls us back to the Alcid
Yeah.
Kane combo.
So that's a
But-
Namon going to the damage zone.
Choosing another forward and dulling it, fantastic.
So a little bit of discrepancy. I'm thinking Anard said end,
So
but
he's
isn't actually
Hekaton.
ending. So hitting the Minwoo, and then Robert's already drawn for turn. So surely you'd Alcid here, get rid of the Squall,
Yeah, Alcid.
pop the Squall. So the Squall's on 9k,
Yeah.
but the Onion Knight is pinging it off anyway.
Yeah.
So resources again back in Robert's favour because Anard's down to 2 cards. And then a Riona.
So the new Renault.
So she's currently on 8k, I believe.
What have we got? Yes.
So she would be ice.
Folks having a bit of trouble finding her.
Let's see if we can. I think we've lost her. Was it not higher up? I thought she was lower, to be honest.
I'm not sure we have the card picture.
Is it not higher up? I would have thought she was a lower down number in Opus 2. Yeah, there we are.
I'm looking in the wrong section.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so for each category 8 forward other than Renault you control, she gains 1,000 power. So with the Laguna, she's free drop 8k.
8k.
And when she's put from the field to the break zone, dull all the forwards the opponent controls.
So that's really the ability that you play her for.
Yeah.
Whether you're using your own Kefka to ding her off to attack through, or you're just throwing her into the meat grinder.
Yeah.
You're going to get value off of that.
So
You just have to
there was a massive discussion of whether you could Mateus your own Renault
right.
and basically force your opponent to put it into the break zone, but unfortunately that's not the case because when you put something into the break zone, it means you put something you control to the break zone.
Yeah.
Ironically, I had seen Wishing Star being played a couple of times,
Yeah.
which is weird because you don't, when reading the starter guide, you don't think your backups could be
Can
frozen
be
as well,
yeah.
and that can be quite devastating.
Yeah,
Guarding
definitely.
a backup, freezing a backup, which you know your opponent's going to need for a turn.
Especially if it's a backup with
Like
some
Kefka.
use Kefka or a Zemus or
Yeah, exactly.
anything
Like a
that
Soya.
has an ability that you want to be activating.
Yeah.
Freezing is quite devastating.
Alright, so
So that's a Cecil into the damage zone. So that puts
believe
Robert
it's-
on 5.
yeah, 5-3
5
to
damage to
Anard.
3 to Anard.
So Robert's turn. Is that I believe that's an Odin in his hand.
So yeah, that's 2 tap, discard the Amon, front Odin, killing that.
Yeah, and then it's Robert's turn,
Yeah.
which makes sense. And that's a Ridley, yeah. And Walker. Walker is such an amazing forward. It was so underappreciated, underutilized, and people kind of just shrugged over it. And then they realised, oh crap, this thing is a powerhouse.
Yeah.
Being able to buff any forward when it attacks, and then status reels is just insane.
Stats reels combined with a lot of the damagey cards from the new
Yeah.
Opus. Fantastic combos.
So that's really like we were saying about Cthulhian earlier, with dulling and
Yeah.
losing power. Status rolls with a Cthulhian is just getting rid of something.
Yep.
And another thing to note is I'm surprised not many people had tried doing Water Wind, because with the Hero Squall, when you attack, you dull your opponent's backups.
Yeah.
You can technically make the opponent just lose a forward,
Yeah. Yeah.
which is it can be quite nasty.
Yeah. Definitely.
Like you damage it, okay, and I'm just going to Cthulhian you.
So that was another 2 damage Robert dealt to
Yeah.
Anand there.
So can Robert get a forward on the field? Because it's now even on damage. And I still think Robert's in the lead.
He's got a lot of cards in hand. He's got a lot of options.
So that Raban will do something though.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not that it matters at this precise moment in time, because Laguna's going to be hitting for a point of damage anyway.
So,
I
with this, he knows that he can basically clear the board.
yeah.
If he plays that Raban, he's going to be using Laguna
That's
too.
that's the point. You play the Raban, you hit the Onion Knight, you hit for a point of damage, and you ping the Alcid.
Or he blocks with the Alcid.
Well, the Alcid's dulled, so the Alcid
Oh, that's
isn't
true. Yeah,
blocking.
yeah, yeah.
So yeah, you Raban the Onion Knight and then swing for a point of damage, blow up the Alcid, and then I think Anard's got it. But let's see what happens.
Well, that also leaves him tapped out. So, depending on what Robert has on the other side, I mean, do we have any hasters? We do have.
We've got another Kane.
Yeah,
It could be a possibility.
yeah.
Obviously, an Emperor hit the field, and
So that was the attack.
yeah, so Onion Knight's gone. Yeah, if he had the Red Mage down, he could have given something haste already.
Yeah. Interesting, Anand's doing very well for only having 1 backup in play, contrary to all of the previous games that we've
Yeah.
seen where we've sit on
We've
5
seen-
backups almost on both sides of the field. Now we have only 1 and 2 backups.
It's kind of swayed completely the opposite way. Is where okay, being aggressive is doing you the more favour.
Yeah, I mean, maybe this is it. Maybe this is what's getting people into the top 8 at the moment, is these faster decks where you're relying on this tempo. You're not deferring back. And obviously Lightning is one of those types where it is fast.
It's the thing. It's where it's kind of nice to see, because we hadn't seen much ice and we hadn't seen much thunder today.
Yeah.
Again, to my point, I can't stand calling it lightning. In case you missed that rant this morning. So can't really see what's in Anand's hand. However, I believe it's his turn.
There's definitely some thinking going on.
Oh no,
Okay, so
sorry,
it's a duel.
it's Robert's turn, just because we had just seen him draw the Red Mage.
Yeah, and that was, we just saw, was a Jubil. A Jill Nabat.
Yeah, so Red Mage for a Ridia.
So
Not really doing
3,000
much.
damage, not really helping there.
Yeah, it's just pinging Laguna for 3k.
Yeah.
At this point, I feel like he's just got 2 forwards to block. He hasn't really done much.
So Jill being discarded with the, so he's activating the ability,
Dulling for his Alcid.
freezing Alcid.
Yeah,
Yeah, attacking in with the,
yeah, this is Anand's game.
yeah, so even if he blocks,
Yeah,
he's
block
going to
with the
lose
Ridia,
both.
Unless there's is that it's a Cthulhian, but it's not going to do anything.
So unless Robert's got something in his hand, I think this is game. This
Yeah.
is game. Okay, excellent. Nice. Good handshake there.
I see. I always find it weird handshaking after game 1 when you know it's best of 3.
Yeah, very true, very true. But, the players have been playing best of 1 all day, so
So-
perhaps it's just ingrained
Yeah,
in them.
it could just be a force of habit.
So now we're moving on to the game 2. How do you think that Robert's going to be changing his game plan? What do you think he's going to do now that he's seen a bit of what
I
Anand's
think
got on the board?
he's going to be a bit more aggressive.
Yeah.
I think his deck needs to be a bit more aggressive. However, and now Anand knows what he's playing against, he's going to probably be a bit more passive.
Yeah.
Because he knows the Alcid combo can't work unless he's got forwards on the field.
Exactly.
So he'll probably try to. This is the issue with mono, like with any kind of Thunder deck, is they will happily sit and amass resources whilst your opponents are in the same. Second you put a forward down, your opponent is just going to go boom.
Yeah, I mean, this is it, you're right. I play a Lightning Wind deck,
Yeah.
and I almost always elect to go second, given the choice, because so much of the deck is reliant on my opponents having something for me to interact with.
Yeah.
Without that in, I don't have anything to do.
It's like with Adir, Like, you want to have those 5 thunder backups straight away, so that idea is live and pretty much breaking anything in the game.
Yeah.
So
I think you're right. I think Robert needs to come out of the game guns blazing. I don't think he can rely on sitting back and making sure he gets maximum value out of his Alcid combo. That said, that is kind of similar to what he did last game. He played the Alcid with the Cane, which he was going for the value from the Cane rather than the value from the Alcid.
Well, that was the thing as well, is the Squall was only on 6k, so the Alcid was burning the Squall for his exact amount and getting a cheap point of damage in, which is sneaky.
Yeah.
Random question for you. Do you believe in the Exo Curse?
The Exo Curse.
So, 9 times out of 10, going into the top cut, the person going Exo into the top cut loses.
Okay, interesting.
They will lose in the first round of the top cut.
Okay, I hadn't heard of that one. So it's we should say for everyone at home that it's Robert at the moment.
Yeah,
who
Robert
is
finished Exo, and he's currently 1-0 down.
And Anand was 2.
Yeah, he was X2.
X2, yeah.
He was 8th in the brackets, because that's how you go best to worst.
Yeah.
So
it will be an interesting upheaval.
Yes. A fun fact though is our round 2 feature match, Pri and Alex. Yeah, Alex are actually facing off against each other again.
Oh, nice.
So hopefully it won't be too, because that was quite a decent game. It was all in favour to Alex, and then Pri just went no.
Flip the game.
Oh.
Yeah. It appears we have a bit of a malfunction.
Saw that going then. You know.
Okay.
You good?
Yep.
Crash and burn.
Okay, we're back. Never mind that.
So the only one match of the top 8 is being streamed. We physically don't have the time for it, because you think if it's 75 minutes a round and we're streaming 4 matches for top 8, 2 for the semis, and then the final, we're going to be here till like midnight.
Yep.
So we'll do it with the rest of it, of how it's one match. So it'll be top 8, top 4, and then finals.
Yeah. So back to the game. A lot of backups going down. No forwards as of yet.
No, it's a Cthulhian, and is that an Ash? That is an Ash.
Yes.
Ash seeing a lot of play today, which I can see why.
A lot of water being thrown around today.
And I feel like this is probably the better matchup, because I am Jill. Ice dull a lot, and they freeze. So, and it's especially good the fact that they'll probably try and Shiva you, and then you can just go, I'm just going to activate her again.
Yeah, and obviously we've got that Astrologican down already. It's going to help him.
Yeah. So this is probably I believe the second FFTCG stream. I think Mana League did one a few months ago, like beginning in the year.
Yeah.
Only issue is this is only one of the 8 big tournaments
in the UK.
I know Square themselves are going to be streaming nationals.
Yeah.
At MCM. So other than that, it's all just going to be fan service until we start getting big official tournaments like Magic have the Grand Prix and Yu-Gi-Oh have the Circuit Series and stuff like that.
I think there is quite a following behind the players of the game though.
Yeah.
So if you're into the game, you're really into it, and you're more likely to be engaged with things like these. So it's great that Darksphere has given us this opportunity to stream this, and we hope that you guys at home are going to enjoy this. Hopefully the videos will be available after the tournament's ended as well, so people can go back and peruse.
As far as I'm aware, it's going on the past broadcasts.
Yeah.
Which should be good. So we see Kefka, Devout, and is that 2 summoners? I believe that's 2 summoners.
Yes.
The 1 drops. So no forwards as yet, and this is where.
So here we go.
Kane's coming down for a point of damage, and a Seraphie.
Ooh, interesting. I don't know what's in the.
If I was Anard, I probably wouldn't, just because I've seen my opponent discard a lot of.
Yeah.
That may be the only forward he has in his break zone is something he wants to bring back with Devout.
Yeah. So what's that? Devout in hand.
So he's playing Jill, freezing the Kane. And I would say he's just passed to Robert because he's got a Japul and that's it.
Yeah, and another Devout.
There's nothing he can really do. It seems like Anard's kind of bricked at this game.
Yeah.
And this is the thing as well. Devout is the only one he can bring back.
So he's bringing back a deleter.
I was
and
literally
getting rid
about to
of that
say
one
his
cost.
backups were full and the Devout was the only thing he could break, but I rest my case.
There you go.
I get shut up before I can even say anything.
So obviously deleter, great value on that one because
Yeah.
he's got rid of a 1 cost backup as the broken card.
Yeah.
Obviously you want to get some value from deleter if you can, but worst case that's probably the least painful thing to lose.
Here comes the
So
Alcid.
the Alcid's coming out again, pulling the
This-
Onion Knight,
This comes
11k.
in and it just reminds me of Brock Lesnar's theme music. Here comes the pain.
and there goes deleter.
Yeah. Bye bye.
So that's unfortunate. No value at all.
Again, that brings it to the point where you kind of didn't want to play forward because you know your opponent's got the Alcid combo,
Exactly.
and I feel like Anard's now in a bit of a losing situation because of that combo.
Yeah, although the combo's down now, so at least he knows it's there. I think he's just having trouble drawing into
Yeah.
any useful forwards at the moment.
Yeah. 'Cause the issue was he broke 2 backups
Yeah,
for a forward that didn't even survive until his next active phase.
yeah.
So it's very, very tricky. My phone won't shut up. So
So
I think
and
Anard's just
considering his options here.
I always find it weird when people put cards face down whilst they're contemplating their play. It's just like, what are you trying to do?
I do that. It's kind of a way of counting what you're going. You're like, okay, if I do this for this,
See,
and
that's
put
why
that
I put my
down.
card to the front and I'm just like, okay, but I'll put the rest of my hand down. I won't put the cards that I want to
okay.
play down
Yeah.
because then I'm focusing purely on the cards I want to play.
Yeah. Well, for me, it's almost like if you've made the decision, you know
Yeah.
what you're going to play. You can put that out of hand. You're like, okay, I know what's going on with that card. I've got to
Yeah.
look at what I've got left. What can I do with
okay.
these resources? But you're right. I mean, either way, you know, it's different play styles, isn't it? A lot of people. I also play quite similar to Robert, where if it's not my turn, my hand's face down.
I will
I'm
hand,
not
I will hand
constantly
shuffle
checking.
a little bit and then try and put my cards down.
Yeah.
Because I will try. It's not like Yu-Gi-Oh where it's like sometimes it's like solitaire,
Right.
or you might have a
So-
response.
Laguna going down there,
Yeah, during the
darling the Onion Knight.
which was no point.
No.
But yeah, it's not like Yu-Gi-Oh where you could have a response. I mean, admittedly you have summons in this, but you have like hand traps or something like that where you
Yeah.
can do something with your opponent.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Shantotto pulled there by Anand. Could be a last-ditch attempt. I've got
I
a feeling
thought-
you might be seeing that next turn.
I thought it was Robert's turn, or did Robert just?
No, he did. He passed to.
Oh really? That was super quick. I must have missed that. Would you Shantotto though? I think you.
I think it depends what you draw. But at this point, he's got very little in the way of forwards in his hand. So he may need to do this just to get some board presence back to reset the game
Yeah, it's-
effectively. And it's going to give him that 4th backup.
The issue is it's gonna cost him his hand
Yeah.
if he does it,
Yeah.
and then Robert's just gonna. Oh no, it is Robert's turn. I had a feeling it was. I saw him draw.
Yeah. So the Rydia going down,
So
dealing
that's-
3k to
Yeah.
the
And if
Laguna.
it breaks a forward, you don't. If it breaks the forward it's targeted, it's
Also does
Does
another
another.
forward, obviously not too important here.
so.
So he's given it haste and is tacking in.
Yep.
So
Okay, so
Kefgering up. So I think he's preparing for the Shantotto
yeah, he's
now,
gonna
isn't he?
Shantotto.
You know.
Yeah, so then
So that goes off. Drawing 2.
it's
Is that a terror?
and it looks like a hecatomb.
Hecaton? Yeah.
So there's nothing of value to really
So
break.
I
so
think you'll be seeing that Hecaton go to the.
oh yeah, that's good. That
Discard.
hecatom's being discarded.
Yep. It's pulling out.
Yep. If you're Robert, you can kind of figure out what's gonna happen now. I
Yeah.
think it's safe to
1,
say
2,
3, 4,
3,
5.
and Shantotto.
Yeah.
Yep, he knew it was coming. He started removing his cards before
Yeah.
Shantotto even hit the board.
But then this is the issue where Anard can't capitalise on it.
No, but at this point he's just kind of staying in the game, trying to keep an even pace with Robert.
Yeah. So vast difference.
He's passing the turn.
Yeah.
He needs to keep those cards in his hand in case he pulls something that he needs to cast next turn.
Yeah. The stark difference between this and game 1 is ridiculous.
Yeah, well, there's everything to play for now.
Yeah. So there's a Tidus. And
Who's going in straight
haste.
away?
There's a Terror. So only the second time we've seen Tidus today.
Yeah.
Very popular card. It's one of the cheaper ones as well. Of the legendaries
Of the
from Focus 1.
legendary.
But I still remember like foils peaking at like 20.
Yeah.
I mean, the only silly expensive foil in the game is Cloud. But
Yeah.
then Cloud was such a powerful card in Opus 1.
He's fallen out of favour somewhat
It's-
since the release of Opus 2, but unfortunately, card games with their price memory, he tends to stay at that expensive.
The non-foil version's still like 25 to 30
Yeah.
quid. And it's just like, he's not even getting played, but the issue is collectors as well.
Well,
it's
that's the thing.
Cloud. Oh my god, I've got a playset of Clouds, but I don't play the game.
No, but then I think that will work to the game's advantage. Having other people buying product, even if they're not necessarily playing them, it's giving more money into the Square Enix, into the development team. So hopefully that can be
The only
represented.
issue I have with that is when we had the stock shortage, and then
Yes.
you saw in the main groups that, oh, look at my collection. It's like you're technically, I don't want to say stealing, but you're taking product away from people
The
that
gamers,
want to
yeah.
play, and then you're making they've then made the issue worse because they're then having to go to the
resellers,
the
or
resellers
single
and
sellers.
the vendors, and they'll shaft the prices up.
Shout out to our American viewers. I know that the situation hasn't exactly abated for you guys over there yet, but let's hope that all gets resolved
That
soon.
Renoa looks very, very close to the other side. It's like, yeah, let me jump onto this.
Yeah.
Yes, we feel for the Americans. We want the game to thrive over there
Yeah.
as much as
So,
it does. But from what I've heard, it's their distributor and not Square themselves.
Yeah. So
which can't be helped.
No. So there we go. Renoa going out. Oh.
So
So the Tidus swung in, killing the Renoa.
I think he blocked with the Renoa, and then I think he went to put a card to the damage.
Yeah.
I think Anar just needs to move his damage away from his.
Yeah, there we go.
Because it was getting very close to like his backup forward line.
Definitely. Thanks to everyone who's commenting that they're enjoying the stream on Twitch. Please do let us know what particularly you're enjoying. If you want us to do more of or feature certain things, give us a shout out. This is our first time that we're doing this live, so you can expect a few hiccups and mistakes, but hopefully you guys are enjoying it.
Just share the stream to your friends. We want to at least hit 1,000 viewers. We've been sitting around 50 all day, and now we're starting to peak up during the top cut. So if we can get 100 viewers, that would just make our day.
So there we go. Legendary Squall coming down there.
Yeah, haven't seen him in a while.
No, again another card that I think has got some great utility with it, and in an ice deck, it's a brilliant card. But you have to have the board presence to utilise it.
Oh, wait, here comes another Alcid combo. For the Ridley, yeah.
Thanks for that. The pile of paper falling on me. Yeah, that was my favourite bit of the day so far as well.
It was fun.
It's fine. It definitely wasn't deck lists that all got shuffled up,
which we needed. If you were here playing, it was such a great atmosphere. I think it's probably the biggest UK
Alcid,
tournament.
Rydia combo just coming down there and removing the Squall from the board.
I can't help but feel this is Robert's game.
I think it might be. I think Anand is playing catch up every turn. He's just trying to stem the bleeding.
Yeah, it's pretty much he can play like one, maybe two forwards.
Yeah.
Whereas Robert has just got so much more advantage in his hand.
Yeah.
I think the devout into the Lita play hurt him a lot more than he was expecting to.
I don't think he had much options though. That was the problem. He needed something on the board. He needed a forward, and he just didn't have anything else in the hand to play.
That makes sense. It happens, I'm afraid. Did Seymour come down and break the Squall, or was it? Oh no, it was the Alcid.
Alcid,
yeah,
Rydia.
I don't remember seeing the Seymour get played. In all honesty. All right, so there's another Renoa. So unless he can get another 8 forward on the field, I think you'd block Tidus and then dull the other two, unless there's something else. You could have an Odin like he did last time.
Yeah.
Which he doesn't. So an Onion Knight and double Onion Knight.
Double Onion Knight draw.
Which isn't the best.
So he's just throwing the
Oh yeah, I was going to say he's got an Astrologian.
Yeah.
So he's going to attack with the Alcid, I would just say.
Has he got another Alcid in hand? Is that what he's prepping up
Or
for?
is he Cyclopsing? Ah, okay.
Oh, he's just going to play it that way. Right, okay. So obviously
Then
Renoa
Dole.
take 3,000 from the Radia attack,
In
the
all
Onion
honesty-
Knight coming in to finish
Yeah.
it off.
You don't even need to Astrologian because you know your opponent can't play a haste forward.
Yeah.
So, Terror. Oh, Magic Charge. So, that's Magic Charge. So when Terror enters the field, it deals 4k to 2 dodge units, and then you can Magic Charge. So you discard a copy of Terror, and it doubles the damage. So that's 8k.
Yeah. I think that was done in Robert's
Hold,
attack. as he
hold
was
up though.
going.
He had 2 forwards, so Tidus was on 9k. Or is it when it checks with the other one going that it drops? Oh yes, it would drop down to 0
Yeah.
because it would be 8k. Then he
Yeah.
loses the forward and it goes down.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's always tricky when you do stuff like that.
It's just resolving that stack.
Yeah.
You probably can't tell on the stream, but it's gotten awfully quiet in
Yeah.
the room now because we're now down to the top 8. I think
So
everyone's.
a Laguna for no value again.
Yeah.
but again, he's
he
just-
just needs the forwards, doesn't
Yeah.
he? And this is the problem. It's
So yeah, this is the thing I like about Laguna as well. Is one of those forward EX bursts which you don't get much of.
yeah.
Yeah, when it enters the field, you choose a forward your opponent controls and dull it, and if you control Squall, you get to freeze it. And if you control Squall as well, he gains 2k, so he's a 9k dull and freeze, which is just filthy. Yeah,
Nice.
it has gotten really eerily quiet in the room now.
So Ash is back.
Back again. Ash is back. Tell your boss.
So I think she was given was given haste from the Red
Yeah.
Mage
A
and a
Cyclops.
Cyclops.
That's pretty decent. That'll do it. Yeah, but
So
from the
block was
outside
declared
combo.
with Terror.
Yeah, from the outside, the terror things. Yeah, when he takes 8k, so
Yeah.
he'll then be on 9k, and then when the forward is removed, he will lose.
Drop
a-
down to
yeah,
8k and have 8k damage on him,
Yeah.
and then be broken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's not even broken. It's automatically placed into the break zone because
Yeah.
that has been a discussion as well. As
Yeah.
why can't you tighten something? But it's not actually being broken. It's just
Yeah.
being placed.
It's like having something reduced to 0
Yeah,
power.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I can hear Final Fantasy VII music.
So there goes that Terror.
I don't like how Enard's keeping his break zone fanned out. That just seems
Yeah,
really
I
messy.
mean, there's so many devouts popping around. I think he wants to get an idea of what's available.
Yeah. So Japol and Enard's turn. So it's currently
what have
3
we
damage
drawn?
to 0, but we have seen that well today.
Oh, what happened?
I think he's tried to draw on too many.
Only 2.
Or is something
Oh, perhaps 2 were taken up.
unless a sleeve is split or something? I'm not entirely
So
sure.
I think it was a shuffle. No, it was a shuffle because he had seen the 3rd card, I believe.
Ah, okay.
So the head judge took the deck to shuffle and then returned it to the player.
That makes sense. Don't want to get an unfair advantage.
No,
Alright, so that Seraphi's not going to be used
no.
because,
I can't see
again,
what the second card was that came up with it.
because you just give your opponent an Alcid.
Yeah, yeah, especially not.
Right, I don't think Enard knows that
Okay,
he's
so
got.
there's the Squall.
So discarding 2 cards from Robert's hand,
So that's quite painful.
and yeah, they're both on 9k right now. So Laguna's going to attack for the first point of damage, which brings out Sage. And Enard slowly making a comeback, which admittedly I didn't see happening.
No,
But that just goes to show you can't count someone out until the 7 points of damage have happened.
no. Well, I mean, on Robert's side, you know, he's probably now hoping to get an Amon out so that he can start pushing damage
Yeah.
through. You know, we haven't seen any Odins from him yet. So both Squall and Laguna are Odin fodder.
Yeah, I
You know,
think
they'll
he
both
didn't.
crumble.
He Odin one of the Renoas earlier on. When he
Oh, was that this game?
yeah, I believe so.
So attacking him with Ash.
With 5 backups, you think, okay, he's got first strike.
Yeah.
You take the point of damage. I feel. Okay,
He's
so I'm gonna
blocking
block
the Squall.
3. Another Cyclops. Odin.
So just Odin removal. So
and then,
yeah,
so
that's what we
then
were thinking.
the Skull drops down to 6k.
Yeah, and then that breaks. So
That's-
brilliant value there.
yeah.
Brilliant value. And he gets the point through.
And then that's the
And
Skull,
the other Squall.
which is handy because you don't want to then discard more cards.
Yeah.
So I think Rob is happy he saw that. So if I believe correctly, Anard's on 4 points of
4
damage.
points of damage, plays 1 at the moment.
Yeah,
So yeah, I definitely think the tables are turning slightly towards Robert on this game.
yeah.
Nard's struggling. He's got that deleter in hand that he's thinking. At this point, maybe break the Shantotto, just giving you the option. Should another one come out, he does play.
He only plays the one
he only plays the
Shantotto.
one. Okay, so he's not going to see that one again. So he's elected to break the Jill
Jill, it makes sense.
to replay another Jill.
Yeah,
so
that's
there we
decent
go.
value.
So that is good. Excellent.
Can confirm.
Good use of Jill.
Can confirm Anard's board is cluttered, and we don't like it either.
No.
But there's nothing we can really do about that, I'm afraid. Unless the judge steps in and just asks him to, especially with his break zone.
I think as long as damage is clear,
Yeah.
we can just ignore that. Just ignore the top right corner of
Yes.
the board.
Just ignore that pile of cards.
Yeah.
It's like when you get a new collection, you don't have sleeves, and it's just like a shoebox of cards. That's
Oh.
kind of what it looks like.
There's a Waka.
So the Waka could be doing something decent.
Yeah.
So that's the first time we've seen Waka played today as well.
Yeah.
And we were saying this earlier, how much of
Yeah.
an underutilized powerhouse it was during Opus 1 format.
Definitely.
It
Definitely.
was so underutilized.
Yeah.
And in all honesty, out of the 3 starter decks, I think that 10 probably had the better cards.
Yeah, that was one of the more difficult starter decks to get a grip on initially
Yes,
when
be-
learning the game, but once you did, it had a lot of versatility.
Yeah, because that's how
Yeah.
most of the Water Wind combo decks came
Yeah.
about, was because of that deck. I don't think many people picked up 13 because of how bad it was.
Yeah.
Actually, no, sorry, it was 7 that most people didn't pick up on because of Fire Earth not being that prevalent.
I think people picked that one up just because they like 7 though.
Yeah, that was probably it. Whereas at least with 13, you had the discard outlets like
Yeah.
Sarah and stuff like that, and then you had the Thunder elements as well.
Yeah.
So you still had decent, because then Rididio's now seen play, Sarah's now seen play, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So-
Even Robert's taking a bit of a step in there to try and deal with that unruly discard.
It's horrible to look at.
Yeah. Ron saying on the stream that he still plays Waka. They still play Waka.
Yes,
in
so
the-
do I. It's stats rules is such a powerful effect.
Great card.
And again, we play the hero unit, but having a Waka against a Golbez,
Yeah.
your opponent, if they break it and they're like, oh yeah, please don't stats rolls me right now because I will cry.
So the Ruban coming down.
Yeah, and someone else mentioned as well, Jill in the 13 starter deck.
Yeah.
Jill, a very powerful card.
Yeah.
So
So
back
that
to Robert.
removed the Waka from play. Deleter,
Okay,
dealing enough damage via the Ruban. So attacking him with Onion Knight.
but we know he's got another Onion Knight, so if he blocks,
Yeah, great value for him.
if he blocks, he's just play another one.
Yeah, and then kill off the. Yeah, well, here we go. So I think you're probably going to see.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
Clefairy.
Oh, okay, yeah, that works as
That
well.
will do it, and he'll get to draw a card. So
Yeah.
choose a forward your opponent controls. It loses 1,000 power for each dog character on the field, so he
So
loses
he's
5k,
5k, so that brings him down to 4. So Onion Knight survives, and he gets to draw a card.
which is legendary lightning.
Incredible
and a Jill.
value.
That's twice now. Those. Ouch.
Yeah, yeah. For a card
However,
that I
though-
don't particularly rate, it seems to be doing the rounds well
However,
today.
Ash
Yeah,
can just activate herself. It's not
yes,
going to matter.
yeah, that's very true. Still be frozen, but will
It'll
be
still,
active.
it'll still be frozen. And at that point, you'll just use it as a block.
Yes, yeah.
So we'll have to see
So
what happens.
what do we have?
So I believe that's on
coming from
5
Brandon.
damage now on Leonard's part.
Yeah. So is that a Terror in hand, I think he's got there?
I think when they shuffle up for around game 3, I might have to tell Leonard to not have his break zone fanned out.
Taking up a quarter of the stream.
Yeah, it's taking up so much space on his side of the mat it's just, it's unbearable. For any OCD
So
followers,
what have we got? Yeah, so that was indeed the Terror.
the Hero Terror, which again we discussed earlier, was that should have been the rare one, and the hero one should have been, and vice versa.
Great art on that one though. Love that
Yeah.
card.
So the cost your opponent's summons go up by 1, and Terra herself can't be chosen. And then you've got Trance.
Do you think Robert heard us?
I think he did. He wanted to go through it. So what's going on now? Okay, so they're both going through. Why is he...
Baron saying the stream is a bit quiet. Is that something you're all experiencing? I can turn it up a little bit, but I don't want to blast anyone's eardrums.
I'm unsure as to why Anard is taking apart his graveyard, his break zone. Because I was under the impression you can't really alter the cards.
I don't think the order matters too much until we have cards that interact in specific orders of break zones.
Either
It's
that or we
quite
just
irrelevant.
have to wait for the CR to come out. Damn you!
Yeah.
That's what we need so bad. It might just be we're having a bit of a quiet moment.
Yeah. Maybe.
Alright, so it's still 5 damage to 1.
Maybe a little bit on the low side. I'll try turning it up a little bit, but please let me know if that's blasted anyone's eardrums out.
If you're, especially if you're wearing headphones, we don't want to make you deaf.
No.
So 4 being doled for lightning.
Legendary lightning.
Okay, so he must have discarded it. It's a 6 cost, isn't it? So it's searching
Yeah.
for an Odin.
Okay, let me turn it up again.
Alright, so better now. Alright.
Better. Okay, good, excellent.
A little bit of a delay. So okay, we moved it closer to us and we turned it up a little bit. Awesome, thank you very much. guys.
Please do let us know if you have any, comments on that kind of stuff, like the technical setup. Anything we can change, we'll certainly try to do so.
We don't have much control of the stream. It's down to Darkseid themselves.
Yeah,
We're just here as humble guests.
true story.
Yeah.
Although I do kind of wish I was playing.
When I was speaking to Alexi, who's the TO, and he said about a stream, my immediate reaction was I want to commentate.
Oh, okay.
I feel like having only top 2 players when I knew for
So
a fact
attacking
this was going to be massive
Yeah,
kind of defeated the purpose.
maybe. So that was a attack with Terror trading for the Onion Knight there.
Has he hit
From
another?
Anand.
Oh no, sorry, it's the Jill still from earlier that I noticed. Ooh.
Onion Knight slide.
Yeah, because where I've been focusing on like creating my YouTube channel, playing has kind of taken a step back, and I've wanted to stop setting that up. So when he said, "Oh, he's trying to find people who don't want to play and commentate," my immediate reaction was, "Let me commentate."
Fair enough. Well, that's good.
So yeah, I've had a lot of fun today. Selena Gomez Prime. I don't even know how to respond to that question.
Yeah.
So,
That is indeed the guy's name. Yeah.
Yeah. That is his name, yes. So we are in London, England.
Waterloo, overlooking the Thames and the London Eye.
Yes, it's quite a nice view. Though, I don't know if you can hear it or not, but you can hear the trains going around. I'm glad you enjoyed yourself. I do like doing my own tournaments. It's all good. It's all part of the fun.
Definitely.
It's just a shame Octagon has gone down a little bit lately, which unfortunately I can't do a damn thing about.
So over to Robert. Game has stalled out a little bit, but it does look like Anand's now on 5 points of damage.
I was just about to say he can Odin Terror, but yeah, he can't Odin the Terror. And Anard's still going through his break zone. Why is he?
I think he's just getting an idea of what can be targeted, perhaps.
Oh yes, he's picking out his summons. I don't understand.
I think he's trying to get an idea of what could be coming out of the deck next.
Yeah.
So effectively card counting, nothing against that in the game, just to get an idea of what Robert could possibly be playing.
Yeah. And
So
there's the
here
Amon.
comes the Amon. So this is something that I think
So-
Robert's probably been looking for.
Yeah, because
This is going to help him push
Yeah,
through.
He'll hit this Ash for this will be 6, and then the lightning will be 7.
And just to confirm, yeah, break zone is common knowledge, so anyone's allowed to look through at any time.
So lightning swap hitting. I don't see anything in
Oh, there we go.
Amadeus.
Nice.
And give Amon haste and attack. That's 7.
We do have a head judge who will be overwatching this particular game, so if he feels that either of the players are time wasting, and there we go, that was the game, he would make a call on that and ask them to obviously hurry up.
Talk to Anan and say please don't.
So that was the end of the second game. Lucas is just going to go off and see if we can get them to be a bit more consistent with their layouts. But yeah, that was the end of the second game, so that's 1 apiece. And we're going to move into the final round, or the final game. Say hi. You're on the internet. One of the fabulous members of the Dark Sphere retail crew there, joining us briefly. Cast using Cockney phrases. We'd have to make them up. I don't think they're any relevant to either Final Fantasy or card games. I don't know. I'll have a think. So yeah, both players just shuffling their libraries now, ready for the final game of the top 3. So as we mentioned before, Robert is currently on the only player on EXO, having not lost a game so far, and Anand is the only player in the top 8 who made it there after losing 2 games. So if Anand is able to dethrone Robert in this final game, it will be a big victory for him. So that would be interesting to see. Robert's a regular here at Dark Sphere, playing on our casual gaming nights on a Thursday, in which he normally does very well. So it's good to see him representing the local crowd.
Yep, he apologises for the fanning out. He didn't realise how messy it was getting.
That's okay.
Can you guys cast using Cockney phrases?
Yeah.
You alright, geezer?
I'm not sure there's Cockney phrases. Oh, I was thinking of rhyming slang. I was thinking, I don't think there's any relevant to card games.
If I had entered, I would have played Earthwater. It's the only deck I'm kind of interested at the moment.
Yeah, my primary deck is Wind Lightning.
Yeah, it was looking at Water, Earthwater, and possibly Water Wind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, that's. I think Water Wind could be a really good. I think you just might struggle with the removal. You might have the control, but you know, I think Wind needs a bit of removal to make its pieces work together, which I think is one of the apples and pears. How does that dog and bone?
Let me get on the dog and bone, you dumb.
Right. Okay. So, on to the next round.
Dropping an Alcid for a red mage.
Interesting.
If you're an Arge, you think, ooh, that's 1 less card, but does
one less of that combo
Yes.
to worry about. Yeah.
Oh, that you now know never to play a Seraphy.
No. Makes me wonder what Roberts has in his hand to keep. I see at least an Amon.
Yeah. As a lightning.
So that's a Kefka down straight away.
For a summoner and a... I can't see what he discarded. So
Sage goes for
Grimace. Grimace.
Grimace. Isn't that the guy from McDonald's?
Yes. Someone actually did Photoshop a Grimace onto Grimace. Because you may search for one Hamburglar and add it to your deck. Add it from your deck. Which did make me laugh. So yeah, we'll probably see we're seeing an Alcid getting searched. That's the only reason people are playing Grimace in. Yeah. It reminds me to actually start playing 12 when the remaster comes out, because I have the original PS2 copy signed.
Oh, fantastic!
Yeah, they did a launch party at HMV in London, and I was like, yeah, I got screwed out of getting a Moogle.
Oh.
They said the first 100 people at the event will get a Moogle. I was one of the first 100. They noted my number down, got to put it in, and when they were giving the Moogles out, they took people one by one. So they put us in the middle. Yeah. And then when they were getting people up, they took people from the left-hand side. So many people kicked off.
Unfortunate. So we see Anand there going down with an early game Renoa.
Yep.
So obviously not getting buffed at the moment, not really having any targets for her ability, but a cheap
We were talking about beautiful foils, Renoa is a beautiful foil.
Yes. And Odin straight away.
Yep, that's the best point to do it is if you've got
When
no
there's
forwards,
no- yeah.
or you're doing it at the end of your opponent's turn.
So that's a Terra.
It looks like a Laguna in hand as well, or it could be another Renoa.
Another Mateus. Another Terra. So
Yeah,
another Renoa. Looks like a foil one.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, there's the Laguna with the Terror as well. So is that a Raban? Oh, why would it be a Raban? That's a completely different element. Okay, so
So
the
Yuna bouncing back the Renoa.
Oh yeah, so you played a Gramis. That's probably what I thought it was. And the discarding a Cthulhian. Haven't seen. I think that's the first time we've actually seen Hero Yuna played as the backup. We've seen her off the EX burst.
Yeah.
Yuna.
Oops, wrong Yuna.
That's the starter one. Yeah, so we've seen her hit as an EX burst, but we haven't actually seen her as the backup. So
It's the background through me. It's the same
yes, well, it's pretty much the exact same, like the same kind of artwork,
Yeah.
isn't it? It's just done from a different perspective.
colour. Yeah.
But yeah, so she is the Golbez killer,
She is the Golbez killer.
and again against ice, that does a lot of damage because it
Yeah.
shuts the devouts off. If Robert can remember to remove from play the forwards, because it's not up to you. You can. It's all well and good. You saying, "Oh yeah, I want you to banish all your forwards."
So is that Summoner for Renoa's back?
Yep. And that's the point as well. Is if he removes the Renoa whilst he has forwards, Renoa doesn't activate.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And a Squall coming out with
So
her.
she is now on 8k, so that buffs her a little bit.
Yeah.
So if we know he's got the Alcid, so the school's dying.
Yeah.
If he's playing something else,
Judge Call for some reason.
have a look.
Just double checking something. So Laguna in hand for an end.
Yeah. I'm not the biggest fan of the legendary Laguna, to be honest. I prefer the rare version. I think it does more.
Yeah, I think they both have their place. And again, I guess it depends on what you're playing in the deck. It's if you can top up that damage somehow,
Yeah.
then it's really great. You know, if you're using it in conjunction with, say, the Terror.
Well,
you know,
even then, I'm surprised no one's really done a Thunder Ice build, because you think if you're playing stuff like Laguna,
yeah,
you could essentially just ping something once you do damage and drop an Unite or a Wrigley.
yeah,
However, I don't see many people playing that. It
Ice
could just
Lightning.
because of consistency.
perhaps. So it looks like they've resolved whatever the judge
Right,
issue
so
was.
two. Just
Robert's thinking.
Yeah, deciding what to discard and if he wants to pay and what to pay. So okay, he's changing what.
So Amon goes for the Whacker.
Yeah, keeping the red mage up
Yeah,
just in case. So I probably would have. Oh, okay, no, he. Yeah, because he's only got the one water. He realised he had to pay with a water backup
yeah,
because he discarded Kane. But again, bringing it back to status reels, that's such a cheap special ability for what it does.
yeah. It's fantastic.
So discarding Seraphine, here comes the Laguna. So Renault is now on 9k.
9k. Who's immediately attacking in?
For two
Anyone else
risks.
having issues with the sound at the moment?
Yuna, bounce the Laguna.
Oh, that's going to be painful.
Yeah, he's just overpaid. So at this point you just pass, and so there's 2, 6. Okay, another lightning.
So legendary lightning coming down.
Yeah, search the Odin, and then you
Yeah.
don't have to fear the Renoa.
Yeah. So obviously he's picking for the 4 cost.
Yeah.
Does he run any of the
No.
larger? No, just the 4, which is an interesting one that we've been talking about today as well.
Yeah, most people seem to be playing the 4-drop and not the 7-drop.
Yeah, it's
Which
interesting.
I would have preferred, because
you
want
don't
more
mind
EX
seeing,
bursts.
you know, you don't mind seeing that 7
I
drop.
haven't seen many EX
No.
heavy decks, to be honest. Like, you think, if I'm looking at Robert's deck right now, only EX bursts I'm seeing is Cyclops, Cthulhian. That's it, and
Yeah.
the two Uni backups. So he's playing
Yeah.
like 8 EX bursts.
And to be fair, he's hit them quite consistently as well.
Yeah. I would have thought most people try to play at least 10 plus just to try and get it off.
Yeah, I mean, again, it all depends on. You don't want to force them in unnecessarily.
Yeah.
They should happen naturally. But the 4-cost lightning, it's interesting. I mean, you know, it's obviously working well for Robert.
Yeah.
He's the only person to go XO today, so you know, I'm not going to question his deck choices. But you definitely do see the 7-cost Odin, I think, more frequently than the 4-cost Odin.
Yeah.
So it's interesting to see that he's working with the other way.
Alright, so we see
So,
Laguna coming down to Dull and Freeze, Lull Lightning, taking a damage, Cthulhian.
yeah, he's basically just using that as a draw, I think, isn't he?
And block with Waka, status reels, Renoa, and then remove it.
Yeah. So that's going to be reducing.
Reducing
Renoa.
Renoa to I believe it would be 1,000 because its ability also buffs her,
Yeah.
and then remove from play. Did Robert remove it, or
It just goes.
it goes to the break zone? Oh no,
Yeah, it
it's,
just. Yeah, there's no.
no. It's the fact as well that Renoa, what status shield follows to the break zone.
Right.
So that's probably why he didn't banish it, because it's still going to be negated in the break zone,
Yeah.
which makes sense.
Yeah.
So,
So legendary Cecil.
We've seen him a fair bit today.
Yeah. Although he seems to be removed quite quickly. You know, you
Yeah.
see him pop down and then he's off again. Usually
Yeah.
the next turn. I think people are.
Rising up to him.
Yeah, sufficiently scared that they don't want to see him stick around, and
I think that's the thing as well, is at the moment he seems to be doing the same kind of thing that the rare version of him does. People are removing him because he's a threat.
yeah,
So you play this Cecil knowing full well that your opponent is going to get rid of him.
yeah, maybe. So
apparently the mic is a little soft.
yeah, I just turned it up a little bit, but I'm just conscious that there are a few people that have said it's okay, so I don't want to destroy anyone's ears. I'm sure that my voice is not what you want to.
Yeah.
The last thing you hear.
We don't want to start suddenly shouting and then have you going, ow, my ears. Okay, so a Raban off the EX burst.
Yeah. Which isn't really of any use.
And-
Because
yeah,
there's
because
nothing that can.
Well, it's not that Cecil. I was going to say Cecil blocks here, but it's not.
No.
We had this discussion earlier. Again, to my point is, yes, Raban makes a forward battle,
Yeah.
and there's an Odin on the
And
squall,
then Odin on the squall, attacking him with the Waka for another point of damage.
and there's the deleter.
Deleter.
So Robert, I think, clearly
Ooh.
advantageous here, because
So Zemus and Jill drawn.
that was Vayne and the Emperor.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, Vayne and the Emperor.
Oh, yes.
So Vayne coming down, so Cecil's not coming up. Same with Lightning. No, Lightning stays dulled.
Yeah.
So what did he draw?
But yeah, Selena, you're right with the Cecil. But that's part of his ability is, you know, he is that magnet. He's that
Yeah.
lightning rod. You want him to take all the damage so that the rest of your party survives. Whether it's the new legendary Cecil or the
Or the rare
previous, you know, rare one, he is getting killed so that your other forwards are not being killed.
Yeah. So Walker attacking, getting hit, Devout going to the break zone, the damage zone. You
Yeah.
can tell I'm starting to get tired now. It's been a long day.
We've been streaming for 6.5 hours so far today.
Yeah.
So not consistently. We've been taking short breaks
It's-
in between, but nevertheless,
It's not like other tournaments where you get a day two with top cut. It's all going to be done in one day.
all one day. So strap in, guys. We'll be here for at least another
And at least
hour
another
and
2
a bit,
hours.
Yeah.
So that's it. It's 75 minutes for a top for
Best
top
of
cut.
3. Yeah, yeah.
So we're going to be here for at least 2 hours.
So 2
Amon.
and the Amon to come down.
Yep. That thing's
Yeah.
going straight back up, but in all honesty, it's not going to matter.
He's just going to use that Amon next turn to
Dull
get
it.
everything through if he can.
Yeah, so if he can Odin the Vayne, that's game.
Yeah.
I feel.
And
He's got
yeah,
the
I agree
backup
with
for
you,
it.
Suru. If he can.
Oh, the
The Emperor's gonna. That's interesting though, because that's negating that Amon straight down,
Yes.
and Waka, and Lightning.
but Walker can still buff.
Yes, because that's a static
But you
ability.
still want to get rid of the Vayne. The Vayne is stopping you from having your big forwards up.
Yeah, and just to your point, Selena, you're right. Anand is indeed only running one Shantotto.
Yeah, we think we made that point earlier. Was when he went to delete or something. He said, "Why not delete the Shantotto?
but
There's
there was
no
nothing
need."
else. Yeah.
No, Nard has only the one Shantotto. We've got his deck list right in front of us.
Yeah. So yeah, just we can see the Emperor is what's now shutting down a lot of Robert's forward. So he's going to be hoping for an Odin. Although I'm not sure if he's got any left now because
No.
he's used at least 2 of them. I've seen.
Unless he has to Cafudian after a block. I don't know. So, Anard on 4 points of damage. Amon's still
Robert
up.
on 3.
Yeah, Amon is still up, so
It's interesting that.
he's not going to attack. If he's going to attack one, he's going to not attack with the other.
No.
Because Amon, and this is the thing as well, is Amon will block either Vayne or Shantotto, not Shantotto, the Emperor,
Yeah.
then thus shutting down.
So he's freezing the Waka from that Jill.
Yeah,
And
it doesn't really matter which you're freezing.
yeah, the Cecil.
So Aridia
So that
and
Jill,
another Cecil.
Jill coming out quite a lot as well.
Yes, we've seen
This
Jill
game,
in the
she's
last few
Great
games.
value. Sorry for that. Wrong one. Misclick.
So an Astrologian, that's gonna.
That's going to be really useful.
Yeah, but he can't pay the cost because of the Emperor. If the
It's
Emperor
very
wasn't
true.
on the field, that would be very, very
Yeah.
hard
Because
he
you
could
know,
activate the Cecil
from one-
on the Vayne.
Yeah, and it's characters, so it hits backups and forwards
Yeah.
equally. So you're right.
That's the thing. Emperor stops anything that requires you to pay CP or a special ability.
Or
It
tap.
doesn't stop
Yeah.
anything like Alcid and the Onion Knight,
No,
which is
no field abilities or enter abilities.
yes,
So
and
yeah,
continuous effects like Minwu
yeah.
or Yuna. In this
Yeah.
case, as he has one up. So we see.
So that's
Legendary Squall.
Legendary Squall coming in again.
So we have an R0 in hand. I feel like he needs to get rid of the Emperor quite quickly.
Robert. Yeah.
Yeah, Robert needs to get rid of the Emperor quite quickly because then he'll just block the Vayne.
So he's status. Is he status reeling?
He can't status rule.
No, of course.
So I think he's just moving Walker from frozen to dull,
Right.
which is why I don't like doing it upside down.
No. This is why we need these tokens.
Yeah, tokens, dice, anything.
Tokens or dice. Yeah.
Just anything to signify that your forward is frozen. Okay, so I think Walker's actually attacking, and then Cecil means that he doesn't take the ping damage or score.
Correct. So yeah, and I'm just double checking the reading on Cecil. Obviously, being that forwards other than Cecil you control
So
don't
if
receive
he's
damage
declared a
from
block
summons
off
or
Squall,
abilities.
So
Yeah.
that's 5 damage
So
now.
Waka got through 5th damage.
Yeah. So 5 damage to 3. If that's the decision where Anard would rather take the damage than declare with the block, to be fair, I did see that he did flick the top card of his.
Oh really? I
Yeah,
didn't see
so
that. As we've mentioned before, unfortunately, we are
I might.
passive onlookers here.
However, we can't
We
ourselves
can't in the
interfere.
middle of the game play.
But
and
however, do you think we could maybe get Rex over and say,
I don't think there's any point while the game's active.
yeah, we'll have to see what we can do next round if we're allowed to actually call him over.
So Radia down, but no value. I think he's just looking for extra forwards here that he can start either party attacking and throwing. So Terra coming
So-
down again.
Making that 4-drop Odin, if he sees it, a 5-drop.
Yeah.
So there's a Sage.
Cecil is indeed helping a lot.
Yeah, Cecil is just preventing a lot of ping,
Yeah.
which is why he's so good.
Ah, excellent. And then splitting his damage zone there so we can see 5.
Yeah. That's the bit as well. His damage zone was starting to just be in the way.
Super close this match. I mean, to be fair, the last match we had,
We've
round
had-
7 top went to a deck out as well, so that was a
Yes.
fantastic match to watch.
You could physically see him shaking. and, like,
Both players shaking.
Yeah. You can kind of see Anard shaking a little bit.
Yeah. Well, he knows he's so close.
Yes.
He's so close, but it could go either way.
So yeah, Robert just fanning through his break zone to see what he can do.
Yeah. He's trying to think about what he can be drawing next.
So you've got Sage. I feel like Sage could be decent because you can get the Tidus, and then Tidus will be buffed loads.
So many cards in hand.
Was that a Cyclops I saw in his hand as well? We know he's playing
Yes.
3.
Yes, it is. Yeah. Top
So-
card.
So that's
So I mean, that Cyclops, that could
Ridgear's 5k, but I believe, isn't he?
Ridia, as in
Rid-
the
Yeah.
actual. Yeah, he is. Yeah.
Yeah. So attack with the Ridgear. If he blocks with Vayne or the Emperor, he just Cyclops,
Yeah.
and then he's getting rid of a forward.
Yeah.
Admittedly, it's trading, but it's a cheap trade.
Definitely.
Especially
definitely.
when he's like, okay, so Walker's going into attack and he's going to, or do that, buff the Rigdia.
Yeah.
Because he's still going to be losing. Okay, so there's Kefka, and then Cyclops.
Yeah. So there's that Cyclops coming down.
Has he got another one? Or is he?
He does have another one. Yep.
Yeah.
There you go.
So,
Double Cyclops. Everything losing 6,000 power.
so obviously, is he having to pay 4? Yeah, he's having to pay 4.
4 because of the
Terror.
Terror. Judge just explaining that to him.
Yeah. Or is he saying that it's not being targeted? And then this is the thing as well, is Squall dies because it's losing 6k power.
Yep.
So then Ridgear can go in for an attack. Oh, Walker's still going in. Oh no, sorry,
No,
he
it's the
blocked.
Vayne.
Yeah, he blocked with the Terror, didn't he? And then Kefka. So I think they're just trying to.
So I think they might have to be taking this play back.
I think he's trying to say why hasn't he taken a point of damage, but Terror blocked, and then Kefka was used. So Amon's attacking.
Yeah. So then, now Anand's going to take that damage.
Jill,
Jill.
and then Ridgear's going to attack, and he have to block with either Vayne or Emperor, which then opens up Robert's plays.
Yeah.
So,
So he's
which
considering what he wants to get rid of now. I mean, the Vayne's keeping everything locked down.
the Emperor's stopping
The
him from
Emperor's
paying
stopping
costs.
everything. I think it's a tough choice.
Yeah,
I
you-
honestly.
It's, in all honesty, it's not going to matter. And
Yeah.
there's Cthulhian
There you
to
go.
kill the Emperor
I think
and
that's
draw a
game.
card. Yeah, and Ard can't. I don't think he can
There's-
come back from this. Nah,
Well, even though he drew the Shantoto, he can't play it.
nah. He's only
If
going
it
to
had
have
been
4
one
CP.
turn forward, one turn earlier, then he could have had it, but that's it. Top deck Shantoto, if he could play it,
Yeah.
which he can't.
Yeah, and
And
that's
that's game.
it. I don't think we'll be doing interviews for the top 8, just in case we end up getting a top 8. We can interview Robert.
If you want to see if Robert, I can go out there and ask him if he wants to
Yeah.
come in and speak a little bit about his deck.
Yeah, that's not a problem.
Right, I will be back.
Yep. So it's such a good game, such a close-knit game. After Robert getting absolutely hammered game 1 to come back from that, the double Cyclops hurt a lot. At that point, I think Robert knew it, and he took full advantage. But yeah, double Cyclops does seem to be absolutely brutal. It's the fact that you lose the power and it just dies, like the Squall being put straight to the break zone because of that, it's absolutely devastating. So just seeing if... Yep. Hello.
Hey,
Congratulations.
thank you very much. Oh, God, the stream is hurting.
Have a seat. Have a seat. So, that was a pretty insane final turn.
Okay. No, because when I looked at it and I was like, I can kill you, but I don't know how I'm going to kill you this turn.
I've been there.
So I was like, wait a minute. If I use Whacker to buff Rigtier, this just makes it more difficult. And then obviously we had the little disruption because I forgot the he has to. I wanted to force the Kefka effect.
Yeah.
So he couldn't use another target that I could reduce the ones that he targeted with. So when he targeted Terra, because it makes the right choice because I can't interact with Terra outside of
area
the summons.
effects.
So area summon was able to reduce it twice. And then 2 of them would have died, and I only had to deal with 2, which were 2 Ks.
Yeah.
So even if he blocked them, and he let one go through, I had the Cthulian to kill the last one.
We were saying that when you we were attacking with the Rigtier and he had the Vayne and the Emperor. I was like, well, which one do you lose? And then you had the Cthulhu.
Yeah, I had
it
the
doesn't
Cthulhu.
matter.
I didn't want to say, obviously, it didn't matter, but I had to make sure that.
We looked at his hand and he top decked it down top
Yeah.
and it's just like, if he had like another card in hand, that would have probably saved him a turn.
It depends, because if I drew any minion, I
Yeah.
had Red Mage, so I would have given that minion haste attacking for game.
Yeah. I've just been told, I think they're going to pair up top 4. So good luck.
Thank you very much.
Give me my Cecils back at the end.
We'll do. They've been putting in work. You saw them on the table.
yeah.
They did one attack, and then
Yeah.
they went sideways for the rest of the game.
Alright, no worries. So give us a second. We're just going to start looking at round top 4. So back in sec.
Straight away. Starting straight away. Alright, who have we got then? Who won? Jamie. Cool. Cool.
Yeah. Do we know who's on what side? Yeah. Alright, so from what I can gather, we're all going straight into top 4.
A is furthest away from us.
Yes. Yeah, so what I can gather, we're going straight into top 4, and we're going to have 2 people that we've actually streamed. So we have our round 1 feature match, Jamie winner Jamie, versus our round 2 winner Pre. So again, if we go back, Jamie was playing. It's Water Wind, wasn't it? Yeah, Water Wind, with Pre playing Water Wind. It was more like mono. Yeah, it was more mono wind with just a tad bit of. Yeah, what did we say earlier? It was a sprinkle of water.
Yes.
So both decks quite aggressive as well, because we saw Pre earlier in such a losing position, and then just swinging straight out the bat and winning within 2 turns.
Yeah. So it was a great reversal.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So the winner of this goes to MCM Comic Con for Nationals.
Is it top 2?
Top 2 from each regional go to Comic Con.
There you go.
So yeah, this is interesting.
Yeah.
If I give you that one, that's the old deck list.
Yep.
Hopefully it doesn't fall on us again.
Cool.
But we say it's mono win. It's literally he's playing Warrior Lights, Pain, Ash, Bart's, Wacky, Sholter. So he's playing only a few water cards,
Yeah.
but we saw him on round 2 and it was just explosive. All right, so
Okay, we are ready to go.
signal the players to go, and
Yeah, there are indeed prizes for everyone.
yeah. So
I believe it is a Play Arts figure. Top
Yep, I will. Let me just check. So
2?
top 3 get prizes, but only top 2 go to nationals.
Right.
So if I just go onto Facebook and I'll have a quick.
And
Yeah,
like, with
it's-
everything at Dark Sphere, there's also participation promos
Yes.
for everyone that's taken part today.
So first place. Where is he? So first place gets a Squall figure, booster box of Opus 1, and a pack of sleeves. So which I believe are another pack of the participation sleeves.
Yep.
Second place gets a Final Fantasy 13 Lightning Bust.
Nice.
24 packs of Opus 1, a pack of sleeves. Third place, I believe, gets a Blu-ray of the Distant Worlds
Yep.
Orchestra, and 16 boosters of Opus 1. Fourth place gets 10 boosters of Opus 1, and the rest of the people in top 8 get 6 boosters of Opus 1. And they
Nice.
all get sleeves. So
Awesome.
I think the sleeves are just the participation as well.
Yeah, and we're still on the Lightning promos here.
Yes.
No
I
Barts,
think
unfortunately.
No, Vincent was giving out. I think people had the choice of Lightning and Vincent.
Oh, there you go, Lightning.
Just because of us being.
And Selena, your prize for sticking with us is the coverage of this great tournament that we've had here today.
And this is the
Hopefully
thing.
that is enough.
You
for
blink, you miss it. We've got stuff happening already.
So we've got Yunas down on both sides, an Archer and a Bartz.
So this is a good thing as well. Both players play quite fast.
Yeah. It's
So,
tough for us to keep up sometimes,
Yeah.
but
Well, we'll be talking about something and then we'll blink and we've missed an important play.
there you go.
I mean, at the moment, Opus 2 seems to be sold out most places. So Opus 1 is quite nice. I think where we've had Wave 3, now everyone has an abundance of Opus 1.
Yeah.
Everyone's kind of got what they need, so it's just extra and it's quite nice.
There will be a time where both Opus 1 and Opus 2 are in stock at the same time, but we haven't had yet that.
No, we haven't had that luxury yet.
Deck lists for all of the top 8, I think, will be going up online
Yes.
over the course of the weekend.
Over the
I
course of the week,
imagine.
I'm actually hoping to get deck profiles of some of the top 8 as well.
Awesome.
So they will be going on my YouTube channel. If you're in the main TCG fans group, I'll be posting it all there.
And also, just keep an eye out on the Dark Sphere Facebook
Yes.
page, and they should be repeating those as well.
I'm out of shadow of a doubt. I wouldn't be surprised if Alexi T.O. posted it there as well. He's been posting the pairings and that lot today.
So we've got a Maria that's gone down, Leviathan, the Bartz, Sylph discarded for a Maria. It's like a mirror match so far.
Yeah, we feel your pain, Americans. Opus 2 is everywhere. I know you're still waiting on Wave 3 of the Opus 1, but when it happens, you're going to love it. And it will happen, I think, this month, I believe.
Yeah. Come over from Denmark to the UK. We'd love to have you. I'm sure we can get you in some tournaments here.
Pain coming down, drawing a card because he owns Yuna.
Yeah.
I remember the first days of the Hedis combo when people were playing the forward Riku, the 4-drop.
Yeah.
And it was so hard to get
get
both.
rid of her. Yeah.
Well, it wasn't. It was so hard to get the Riku on the field first before the pain. It's just like now with the backup Riku, it's so much easier to do.
Yeah. So
Alright, so was that an archer?
yeah, the Archer went off to kill that Una back up. Aerith
Never
came
see
down,
Warrior of Light.
and then the Warrior of Light. To be fair, we haven't seen him for a few games.
Yeah, he was the MVP early on, and he kind of just dropped off. But the artwork on this is quite nice as well.
Yeah.
So reduces the damage dealt to any job Warrior Light by 2k, and Bitter End, I believe, that's actually surprisingly cheap.
Yeah.
It's only one NECP and discard a Warrior Light, and you deal damage to a forward equal to Warrior's Light power.
Yeah.
So I'm shocked at that, because I know when people saw Warrior Light, it's like, oh, it's basically Omni Slash. But if you buff that,
Can be better than.
yeah, you think that Warrior Light's on 9k already.
Oh, and
Cthulhian.
Kitsunezu again.
Cthulhian for Cthulhian. So I'm confused now. So I think Pre played Cthulhian first, and in response, Jamie's playing Cthulhian, which has now made his pre-Cthulhians more powerful because he's doled more cards.
Yes.
He's doled 3 to 2.
Yeah.
So
we're just with the help of the
yeah,
the judge, they're just working out.
I think Pain's still going to be broken after the block, because Pain's going down to 5k, whereas Warrior Light is only going down to 6k, and it will only be taking 4.
Yes. So you've got 2 dull on one side,
Yeah.
4 on the other.
So I don't understand that. I wouldn't look at Cthulhian at all. It's not like the Warrior Light is still going to stay around,
Yeah.
and so you both draw a card. And,
So I think it was
and Pain.
and the Warrior of Light. Yeah, because he had 4 dull on his side.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, because the Warrior of Light itself had attacked
Yes,
and thus dulled
yes, I
itself.
forgot about that. So yeah. Yeah, so they both go to 5k, don't they?
I think the Pain was
The Pain's on 8k because of the Maria.
Yeah. And there, to be fair, there was a Maria on the other side.
Yeah, but
But yeah.
yes, apologies. So yeah, it'll go to 5. Both go to 5k.
Yeah.
The Warrior Light will go to 5k, while Pain is on 6k.
Yeah. Because it was 2 on 1. So yeah, you're right. Yeah, Pain would be on 6.
Yeah.
Warrior of Light would have been on 5.
Though Warrior Light has 2k damage reduced, unless I'm missing something. So 9k.
True.
I'm confused.
Yeah. Yeah, and people are mentioning that on the stream, that he does indeed have
Let me
reduced
see
damage.
if I can, because that is the correct ruling, and we don't want people getting screwed.
Well, and I think it's going to come back anyway. The judges are dealing with it.
See if anything can be done.
So yeah, as mentioned on the stream by Tirang, Warrior of Light has indeed getting the damage reduced by 2. So it doesn't appear that he should have died, because the damage dealt to him wasn't enough to kill him. So the Pain wouldn't have died, nor would the Warrior of Light. So Tirang, the reason Warrior of Light was -1 was because there were 4 dull forwards on Jamie's side of the board. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 4,000 less. So with the damage reduction, both forwards should still be alive.
So from what I can gather, Jamie is saying it's a communication error. He thought he thought Pre's Cthulhian had resolved, so that's why he then did his one. But Pre has left it on the table, and Pre hadn't drawn a card. So that's where the anger side is coming from, because the judge is ruling it saying Pre's Cthulhian hadn't resolved.
Right, I see.
So Jamie has played a card in error,
I see.
and it's
Caused him to lose his forward.
yes, I'm afraid.
Right, okay. So there we go.
Yeah.
The intricacies that appear in the
Yeah.
top 8 when
And
people are
I think
fighting for those places is,
It frays tempers, I'm afraid.
Yeah, and there is a big difference, unfortunately, between 3rd place and 4th place
Yeah.
in terms of prize support. So, you don't want to be on that 4th place
Yeah.
if you can avoid it.
And this is the thing, it's kind of like the whole Yu-Gi-Oh aspect. Like when you're going to Euros, you hit the top 4 qualify to go to Worlds.
Right,
So when you're playing your top 8 match,
yeah.
all the pressure's on you, because you think, I win this, I don't care about the final 2.
Yeah.
I don't care
As
about
long
the
as
top
I'm
4.
in that
As
top
long as
4,
I'm in
yeah.
top 4, I'm going to Worlds. This is the same kind of concept. I'm in the semi-finals. As long as I win this match, I don't care about who wins out of me and my opponent in this final. I'm
Yeah.
going to nationals.
Yeah.
I can't. From what I can gather, they were arguing about the resolution and stuff, so I can't really interfere with a judge's ruling. I was just trying to give my input as to what everyone else was doing. Unless there was a point, a 1,000 less damage we were missing or something. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, unfortunately, as observers from the outside, we do miss certain
no.
bits of information.
I realised Pain's on 8k, so it goes down to 6k. Yeah. 6k down to 5. Yeah, it's
Although there's a Maria on both sides,
yeah.
so they should.
I feel like Warrior of Light should have survived, but the game state's gone past it now. So I'm afraid even if I was to try and interfere, I can't do a thing about it.
So we have Pains on both sides,
Yep,
literally and in card form.
Yeah.
And about it on Jamie's side as
And
well.
this is the thing, it's all well and good to be passionate about card game, but when you get too passionate and it affects people around you, that's when you're starting to lose focus of what you're doing.
Well, absolutely. It should all be for fun. At the
Yeah,
end of the day, it
exactly.
should all be fun. We're all here because we love the game, and we want to play competitively to test our skills and our
Yeah.
deck building ability. But really, it's a card game.
Yeah, exactly.
We've done fantastically well to get to this far.
Yeah.
I hope that
don't let
both
your- don't
Jamie
let your-
and Praveen
Yeah.
enjoy their game.
Don't let your your hot-headedness ruin what could be your opportunity of going to nationals, because I've seen it happen so many times.
Yeah.
Is you'll misplay, you'll get pissed off, excuse my language, but then you end up making misplays because of your anger.
Yeah.
So that's not something we want to see.
No, of course not. So Payne's there just trading off, Jamie attacking.
Yeah.
And the reason obviously he wants to do that is to
Get another Pain to
replay this Payne.
And then you get the Riku. I feel because then you can start mugging.
Yeah. See, it's interesting. When I was playing the a version of this deck, it looks like he's pulled the Yuna. Yeah, he's pulled the backup Yuna.
Okay. I thought the backup Yuna was already played.
There was, but it got killed. There was. I used to play one of the starter Riku in this deck purely for that reason. That when you pull that Pain, if you've got that Yuna back up, you can pull that starter Riku down and suddenly have a 10k that can't be touched.
Yeah.
Threatening the board.
It makes sense. It was such a powerhouse, as well as the fact that at the time, especially when it was run to the London headquarters tournament,
Yes.
the only real way was to either Shantoso or
Cloud of Darkness.
Cloud of Darkness it away.
Yeah.
At the time, people didn't realise that they could actually select the Riku,
Yeah.
because people didn't understand that select was different from being chosen.
Yeah. Yep.
So many people were making errors. Like, oh yeah, you can't pick, you can't select.
Yeah. I mean, that was the thing with the infancy of the game.
Yeah. I think the game had been
just
out like
didn't
a
know.
month and a half at that point.
So we have whackers on both sides now as well. This really is almost a mirror match. It's interesting because we haven't seen these decks at any point up until today.
I think
really.
the closest mirror we had was probably Clive. I think it was round 4, where it was Mono Earth versus Water Wind.
Yeah.
Water Earth, sorry.
Yeah.
So it's interesting. So this is the thing with Water Wind, is the advantage. They can spew out so much stuff in a turn.
Yeah.
It's almost
all quite
terrifying.
cheap costing, yeah.
So that Walker's on 12k
It is.
now.
Whacker time.
Don't
Stop.
Please
Whacker
time.
time.
Time for it to walker it out.
So it's okay.
So a Pain losing.
damage. Attacking in with the Balthier. Just get him back up.
So Buffy's on 9k.
Yeah.
the
Because
Maria.
of the Maria.
But people, he also is Buffy. Yeah, so Walker's on 9k as well.
Yeah.
So I don't understand why he was pointing to Maria when Walker himself is 9k. So if he wanted to trade,
If you wanted to trade, yeah.
it's
But there's Marias on both sides.
Yeah.
So, it's just whether he wanted to make that trade.
Alright, so
So,
Priest
all
turn.
players, show us your hands.
come on, show us your hands. So there's not a lot
mean-
that Pre can do.
He's definitely on the back foot.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, do we have Provine's deck list with us?
Yes,
we do.
there you go.
Hooray! Yeah, so I mean, I'm not really sure what he's hoping to see.
No, I don't.
Warrior
think-
of Light, and just hope he can ping off some stuff to try and regain a bit of board presence.
Yeah.
Obviously the Warrior of Light being buffed by the Maria is helpful, helps him kill off more things. But then
Yeah.
Maria on the other side.
Yeah, because Pre isn't playing any Minwoo,
No.
so I would have thought that would be quite helpful to the Warrior Light surviving, because
He may
Jamie.
maybe even wants to see that Valfor
Yeah,
just to
as far
reset the
as-
board state a little bit.
No, I believe that's the
Oh, is that? Oh, no,
that's
you're
the
right.
starter,
It's the
one,
starter Valfor.
because
yeah.
you reactivate all your backups if you control Yuna.
Yes.
So you end up just burning, especially when you have a Balthier on the field.
Yeah.
Or what he's done before is he did the Balfour play, and then obviously activate all your backups. He's got your shelter on the field.
Yeah.
You end up pinging stuff.
Pinging stuff off each.
You,
yeah,
you
exactly.
ping, then you hit the Balfour, and then you start pinging more.
Yeah. So it looks like
So I'm a little bit confused right now.
Whacker's been targeted by something. I think it's a
status
status reels because there's a Whacker in the in Jamie's
Yeah.
discard
Break
break zone. So Prey has responded with the Aerith Planet Protector
Yeah.
to keep him alive, or rather to sure that he doesn't die.
Yeah, because the payment just didn't block.
Yeah,
Planet Protector, very powerful card.
amazing card.
Yeah.
Basically a free backup that
So-
can protect all of your stuff for free.
Yep, and then gets to reactivate 3 of your backups as well. So Balfia going to the damage zone.
Yeah. So,
So Walker's up. I can't help but feel that Jamie's got the advantage now. He's up on damage.
yeah,
He's up on forwards.
he's got the pressure on.
Yeah, he's down a backup to Prees.
You can see he's quite nervous though. Still.
Yeah,
You
there's
know.
only 2 cards in hand. We can't really see what they are. But
No.
Prees looks to have got 4
So
cards.
4 for the Warrior of Light. So that's what we were saying, that this might help him bring a bit more
Yeah.
control to the board. You know, Warrior of Light doing a lot of work today. It's really
Yeah.
handy. He's running 4. He's running the 3 legends and 1 of the fire, which is just for
Yeah.
discard to
But yeah,
that Warrior of Light.
was it the fire or was it the water one? We never actually
no,
got
you're
to see it.
right. 155. So it's the
So,
water
yeah,
one.
yeah, I would say that's the water one. It makes sense just
Yeah.
because it's going in with the theme that if you need to play it, you then can play it.
Yeah, so he's also running one of these in the deck.
Alright, so-
less for the abilities, but more for.
Jamie going in for Riku's Mill 1 ability.
And it's a very similar deck on both sides. Not quite the same, but very similar.
Yeah. So yeah, Warrior Light being able to survive 9k pretty much.
Yeah.
So
Well, now he's obviously got the Maria buff as well.
Yep. So we'll have to see what happens. Jamie does have a Cthulhu in hand.
Yeah.
So Walker's going in and buffing himself.
Yeah.
Be interesting to see what he does. I would take the damage.
Yeah.
So
Which
there's
he has
the
done, and the Tola.
he's got 1 more left. His damage zone looking quite into his forwards.
So interesting. Lay Lady in the comments mentioning, would the Opus 2 Riku be better than the Mill Riku?
Neither player are playing Legendary Varn, so in all honesty, they're only doing it just to try and mill your. It's not exactly a mill element; it's like a sub element.
It's
Like a
you'll be
s-
surprised how many times that
Yeah.
extra mill here and there. If the
Yeah.
game goes to time, obviously that is the difference between winning and losing.
Yeah, so there's the Cthulhian, so that's losing 5k power
Yeah.
because he's got 5
5
backups.
Deld backups.
Oh, and there's the Balfour.
So that's what we were mentioning earlier.
So yes, that's the start of Balfour. So it basically deals 3k to your opponent. Yeah, deal 3k to all your opponent's forwards, and if you control unit, activate all the backups. So that Cthulhian won't actually be lowering anything.
No, it will be 0. I mean, he'll obviously still get to draw a card from it, but it will have
Yeah.
drawn out for nothing, essentially.
Yeah, it's
The 3k, not so important here.
Yeah,
You're right. It's an interesting card to put in the deck, but it's worked very well in
I
this
think
situation.
a lot of water players have started playing Cthulhian. Or are we saying it checks the activation, or because I would have ruled it saying it checks activation to see which ones are dull then, or
So, Cthulhian states. Choose 1 backup. It loses 1,000 for each dull character opponent controls until the end of turn. Draw 1 card. So, it would come in. Its effect would go on the stack.
yeah,
Then
I would have.
you
Yeah,
have a chance to respond,
and then it checks the resolution.
and then it checks at resolution
yeah,
what actually
Right,
is
so
done.
Balfia,
So yeah, everyone in the
and there's a it's
Reverse.
Cthulhian City. All right, so what's I was under the impression Balfia's special means it can't be chosen.
I think you have to activate it. Yes, cannot be chosen.
Yes,
Did he discard
And
to do
gains
that?
first
Yes,
strike.
he did. Okay, cool.
and then there's a planet protector as
Protector.
well. So we've got Balfia going off to give it first strike. We've got Cthulhian in response, and then planet protector.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Wow. And a lightning and
And
a
a
Leviathan
Leviathan. Oh
just
my
to
God.
to finish it.
Oh my god.
Goodness me, that is that was a turn.
Yeah, that was
Both players going full speed into that turn. Net result.
And this is the thing that confuses me
Jamie.
as well, is you can respond to stacks resolving.
Yeah.
It's so confusing.
Wow. So net result of that, obviously, Jamie's board presence has been severely weakened
Yeah.
by
Because
Praveen.
he's lost the Balfia and he's lost like a lot of cards in hand.
Yeah.
And he's just lost a Waka.
And a Waka. And another going into the damage. That is painful.
So at the moment, I believe it's 4-3 to Jamie. Jamie's leading on a point of damage.
Yeah. But don't worry,
And
we've
then-
still got Wakas all round.
Yep. So Riku's just milled is it a Fallacious Wanderer?
Yes, I believe it is.
Bart's mannequin, which when it's played, you get to choose two wind characters.
Yes,
Is it
and
characters or
activate them.
backups?
I believe it is characters.
There it is.
There we are.
Yeah, up to 2 wind
Characters,
characters
yeah.
and activate them.
So there's good utility there.
Alright,
You
so
activating your backups if you need, untapping that Aerith in order to protect you
Yeah.
later.
So Leviathan on the Warrior of Light, which makes sense. He wants to get 2 points of damage in,
Yeah.
because he can. Jamie then can take a point of damage. He's not going to be fussed.
No.
But does Pre have the Planet Protector?
I think if he had, he probably would be using it now.
Yeah, no, so he
it doesn't
doesn't.
look like he does. But obviously he's going to replay it next turn.
Yeah, I realise the stack's quite close to Magic the Gathering, but again, with my other TCG background, I'm not used. A chain has to resolve before you can do anything else, so it's still kind of confusing for me.
Yeah.
I realise it's like, okay, so I can check something on resolution, and then I like the fact that it checks on resolution to see if it's a legal play or not.
Yeah.
But the whole, oh yeah, I've let 3 things resolve. There's still 2 more things left to resolve, so I'm going to add another thing into it. That's
Yeah.
just to me that boggles me.
That is definitely a complex.
There's
puppet.
Leviathan.
Oh, Leviathan onto the Waka.
Yeah.
So attacking in with the pain
And there's a Riku.
for Riku. So we're on 6 damage for Praveen, plays 3 for Jamie.
I probably would have bounced the pain, just that you're not taking a point of damage because now he's on 6 points.
Yeah.
However, I'm guessing he didn't want to give him another search.
Yeah, I think that's the problem, isn't it? See, now we're getting into the point where these millings may actually come into effect. You
Yeah.
know, we're getting into the late game. Both players digging deep into their libraries.
So there's a forward pain, and I believe that was an Ash. So I personally believe that Jamie's got game 1.
It's going to be very hard to
Come back from this from
dethrone
3.
him, yeah.
Like, again, Jamie's on 3 damage while Pre's on 6. And unless Pre pulls something out of here, I think game 1's going to Jamie.
Yeah. So there comes the Ash.
So discarding a Merl. It's kind of nail-biting stuff when it gets to the finals, isn't it?
It is.
We've been
Everything to play for.
Yeah, we've been joking around, having a bit of fun, but now it's kind of like edge of your seat stuff when it gets to it.
A lot of complex interactions happening in
Yeah.
these late games as well. Players really utilising their knowledge of the rules to great effect, which is brilliant to see. You know, I mean, this is what you want to see.
Yeah.
So here comes that pain.
It's
discarding
pain
it
for Warrior
for
of
a
Light.
Warrior of
Makes
Light.
sense. Gets
Yeah.
that back on the field. It gets him a bit more advantage with forwards, so he's got stuff to block with.
Yep, definitely. So
And I
Jamie
think-
checking how long until
Yeah,
it's
how many
to start
cards left in
worrying
deck.
about the decking out.
Yep. And then I wouldn't pick up your opponent's deck.
Well, he did ask. He did
I
ask.
still, again, that's me coming from Yu-Gi-Oh background. That you're not allowed to touch your opponent's deck unless
okay.
you're cutting.
Right. No, I mean, again, number of cards is
Public-
common knowledge.
Public knowledge. I would
exactly,
rather
yeah.
my opponent check their deck for me.
Yeah, you could definitely ask it.
Because if my opponent asks how many cards left in the deck, I'm not going to say no because I know for a fact it's public knowledge. If you
Yeah.
start refusing,
Yeah.
something seems
Well, you could always
dodgy.
ask a judge.
Yeah.
To count for you. But yeah, you're right. I think this is coming from Magic. These players, you know, this is the way that Magic is played
Yeah.
at a high level, where players can sort of interact and.
Yeah, I
do
know
this.
Pre comes from the Yu-Gi-Oh background because
Right.
he comes from my locals, and he's come a lot. So, but then I think this game is so great. It's so
Yeah.
it's so easy to pick up.
Considering how early we are in its life
Yes.
as well, so much it can do.
Like you trying to tell someone how to pick up Yu-Gi-Oh now, you would blow their mind. They wouldn't be able to comprehend it. And I'm sure a couple of people in the chat would know just how complicated Yu-Gi-Oh is. Now they've got a new mechanic coming out in the next month or so, and it's just like, what?
So what are we going to see here? A Warrior of Light getting discarded for a Whacker.
Alright, so that's the final Waka.
Yep.
So it's looking quite close.
Yeah, it's still, you know,
So
I wouldn't say that
pre-turn.
it's game yet. So I didn't see, unfortunately, what drew there.
No, he's kind of just started hand shuffling. So you can't really see.
So he's going to swing in with Waka.
Yeah, I think he's going to buff himself. Not that it really matters.
Yeah.
But if he can reactivate
That's
that,
going to bring him up to an 11k 12.
Oh, he's
with
buffing the Ash.
Oh, interesting. So that's a 9k Whacker going in there. Which is the Maria backup.
I think he's just wanting to trade with something.
Yeah.
Because
So Jamie's
Walker and
thinking.
Valfear on the opponent's side are both 9. So that Ash will be swinging for 10k, which then can activate itself during Jamie's turn.
Yeah.
Actually, no, apologies. Ash's will be on 11,000 because of the Maria.
Yes. Pre just confirming that. He seems quite happy by this.
Yeah. I think where they were having the interaction issues earlier, I think they just want to make sure that everything is in order. Which I can't blame them. Again, it's an important,
definitely,
it's an important game.
definitely. So, viewers, what are your thoughts on this semi-final game now? It's certainly been an interesting one. It's back and forward. I don't think it's still quite close, even though we've got Prion 6 damage. It could quite easily swing back.
We saw that earlier.
Yeah.
We saw Pre in a losing position.
So it looks like he's going for the Balthier trade.
Balthier to block. Yep. So
Interesting.
both crash.
Suru says that Jamie just needs to take. He would have suggested to Jamie just take the damage from the Whacker.
Yeah. I can. So take the damage as a Minwu.
So as a Minwu.
Keep the Warrior Light up.
Yeah.
So this is going to be a crucial turn for Jamie.
And for Bree, obviously, he needs to stay alive.
Yeah, Pre is a very cautious thinker. He will take a lot of time to process his thoughts.
I mean, he must have something in hand.
Yeah.
Obviously, the ability to activate Ash is going to be key here.
Yeah.
I think we'll definitely be seeing that come into.
He can definitely do that with the backups as well, so it's not like he's having to lose a card from the hand.
No.
So yeah, having to just pay 2 water CP to activate Ash is just fantastic.
Brilliant card.
Such a good card against many decks. Survives, again, like we said earlier, it survives so many combos.
Yeah.
It survives Alcid, it survives Ice, it survives
interesting.
Fire. Is he going for the...
I think he's attacking in with the Warrior of Light.
He
must have something else. Second Minwu into the...
Do you think he's got
Brave Zone.
Fairy?
He does play 3 in the deck.
It would make sense.
It would make sense. Obviously, Jamie now is thinking, what on earth?
Yeah.
Yep, so obviously...
But then again, he's also got Aerith, so he can stand his forwards, as Tyrang's pointing out in chat.
Yeah.
It's
Very
a good
true.
point. If you've got all 5 backups stood up, you're going to be thinking, what have you got?
Yeah. Yeah, so there's a couple of different options that he may well have here. He may Fairy and activate the Ash. He may Aerith, Planet Protector.
I think if you've got the Fairy, you're going to activate the Warrior of Light. If not, you're just going to pay 2 to activate the Ash.
Yeah.
However,
So 3 cards
he
in hand,
needs
it
to
looks
have
like, for Bree.
both active. Because
He does need both, or to do something sneaky with the Warrior of Light, where he activates, blocks, and kills.
Yeah, but he would have to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess he'd have to activate the Warrior Light.
Yeah.
because the Walker's going to attack, buff the pain. Warrior Light is dying at the end of this anyway.
Probably.
Well, actually, no. Saying that, if Walker attacks, he's going to buff
So here we
himself.
go.
If he activates that, Walker's currently on 11,000.
Yeah.
So it would trade with the Warrior of Light, and
Yep.
Pain's free to attack.
So interestingly, he's going. Looked like he was going to go and activate the Ash at that point. He's thinking.
If he has the Aerith, he needs to play it now, but he's playing 2 to activate Ash.
So I think he's probably not got the Aerith then.
The Ash itself isn't going to do much though.
Depends what else. I think we know that Jamie has the
So Walker,
Chianizu.
Walker's getting blocked, but Pain is still free to attack.
Yeah, but unless he does something with this Ash, the Ash is dying.
And all just as Balfour.
There we go, Balfour. So that's going to trade.
This is 3k. Oh, Pain's on 4k. If the Maria wasn't on the field, that Pain would be dead.
Yeah.
And there's a
Oh,
Leviathan on
Leviathan on
there.
the Ash.
If he's got the Planet Protector, you need to play that now.
I don't believe current standings are available. You can check the Dark Sphere Facebook page. They may have posted the last pairings, at which point you'll be able to check who is in.
Alright,
And
Bree's
Bree's scooping at that point.
Yeah. So I guess he
That
didn't.
was, that was a tough call.
Yeah.
A tough call. Going in, he had to go in for that extra points of damage at the end. They had to try and push his
Yeah.
state up to make Jamie worry. He just didn't have the cards to back it up.
Yeah. Just gonna grab a drink. All this talking has made me thirsty.
So super tense. That was game 1 of round 9 of the semi-finals for the Dark Sphere London Regionals Final Fantasy TCG. You're right, that was a very long game.
Let me just see how long that was actually, so I can get a tight grasp on how long time it is.
So we're now moving on to game 2 for our final round, finals. We'll start hot after.
That was only like 33 minutes apparently, so we've still got like 40 minutes left. So, game 1 took about a best of 1 time.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
much better.
Yeah, well, we were best of 1 up to the top 8, at which point it switches to the best of 3. So all day, first 7 rounds, we were best of 1.
Yeah, it's official ruling. So once we go to a top cut, it's best of 3 because obviously this is an official Square Enix event, so we have to abide by their rules, which is fair enough. So yeah, it's best of 3, 75-minute time limit, I believe.
Right.
So, but it hasn't been too bad. Like it's coming up to 7 o'clock. It's 5 to 7 now.
Although, worth mentioning, the original end time for this tournament was 7 o'clock.
Yeah, Alexi did say 7 o'clock, but
So
it
yeah,
happens.
we're probably running. We just have some teething issues earlier on, technology-wise. So we're
Yeah.
running probably an hour behind schedule.
Yeah.
So we might have been slightly over had everything worked flawlessly straight away. But
Such is the nature of a beta software.
well, exactly, and you know we're so new into the game and the software that supports it that it's to be expected. There'll be a few teething problems, but we're here now. We're playing. Semi-finals, round 9. Jamie Faulkner, Praveen, and Hillel. And it looks like the players are ready to start round 2.
Yep.
So Jamie obviously giving Praveen the option to play or draw. Seeing as
Seems
he
like a
lost.
very strong hand from Jamie.
So I can see a Tidus or a
I saw a
Waka.
Waka, an Archer, a Yuna, and a couple of others. So he's not mulliganing it. I think that's a Waka there.
Yeah. So dropping a Yuna for a Yuna.
Yep.
Nice.
So when they start the game going first, like when the game 1 starts, they'll dice roll for it. Dice roll, rock, paper, scissors, whatever easiest, and then essentially it's normally the loser picks first, who goes first.
The second round,
yeah.
and then the third round again. Whoever.
Until we get like the comprehensive rulings and that lot. If they say otherwise, that's how it's going to be.
Yeah. So Maria and Ariku from Queen. So we saw this on the first round for these players. Both players took a while to set up their board state before playing any forwards. So I think they're both expecting that they have a bit of leeway, a bit of time.
Yeah. So Aerith coming down quite early on.
She did a lot of work last game.
Yeah, she did.
Mostly for Praveen, but
such a. To me, it's starting to get a bit chilly in there.
I think they opened the back door.
Ah, okay. that would make sense. So, two.
And a fairy to go away for a.
Melda, I believe that's pronounced. Discarding a Valfor. So basically, it's just a backup version of Moogle. You draw 2, discard 1. It's also an EX burst, and the artwork is freaking fantastic.
It is nice. It is nice.
So
backup Riku on Jamie's side.
Yeah. This is just going to be one of those games where it's just going to get your backups up first, then spam with
the forwards. Yeah. It's interesting because Lightning plays very much that delayed game.
Yeah, you don't expect it from Water Wind.
No, you don't.
You want that early aggression. It kind of plays like a fire deck where you want to play forwards quite early on.
It's interesting to see a deck that plays wind that doesn't play Zidane. You just see him so frequently.
Yeah, and Jamie doesn't even play. Oh no, sorry, he does play 2 of the Barts. But yeah, you think even just playing the 1. But I guess most people now are playing a lot of 2 drops, 2 and 3 drops.
Yeah.
Like Ash is in Earth Water, so that's prevalent.
Yeah.
So I think it's just kind of falling out of favour.
Maybe. Praveen there with a full suite of 5 backups, pretty much where you want to see the Aerith, the Maria.
Yeah, so there's
and then
the
rest,
in
an Archer, just in case. I mean, that can mean he can make room for another backup should he need to bring in something else.
Plays 2 free Archer. So if you're free, surely you'd break that Aerith straight away.
Speak of the devil.
This Bartz does not have all the jobs, I'm afraid.
He does not.
So Bartz and a Warrior of Light.
That's a Van. I'm not sure why Van came up. Hold on.
It's because the 1-drop Van is sexy. But yeah, so when Bartz enters the field, activate all the wing characters you control.
So there we go.
Yeah, break the Aerith.
Oh, actually broke the Una.
I think he wants to shut down the Pain combo.
Yes, that definitely caused trouble for him last turn. Was that a Warrior of Light that's come in?
Yeah, so Warrior Light and Bartz dropped on Jamie's turn.
Yeah.
And he's a Warrior of Light of his own. Though Maria is on Pre's side and it's not on Jamie's side.
So that gives him that slight advantage with his Warrior of Light.
Yeah.
He also runs 1 more than... Oh no, they're both running the exact same number.
I say that he has just drawn into... I believe he's just drawn into Maria, unless it was Cthulhian. I saw blue.
There was a Cthulhian in his hand.
Yeah. So I believe he might have just drawn in Maria. And it could be mistaken. So it's interesting to see how similar decks go. So there's a Una.
So Una going into the damage zone.
Yeah, you block 1 and then take the other. I swear to God, if that Cthulhian
Choo Lion.
I don't know why he took the 2 points of damage. I felt like he could have just left 1. There's the Maria.
There's the Maria, yeah.
So now they're on equal footing. But I would have blocked with Warrior Light. It would have survived the attack and got a forward off the opponent's side.
I think he's just worried. We know that there are
battle troops,
those choo-choos knocking around all over the place.
Well, that's the thing is, Pre didn't have anything dulled, did he not? No, actually, I think he did.
Yeah, I just think he was hoping that maybe he can deal with it in a different way.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's Turing agrees. Yeah, he was worried about the choo-choo.
So Una, your shelter
for Y'shtola, nice.
So your Shelter, I think this is the second time it's seen play, and ironically it was pre-playing it last time, and
Yeah.
we saw it do a lot of work.
See, I think this is a great card. I think it's great in any deck that's going to be pinging off damage. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not Pre's primary
Win
method,
condition.
of pinging damage, but it's definitely worked for him today.
Yeah.
I think you quite frequently see it with fire and lightning to just top up damage. So an Ash going to the damage zone there.
Yeah, so you wouldn't block, because I'm pretty sure at this point he knows he's got a Cthulhium.
Yeah.
But he'd have to discard 2 from hand. At least. So Maria being doled.
Jamie's thinking about what he can bring out. So Warrior of Light
Okay, so he's-
to get rid of that Ishtola. I think he appreciates the trouble that could cause him later game if he doesn't get rid of it now.
Ironically, the Yasholta does nothing against the Warrior of Light.
No, you're very
Because
true.
it'll just be paying
Even
for
the-
cost and nothing.
Yeah.
Seeing this has actually made me rethink using Cthulhium in my deck now. I had been thinking about it, I've been contemplating it, but you think, when is it ever really going to be relevant? Now,
Yeah.
seeing it in today, it's been everywhere.
It has been everywhere, and it's been doing so much work.
Yeah.
So much work.
And
So
yeah,
that
we
pain
need
coming
Warrior of
back, fully,
fully armed, but
fully
activating the
armed,
backups,
yeah.
free, drawing a card,
yeah.
and there's a Riku. An 8k that you can play for free. Dirty. And draws you a card.
Yeah.
So, and there's a Waka.
And another Waka coming back.
So Pre is amassing quite the advantage right now. He may be down on damage, but 5 backups, 3 forwards to Jamie's 2 forwards, 3 backups.
Yeah.
And I think he's getting milled for 1, so he loses
yeah.
an archer. So
Not too bad, although he probably would have liked to get rid of that Maria, I think.
yeah. So there's 1 more archer left in Pre's deck,
Yeah.
because I think as soon as he gets that, if he sees the other archer, he wants to get rid of that Maria.
So, pain on both sides again.
Yeah. Though Payne isn't actually drawing Jamie a card this time,
No.
but still playing
just
a Payne for free.
activating. Yeah. Did you
can't-
say 8k
can't-
for free?
Yeah, exactly.
8K
You
for
can't
free.
complain. But I bet Jamie wish he had a Uno on the field.
Yeah.
Alright, so
Is that Warrior of Light attacking the Waka?
if he's got a status reels, I would use it.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, no, I think I remember something. If you Leviathan the Warrior of Light, it still does the damage. I think it checks the initial power activation and doesn't
Yeah.
check on resolution.
I think he's just letting that resolve.
Yeah. I'm not entirely sure how correct that ruling is, but... So you take the Bart's attack.
Yeah.
Waka doesn't stop the abilities, but it lowers the attack down to 1,000. So that's
yeah.
why we were debating on whether it would be best to do status reels. But there's a ruling going around that if you Leviathan a Warrior of Light after he's used his ability, technically he shouldn't be dealing any damage because he's not on the field.
Right. So Pre there just used a fairy to activate his Warrior of Light,
To draw a card.
drawing a card. Currently there's an attack of another Warrior of Light coming from Jamie's side.
Yeah,
So
no,
it's just
the Bart's
deciding.
attacked. And there's a Cthulhium,
And the Cthulhium.
which we knew he had, and there's Valfor. There we go. So we're doing this again.
Yep.
So activating all his backups, doing shenanigans, drawing a card. Bart's dies, and Pre is still in a huge advantage right now.
Yep.
Again, not winning the damage race, but Minwoo.
Minwoo. Just a little bit too late there.
Yeah. And then
And the Warrior of Light to the Warrior of Light.
yep, because he'll dive due to the Valfor.
Yep.
Oh, hold up. No. So he was he
yeah.
took 1,000 from.
But the Minwoo has been played since then.
Yeah, so he took 1,000 from the reduced damage of the Valfor, putting him down to 8k because of the Maria. So
Yeah.
when he's trying to deal it, Minwu is the last thing checked.
Yeah.
So if I remember correctly, that Warrior Light survives.
So I think Judge is coming in
So
to
9
rule here.
9k, just 8k. Actually, it's tricky.
It's a tough one because the Minwu, I believe, checks when the damage is dealt,
Yeah, it is the last remainder check. That's why.
but the damage had already been dealt by that point.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure that Minwu saves him there. If I could find the Minwu.
Yeah, so Minwu is the last thing that is always the last thing that's checked. That's why Warrior of Light, the fire one, can go over stuff.
Yeah. Minwu always lies.
Yeah.
But the point being that Warrior of Light had already taken
1,000
the
damage.
1,000 damage before the Minwu had been played. So the Minwu doesn't retroactively go back and remove that damage. So there's still 1,000 damage sitting on Warrior of Light.
See, yeah.
Although you're actually now,
Because it's still less than its power.
the Warrior of Light's damage is less than the power, so that damage will be negated. So
Yeah.
the 1,000 that's there.
Yeah, so it still survives, and
So yeah,
Warrior of Light going. Yeah, so it's such a tricky thing with Minwu when you dealt damage
Yeah.
to thing and you think. And this is the thing, why Warrior of Light is so popular is the fact that he reduces himself, and you back it up with a Minwu, you're pretty much immune to stuff.
yeah, and as Ghosty's pointing out in the thing, the Minwu doesn't reset your health,
Yeah.
so it's checking against their power, not against the damage that they've
Yeah,
taken.
exactly.
So even though he'd taken 1,000,
He was
his
still
health is still 9k.
Yeah, exactly, and it's being hit for 9k, and then it's being reduced.
9k. So yeah, in this instance, the Warrior of Light does survive.
Correct, that's not true. It's after the Minwu was played, he's still trying to deal less than 9k to the Warrior of Light. So that's why the Warrior of Light survives.
Yep.
If the Minwu wasn't there, then yeah, we would
Absolutely,
have that.
he would have died,
or
yeah.
if there was,
Or if
even
the wording of Minwu was, damage
Different.
less than their health, for example,
Yeah.
then it would have been broken. But yeah.
or even if Warrior of Light was just 1,000 power higher on pre side.
Yeah, well, yeah. So, in the end, he attacked him with the Warrior of Light anyway,
Yep.
dealing a damage, and
Hit
taking a Maria
And
into
there's
the
a
break.
Cthulhian on. Right, I am now confused.
So he's going in for the Warrior of Light to draw a card. He may well just be doing it to draw a card and drew another Cthulhian.
Yeah. I thought it was a brother. Yeah, it's a brother he drew. You can see the head.
Quite possibly, yeah.
Yeah, so this is what we were saying. He would take 2 less. So whilst he was dealing 9k, he would actually, in retrospect, dealing 7k, which is then less than the 8k, the 9k that he actually is. If the Warrior Light didn't have the reduced by 2,000, he would have broken. I didn't think I'd be thinking this hard.
So late in the day.
Yeah, exactly. I feel sorry for our Rek'Sai head judge who's having to deal with all this.
Yeah. So yeah,
He's not left with a K after the stack.
it's
The
reset.
Minwu is there, so once the stack is hit, Minwu checks that the damage receiving is less than the power, so there's no damage being inflicted at all.
So that pain coming out again.
For free, drawing a card.
So attacking in with Warrior of Light. He's just
Sliff.
let through. Sliff to activate his own Warrior of Light.
So that pain isn't attacking anytime
I'm so
soon.
bored of saying the word Warrior of Light.
Have
Been the word of the day.
Have you ever played Mobius Final Fantasy at all?
I haven't.
The main character is Warrior of Light.
Ah,
So yeah,
There we
you
go.
constantly see it, and it's just like, okay, I give up. And then you see Warrior Light decks, and you're just like, leave me alone. Just call it WoW.
wall.
No, I can't do that. That sounds terrible.
Playing wall in your Thunder deck.
Ugh. Lol.
So, what have we got? It looks like a. It's tough to
That's
see.
a
I think there's
Fran.
a Maria.
The first card I saw was a Fran, so he's obviously playing that to be able to use Balfia,
Yeah.
which we know he's playing on the first turn because it gives haste and it can start pinging.
So is that.
So there's the Fallacious Wanderer.
Wanderer.
So he gets to activate the
Yeah.
Riku and the Aerith, which makes sense.
Yep.
Get your Aerith standing. So I say 3-drop 6k, it's a 3-drop 7k, which is bog standard. Can't really moan with that, and it gets to activate two things.
So you could effectively say it cost him 1.
Yeah. So Warrior Light going in for the attack. God, my voice is starting to break. How people do this all the time, I don't know.
Have to build up an immunity to it.
Yeah.
So Pre just going to take that
So that's a Waka, so he's
Waka
on
going
5
to the-
damage now.
damage zone.
And again, where I said Pre was in a winning position, he's
Slipping behind.
slipping behind, and there's a Tidus. This could very well be Pre's last turn.
I think it's
He's going to mill him for a card, which is a Leviathan. So yeah, Blitz Ace just being the bane of many people's Opus 1 careers.
Yeah.
And so
And
that
obviously, Tidus is sitting on 11k, 12k
well,
with
yeah,
Maria.
Yeah, I was gonna correct you there, but you beat me to it. So a 12k, which potentially could have Brave and attack for 3 times.
Yeah.
So yeah, this
How many
would be-
Tiduses is Jamie playing?
Jamie is playing the
The
full
three.
free. He's not playing any of the starter Tidus, which I know some people do, just to give it a bit more.
Fodder
Yeah.
for that ability.
So actually looking at his forwards, where I said about the Balfia, he plays 3 of the legendary and 1 of the rare. So the rare one searches out the Fran, which then buffs the legendary one, which is a bit of a weird one.
So Pre, Choo Choo's coming back.
So that's going to drop that Warrior Light for 2, 4,
Four.
5.
4.
5. 1, 2. Oh yeah, sorry. The Aerith is standing. I'm looking at it the wrong way around. So yeah, 4. So that brings it down to 5k. So draws a card and draws an Ash. So that Heaven's Wrath. Is it Heaven's Wrath? Heaven's Strike?
Ash's ability.
Yes. So that could be very much live. So Heaven's
Wrath.
Wrath gains 2k power in first strike until the end of the turn. So could be seeing that very good ability. Being able to make something a 10k first striker, the Maria,
Yep.
is just insane.
So we'll see what
Where
Pre
you'd
is
have to
about do.
discard a water. I think you'd have to discard a water card because he's already dulled the Una.
Yes. Yeah, and all he's got left is wind and 1.
Yeah,
So-
he's got the Melb. So obviously that should tell us how to pronounce some of these cards. Melb.
Mirrored 'em.
So then Warrior Light going in for special.
I think he's just attacking at this point.
Yeah, it looks like it.
So Jamie obviously considering his options. What could be going on? He's got a very big Tidus. Does he risk losing it for blocking and then giving Pre a chance to
Yeah,
Choo
just
Choo?
take the
He's just
damage.
choosing to take
So
the damage.
loses Cecil.
Cecil.
I think at that point you can afford to take a damage. You're
I
at
mean, yeah, he's only on 4.
yeah,
Pre's on 5.
yeah, 3 to 5 at that point.
3
you
to
can
5 at that point.
you
yeah.
can afford to take a damage. Your opponent's doled a forward that they wanted to have active to block. You've
Yeah.
got a Tidus. If you can draw the last bit of Tidus,
You can end it.
yeah. So it's going to be very tricky.
So both players checking the.
Each other's respective break
Yeah.
zones. I think Pre's just ended.
He's certainly getting worried, I think. It's just such a big presence on Jamie's side of the board that
Yeah.
I think he's going to struggle coming back to that.
You'd be surprised how often we've seen Cecil.
Yeah,
Cecil.
he's been doing a lot of work as well.
We saw that. I think it was the final. Was it the final round? No, it was. round 6, wasn't it, when we had the ice, where Cecil was just locked down under Vayne.
Yeah. But obviously still giving his ability to everything around him.
Yeah.
So even having him locked down is fine. You kind of don't mind that so much.
Actually, no, it was the top 4. It was the top 8 match.
Your top 8.
Yeah. We saw Cecil being played, and it just.
I mean,
had
we've
Vayne
seen him
Emperor.
a few times today, but
Vayne Emperor locking it down, and then just we saw Cthulhian, we saw double Cyclops.
Yeah.
It was just
carnage.
Yeah, it was. You thought the stack earlier was bad. Yeah, double Cyclops into Cthulhian is just like nasty. So Leviathan.
So he's got Leviathan.
The
I think it was
Tidus.
targeting the Tidus.
He's got nothing in hand. So what does he?
He's got that Aerith open, so I think maybe he has. No, he's just going to take it. Sometimes you got to just make your opponent think that you could do something when you actually couldn't.
Yeah, I mean that's what Pre did last time, didn't he?
Yeah.
We thought we had the Aerith up when he in retrospect he didn't. So Pain's going in. Would you just take the damage, or would you trade with the Pain?
I think at this point, Jamie just wants to finish. You know, he just wants to get those last few points in. I would probably take the damage in the hopes that in your turn you can either lock that Ash down and force Pre to discard to reactivate it, or just try and overwhelm her, which Jamie is doing.
And it's a Pain.
Well,
so
it's not too bad. I mean,
gets a Una at least.
Yeah.
So a lot of people are hating on this one. I do like the fact as well you don't get penalised for not adding the card.
Yeah, you may. I think it's a great card.
Yeah, it's
a great
I
card.
think most people were more annoyed that it was a 3-drop 3k, but then it gets a search. It doesn't search a forward.
It's like a 3k one drop 3k if you think about the fact that it's costing you 2 less because you're receiving a card back from playing it, and if it hits as an EX burst, then it's just value.
I think it's just because it was one of the newer ones as well, where it wasn't searching a forward or a backup; it's searching a character.
Yeah, exactly. It just makes that unit Riku Pain combo just a little bit more versatile.
Yeah, exactly.
So no, I think it's a good card.
Yeah,
I think it's a solid card.
So 5 to 5 to.
How many Pains does Jamie actually play in his deck?
Jamie has
all 3. Okay.
Yeah, so 2 of the rare and 3 of the starter. So
right. So 2 of this one.
Yeah, 2 of this, and I think we've already seen him play at least 1 of the starter.
Yeah.
So
well, it's 1 on the board at the moment.
Yeah, I think he had another one because they traded earlier.
Right. Yeah.
But I could be completely wrong. So Pain, Ash is attacking.
Oh, interesting. So again, Pre's playing this game where it looks like he's leaving himself completely open. You've got to expect him to have that. Aerith.
Jamie looks terrified right now.
Jamie always looks terrified. This is his game face. He's just trying to decide. You know, he's thinking, can I wait him out?
No.
Do I need to finish this? They've got to be pretty similar on deck numbers. It looks like Jamie might have a couple of extra cards.
Yeah, because they've both been kind of milling each other.
And searching and pulling cards out. So yeah, Jamie just still deciding. He's just going to take it.
Yeah, so Fallacious
Wanderer.
Wanderer. Jamie now on 6 damage.
Interesting.
However,
Pre
has got
apparently, apparently completely locked out, and you know, at Jamie's mercy. We'll see if that actually transpires like that this time, or whether he can actually do something about it, i.e. the Aerith.
Aerith. Again, I don't think the Ash is going to be enough.
Not on her own.
I said this last game, Ash isn't going to be enough.
Not on her own. So there we go. So there's the Aerith.
Yeah, restand everything.
Yeah.
I feel like he should have done that in Jamie's turn.
I was expecting that as a reaction to an attack. I'll be honest, but maybe there's a reason. And there's the reason. Warrior of Light.
So,
which he's quite happy about.
Who's he targeting?
So we agreed Selena, but it looks like the Warrior of Light killing the opposing Warrior of Light was the reason why he did it now.
Okay, so
So Trixie.
Have I missed something? Why the Warrior Light is dead? If Warrior Light was, I'm confused.
Must have taken damage from something else. True point. He could have done this on Jamie's turn.
He discarded the Warrior of Light, so did he use... I'm so confused right now. So there's the Tidus. Yeah,
It's a good question. Why isn't the Warrior of Light dulled? I think we must have missed a play there. We must have missed something that happened. Just to confirm, Warrior of Light's ability does indeed require him to be dulled.
Yeah, so again, it's a responsibility of both players to check everything's legal.
Yeah. He definitely, yeah, I agree. He definitely did use the bitter end. Had it been pumped previously from something else?
I can't think now. Unless he thought that the Minwoo didn't protect him at that point, I don't know. Unless he forgot.
I would be surprised. I mean, Jamie. Both players are, heavily invested in the game. Especially for Jamie, he can end this now and take himself into the final. I don't think it would be so simple as him forgetting it. And the resolution went off without a hitch.
So
Jamie removed his Warrior of Light straight away.
Yeah. So there's a mill. Did Pre just pass?
Yeah, he milled. They're both milling each other.
Yeah, Pre just passed.
Yeah.
I'm super confused right now. Are they just trying to deck each other out? And no one wants to... This is the thing, Pre's in a winning advantage now because he's up on damage. So why would you go for the mill game?
I think he just wants to draw into a few options before he commits himself to an attack. Whether that option be a choo-choo or something... a Leviathan, a fairy, anything that might help him.
If Jamie has a Tidus right now,
so Minwoo discarded for the Cecil.
So this is the thing as well. Cecil then buffs everything by 1,000 as well. So everything's got a 2k buff.
Yeah.
That's a 10k Cecil. That Tidus is on 1, 2, 3. So that's on that Tidus is on 12k.
Which he is now hitting him with.
Yeah.
He's considering, and he's just going to take it.
And then loses the Warrior Light.
That's unfortunate. That could have been really useful for him. Thanks, Jamie. That helped.
Yeah.
Or a Chantal too.
Unfortunately, neither player are playing Cloud of Darkness.
No.
I believe.
No.
Pre. So draws a brother. Can't play any backups.
Yeah.
I don't think Pre can get over the Cecil because the
Cecil
Warrior of Light is now shut off because of the Cecil ability.
Yeah.
So unless he can Leviathan or Cthulhian, I don't see Pre coming back. Though we can't really see what's in his hand.
No, other than that brother.
It's all well and good us speculating on what he could have.
Come on, Pre. Let's see what you got. Show me what you got.
So milling for 1. Mills a Buffia. So 2, 3, 5. Barts.
Who's activating?
All the
All
wind.
of the wind.
Is he going to mill him again?
Yes, he is.
I mean, it hits a Riku, which is
Ban
better. Jamie looks to have about 10 cards left in deck. I don't understand why he's starting to mill out. But Pre does have less cards. I think Pre has about 6 to Jamie's maybe 8 or 9. From what I could
Tough to
gather.
see.
So I don't understand what Pre's doing. That
I think
That-
he's just. Yeah, I mean,
that Tidus is gonna prove costly. I mean, it's a 12k Tidus.
yeah. Protected by Cecil.
Exactly.
And-
Leviathan, the Warrior Light.
Pre with no answers.
I think there's another Leviathan.
Leviathan to the butts. I
See,
think that's it.
this
now,
is
isn't
game.
it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
that's
Pre
it.
scooping up. So
Game. Wow. That was
Jamie
tense there. Jamie coming
With-
back.
with a 2-0 sweep.
2-0. Ooh,
That
that was tough. A double Leviathan though. There's not much. You know,
Yeah.
that's a real
keeping it for
destruction
the
of a
end.
board state.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think Pre didn't really have an idea of what he wanted to do at the end there. I think he was
Yeah.
just sort of struggling for answers. Yeah, we've seen quite a few double summons today. Double chews,
Double Choose, double Cyclops,
double
Leviathan,
Cyclops, double Leviathans. Yeah.
double Golems, I think, as well at some point.
Yeah. Tough.
I'm just going to see if
Tough.
the other top 4 matches finished, and then we'll be on the finals.
Yeah. So that was Jamie and Pre. So I'm going to prepare for our next round, which will be our final round, everyone. Round 10.
Right, so the other match is finished, so we're going to have Tush versus Jamie.
Okay.
Jamie's deck looks that.
Yep.
No.
Mad Cow, we are indeed checking about what happened with the Warrior of Lights. See.
Alright, basically, Battle 4 reduced by 2000. No, it doesn't reduce, it does damage. Yeah, and then I played Minwu.
No, that wasn't it. It was the after the discussion with the whole miscue.
Yeah.
Your Warrior actually
Okay, we're just going to set up for the next round, everyone. So I will be back very shortly, but don't go anywhere. It's literally going to be a case of minutes.
Alright guys, we are back with the finals. So we have Jamie back on the left again against Tush, who we saw earlier. So what was Tush playing? It was Fire Water, wasn't it?
Yes.
Which was quite an interesting build.
Yeah.
So
and Jamie, who we've just watched with
Yeah.
his Earth Water.
yeah, so it should
Major
be
deck.
quite an interesting finale. We also have the third and fourth playoff going on at the same time.
Yeah.
So it'll be done quite
So,
soon.
just signalling the players that we're ready to start.
Yep. Tush is already.
Interesting that you mentioned Mono Lightnings. There really wasn't.
Yeah,
I
we
think there were 2 or 3 that we pulled out of 86 players.
We didn't see it a lot.
There weren't a lot of gold bears either. Again, 1
Yeah.
or 2.
Yeah,
It really wasn't.
ironically, we had the Thunder Golbez in the final matchup in the
Yeah.
final round of Swiss.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Um,
for the finals, share it around, get as many people in this because you're not gonna want to miss this.
No. So,
So
Roll off.
if we're exhausted, the players must be exhausted.
I know, right? At least we're sitting comfortably.
Yes.
Nothing of ours is on the line here. We get
Yeah.
to commentate on other people's plays without having to
Yeah.
deal with the consequences
And
of those plays.
this is the thing: is at the end of the day, this match is just this could be classed as a friendly. You're right, Gil. It was a good match you had earlier.
Thanks for joining us.
But yeah, again, this could be classed as a friendly. You've both qualified for nationals.
Yeah.
You're playing for a different kind of statue, and you're playing for just an extra few packs.
Yeah, I mean, everyone comes out of this match a winner.
Yeah.
Let's be honest, you know.
All right, so we see a rain coming down for a LAN.
Oh, Alan. First time we've seen...
Rain today. We've barely seen
Yeah.
LAN today as well. In
Well,
all honesty.
it's been in a deck, but I don't think it was ever played.
Yeah,
But yeah, so it's good to see.
I think it was discarded, and you only played one of it anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is.
So yeah, we've got Minwoo on one side.
Is that double Belias or is that a Rosso behind it?
I think it's a double Belias.
Oh,
Interesting.
I don't know what to make of that.
Yeah, I think I would have kept at least one, but
Yeah, early
so
error
Jamie
down.
playing an error. Don't worry, we'll be here for probably at least another 45 minutes. To
Yeah.
do.
So, only issue with the LAN is Water Wind have a lot of 7Ks,
yes.
which is the issue.
Well, that's why you need the backup Ren, so that you can tip his damage
Yes,
over.
I forget
and get
about the
that
Ren.
through, yeah.
I always forget about the Ren.
Yeah.
So, Jamie giving us a slight hint of his hand. He's got double Aerith and a Cthulhu in hand.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
So,
Ash down as well there.
so
Ash seeing a
he's-
lot of play today.
Ash seeing a lot of play. He plays 3 Bosch as well. So the Bosch I think we saw earlier.
Yeah.
We didn't see them together.
Oh, and Balthier as well.
Was he just?
I think he's just ordering.
Oh yeah,
straight
he's
up.
just he discarded an Aerith to play the Balthier.
Yeah.
So there's the LAN played, and
And
did he,
Evoker.
did he overpay for the Invoker?
I
I probably would have waited next turn.
think he wants to keep that momentum going. Though,
However,
doesn't he?
that's the final Belias.
Yes. Yeah, all 3 straight away. Wow.
I think Tush must
He
have
did.
been a little bit scared. So Balthier,
Maria coming down as well. That's a 9k Balthier on the board.
yeah. So
So
LAN's
Lan sneaking in.
hitting a Maria.
Not a bad loss.
Red Mage. So at this point in time, with the LAN and the Red Mage, Tush could be quite an advantage.
Yeah. Well, I mean, as it stands at the moment, he doesn't even need the red mage.
Yeah,
With
because
the Lan. Because Balthier's at a 9k.
Jamie doesn't play any of the other Aerith, so he's got 1 left in deck.
Yes. Yeah.
Actually, I think it's in his hand because he did show us a glimpse of 2 in his hand.
Right. Right.
So Balthier's going to attack, and the
Oh.
and the Melb. So draws a Red Mage and is that Cecil? A Fairy. I think that was.
Yeah.
So again, gorgeous artwork.
Yeah. Nice card to hit on the X-Best.
Yep.
Tidus going down on Jamie's side.
Yep. So at least this game is it's a faster pace, so we're not going to be here wondering what players are doing. I think they want to get out of here quickly.
It's been a long day. Has been a long day. A stressful day.
And again, it can be classed as a friendly. They don't care.
No.
You've got what you've come for. You're here for
There are slightly more boosters on the line.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Gil,
So-
Rob is in the playoffs. He lost to Tush in the top 4.
And then we see a bash.
Yeah, so that bash is actually now on 9k.
Yeah.
So quite powerful.
Nice.
So he's got a 9k and 2 7 drops, and I think he's got the advantage. If he's got another bash as well, that can essentially be a blowout.
Yeah.
And yes, Pride is also on the line.
Pride.
Winning the biggest. I'm assuming it was going to be the biggest. Cardiff is next weekend.
Yeah, definitely the biggest UK,
Yeah.
if not European.
Yeah, we'll have to see what happens with Cardiff, because I think Cardiff will probably be the biggest contender.
Perhaps.
But we will know next week.
Well, you can say hello because I'll be at the Cardiff one.
Oh well, yeah.
I'm gonna
If,
go down there.
if that is streamed, I will join and chat.
Yeah.
Seems like Firestorm seemed like a nice bunch.
Yeah. No, I've never been there myself, but I figured I'm gonna play it in at least one of these.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I was debating it. I thought I'd play in this, but then I just got to the point I was like, I can't be bothered. I want to commentate, and I've had a blast doing it.
Yeah, it's been great fun. We hope you all have enjoyed it. Those of you that stuck with us. If you stuck with us from the beginning to the end,
We salute
wow, troopers, man, good job. It was tough even for us to do it.
you. Yeah, we're struggling.
But
So that's another red mage down on the field as well. So double red mage. And we saw that earlier as well. I think Tush did that, where he double red mage something and then just swung in for a load of damage.
yeah.
Yeah, Tush's deck is a bit spicy. So Larn going in for a 3rd point of damage, hitting a Riku, and there's the
And
Bash
as well,
hitting a Yuna, and then
So at this point, he's just playing the game.
Ash
Like
is
even if he
attacking as
leaves,
well.
even if he leaves himself completely
double
open.
Yuna.
Oof.
So early points of damage. Is he playing another forward?
Selena, yes, it is an official Square tournament being hosted by Dark Sphere.
See, he's probably triple. I think he overpaid for the red mage, but he's got 5 backups.
Is that a triple red mage? It's got
That
going
is-
as
that's
well.
triple red
Wow.
mage.
Yeah, you're right. That is a gamble. If,
However,
Jamie
it
has that
depends-
Tidus. If
all
he's
depends
not,
on the Ash.
he wins.
Yeah, it depends on the Ash and the EX bursts, because he's playing triple
Here comes the
Leviathan.
Choo Choo. Yep.
Yep. So
Choo Choo dealing. What is that? 5, 8.
8. So yeah, the Larn
8k
dies.
to Lum.
Was that a Leviathan? I think I saw him draw. And he just that's a Tidus.
Okay.
Yep, sorry.
Seems like we're getting a little bit too over enthused with this
Yeah.
final match. So we don't want to be
Yeah.
giving the players any
Okay, we've just been
insider information here.
yeah. So yeah, we did just see.
Wow. I missed the end there.
I think he showed him the Tidus.
Ah, there you go. Yep.
Yeah, we saw him draw Tidus off the draw. Yeah, we'll have to try and be a bit quieter, because now the shop's gone quite quiet.
So I'm going to pull the microphone volume up a little bit. Apologies to anyone at home who gets their ears blasted out, but we're going to be talking a little bit quiet. Obviously, since we're in the final round now, there's very few players left in the store, so it's really quite quiet here.
Yeah.
So we are the loudest thing.
Yeah. Which apologies, but we were a little bit excited. That was a good match.
Well, I think earlier as well, we had to speak so loud because the store was so busy,
Yeah,
with 86 players, not counting other, staff members, customers, etc. There was probably close to 100 people in the store.
Yeah, and then
so
we're
it was-
struggling to be heard.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's
Please let us know if this audio volume is okay for you guys at home, if you can still hear us.
so Tush is all ready to go. Jamie being a little bit
Just making
cautious
sure
with
it's
his deck.
Shuffled.
I do like the sleeves, but having to double sleeve them is a bit of an annoyance.
Yeah, oversleeving
Yeah,
makes for an unwieldy deck.
unless you riffle shuffle, which I know a certain American does.
They're just a little bit sticky, I find, the FFTCG sleeves, and most character sleeves are like that.
Yeah.
With the printed artwork. There you go. Players.
Ironically, the only ones
Handshaking
that don't
first.
suck were the Fyrian ones that were given away.
Yeah, I had them.
Those are amazing quality sleeves.
Yeah, they certainly do look nice. They certainly do look nice. So Jamie not happy with his opening hand, so
Yeah.
mulliganing for another.
It's like when you see like some of the old chapters sleeves that were given away in like the old masters in Japan. You think, oh my god, I need those, and you find out that they're super rare and worth like 50 quid. It's like no, like
So first turn Maria for Jamie.
like I saw, you know, like the artwork of FFT 10-2 Yuna, where she's like holding the guns in like that pose.
Yeah.
Those sleeves are 20 quid. Like to get, that's just the price to get them, like price from Japan. Then you got to import them.
Yeah, get them over here.
Yeah, so you're gonna be looking at like 40 quid.
That's a lot for sleeves.
Yeah.
Get yourself a shiny light cloud for that.
Yeah.
It's Riku and is that a Bal?
Yeah, Fran.
Fran, yeah.
So Fran, when she enters the field, searches. Oh no, sorry. She can pay 1 wind to buff Balfia.
Is she Opus 1? Opus 2?
It's Opus 2.
Oh, it's Opus 2. Apologies, viewers. I'm a little bit slow. There we go.
Yeah, so you can dull her to choose a Balfia against 1,000, and then you pay 1 and dull her to give her haste. So with Balfia pinging
Yeah.
constantly to do damage, you want to give it haste early on.
Yeah, yeah. Definitely great. And, you know, we've seen Balthier come out quite frequently for Jamie.
Yeah.
So, you know,
So
nice costed
I
to
think
back up.
the pain come out for Riku.
Oh, and there we go. There's that haste Tifa because of the Zangan coming in for
Yeah, move your hand.
Felicia's
So
Warrior.
the Fallacious Wanderer.
Yeah. Trigger.
It can
I
be.
agree.
You just need to really know how to play him.
Yeah,
Because
you've got to
there's
utilise.
there's that interaction where you have the new backup Riku and Balfia where you can technically ping 6 times,
Yeah.
but you need to know how to organise the
Oh.
stack.
Was that a Zangan EX burst there?
No, it was an Odin. Oh yeah, sorry,
No,
I'm looking at
So, yeah.
Zangan EX
Tush
versus
pulling
another.
out a nice cheap Tifa.
Yep, why not? Tush does not play the Unilane combo, no. So I think just to verify to Jamie that he searched the 2-drop Tifa.
Yeah.
But he did. Yeah, so this is the first time we've actually seen the 7-drop Odin.
Yes, it is. You're right. Unfortunately, not as an EX burst.
No.
Balthier is indeed an excellent card. So, Warrior of Light making his
Fine.
50th appearance
Yes,
today.
I've lost count. You can cast
Yeah.
Odin as an EX burst.
A lot of people do just use that 7-cost Odin for the EX burst, though. You know,
Yeah.
even some off-color decks include 3 of them,
Yeah.
just because if you have it in hand, you can discard it. It's CP
Leviathan, the
If you
Warrior
hit it.
Light.
in
And-
its EX burst. Great.
Yeah, so Leviathan, the Warrior Light swing with Tifa for a point of damage.
Yeah.
And a
So the
Yuna.
Yuna goes to the
Which is
damage,
good.
so
You don't want the you don't want your opponent.
he already has one out
Oh,
anyway,
yes.
so that's less relevant.
Yes, because it's not all neat and tidy.
Firion.
To kill the pain.
Yeah. Firion.
It's-
Too much Firion today.
I think
Not that one.
Pain
anyway.
felt the pain.
He did. Yeah, we saw the other Firion do quite a lot of work
Yes.
in a previous game.
Yeah, it's just constantly giving it brave and
Yeah.
buffing itself. So it's weird to see this one see a bit of play.
Yeah, but
This
you know,
this one is more of a mono
one
fire.
forward. It is.
And even then, you were saying that we barely saw any mono fire today.
Yeah, very true.
Water, it seems like Earth was the more prevalent element.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
struggling to keep up whose turn. I think it's Tush's turn. The way with Jamie's sat.
Yes, I think it is. We're just waiting for Tush to decide what he wants to do here.
So he needs to get rid of that Warrior Light again because that's a 9k
Yeah.
blocker.
So discard an Ash.
Mo.
For a Mo.
Draws a Rain, something else. So discard the Rain.
And 2.
3.
Oh, an Emperor Zande.
Yep, that'll do it.
This is going to cause some serious serious trouble for Jamie unless he can deal
Yeah.
with it.
But however, if he
Great card for 5, I think. This absolutely stunning.
the Maria on the field does actually kind of mitigate Emperor Zande. You think Bart's is on 10k, Warrior Light's on 9k.
Yeah, but you're forgetting that he could be doing so much other things. All he needs to do is threaten the warrior with. There's no Minwu on the other side,
Yeah.
so he can have some floating damage. He can do something.
Yeah,
you know.
attack and then block
mean,
or something.
We've got. Just looking at Tush's deck list, obviously. Yeah, I mean he's got the Bahamut's.
Yeah.
I mean it's a bit of overkill.
Alright,
Reliance.
so Bart's attacks, it hits an Evoker. Probably the best thing you want to see off the damage, to be honest.
Yeah.
Tidus,
Yeah.
unable to see what you drew there.
I mean, worst case with Xander, you attack in, dealing 5k to the Warrior of Light. If he chooses to block the Warrior of Light, then you take it with him, and then do another 9k,
Yeah.
taking something else with him.
It's either that I was thinking you attack with Emperor Zande, you ping the Warrior of Light, and if you've got the Bahamut,
Yeah. Remove them all.
yeah.
Yeah. So I wouldn't say that he can do nothing in this current board state, but I agree he's not.
In the best position.
Yeah, it's not like you can utilise that 5k damage to really wreck. Tush can't be using that to wreck Jamie.
Yeah.
Tidus, as
So
opposed to Tidus. I
used-
say Tidus.
I used to call it Tidus, but then you hear everyone else call it Tidus, and you just follow suit.
See, for me, it was always Tidus because that game is so synonymous with water, with waves.
No,
with, I feel like he should be
Fully,
Tidus.
I fully
the
agree with you.
Tide.
However,
But, yeah.
Kingdom Hearts does call it Tidus.
Ugh, Kingdom Hearts.
So
Tell you
yeah,
what,
that's-
when if Kingdom Hearts 3 comes out, then maybe they can settle that debate then.
Yeah. You'd think in the remasters as well, they'd actually say, like the Final Fantasy X remasters, they give you the option to just have Tidus or Tidus.
Yeah, choose your
Spoken.
selection, yeah. So, what's Tush doing here? He's just doled 3 backups.
There's a Bosch in the break zone. So
Yeah.
I'm confused.
Yeah.
Alright, so Emperor Zonde is attacking, taking the damage. Another Yuna.
Another Yuna. So that's all the Yuna's gone now, but that's
Yeah.
fine since there's one in play. German's
Lan.
for another Lan. That's good.
That's going to be in Tush's favour, I think.
Yeah, I mean that Lan again, it just provides
Okay,
a lot of...
he used Red Mage on the Tidus, I'm assuming.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, that's the thing. You're
Yeah.
so there's,
The
you
Red Mage.
blink and you miss it.
You do. You stop talking about how to pronounce characters' names in Kingdom
Yes.
Hearts and start focusing on the game.
Alright, so it's 3 damage to 2. The Lan is going to be...
Good to see we've got a good few new players coming in, joining us for the final here. If you're just joining and you haven't watched any of the rest of the games today, welcome.
So Legendary Cecil hitting the field. Tush is not running LeBlanc, no.
No.
I think that's LeBlanc. The fire backup that boosts by 1,000.
Yeah. So again, that Cecil was so much dominating in Jamie's favour
Yeah.
in the last 2 games.
So, again, as we noted in game 1, with the Cecil on the field, everything other than Cecil is now on plus 2k.
Yes.
So that Warrior Light is absorbing a lot of damage.
Yeah, but on Tush's plus side at least, it's putting everything out of Lan's reach.
Yeah, exactly.
So everything's going to pop through.
Yeah, so Cecil can't block.
No, and that's Bart's activating all of the wind.
So that's 4 damage now. That's it. Mill 1, Bosch, and
Warrior of Light, that man.
yeah, it's a bit around.
Yeah, he had to really. He
Yeah.
couldn't, otherwise that thing was just going to poke him for the rest of
Exactly.
the game.
So yeah, we can actually hear the players talking, so that's why we're going to have to be a little bit quiet now. I didn't realise.
Yeah. So Pain coming down.
Pain for free. Draw a card. Draw a pain. Drew another pain.
Drew another pain.
Feels
It's the
good.
pain train.
Feels good, man.
Tidus, Tidus,
Potato, potato.
Pedus, Pidus. So, Jamie thinking about whether or not he wants to attack him with Cecil. He's going to go for it.
Yeah.
So, before
GM.
Tish makes his decision, he's going to check to see what's at the top of his library.
Check the GM answer.
He's going to leave it there, so it's something with an X burst.
I don't like Geomancer on this factor because, okay, yeah, you get to see the top card, but if it's something you want to keep, you're putting it to the bottom and then you run the risk of the exact same thing happening again.
Yeah. I think it's just to try and stack those X bursts in your favour, really.
Yeah. Because the amount of times
Again, but that's why you really want those Odins in there.
Yeah.
7-cost Odins, because
I
you see
think-
one of those sitting at the top, you're like, brilliant, this is what it's there for.
Yeah.
Still deciding. He's decided if he's thinking about blocking. Yeah, so Zande is what he's thinking, I think. If he blocks with Zande, he has that 9k to then throw around to try and deal with some of the other forwards on Jamie's side.
Oh, I don't think he can kill anything.
And there you go.
You
So he
kill the
top decked
warrior,
the
like-
7-cost Odin.
Yeah.
So that is exactly why you keep
Your
that Geomancer around.
Your options are either break the Tidus or break the Warrior Light.
Yeah. So he's targeting
Warrior Light.
the Warrior of Light.
I probably would have broken the Tidus. That Tidus is going to get insanely strong.
Since he's on 5 points of damage as well.
Yeah,
4 points of damage.
Yeah.
You've just got to worry that he might.
Have a Blitz Ace.
Yeah, Blitz Ace. And just push through. So.
Is that a Cthulhu in Jamie's hand?
So we've got
And the Balthier.
Balthier.
So how strong is that Tidus now? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 11. That Tidus is on 13,000.
13,000. Wow. Yeah, 6 Sages agrees. 100% kill the Tidus.
Nice to see you, Matt. Better late than never. Yeah, Jamie just agreeing that the Tidus is on 13. Yes, I will go through the deck lists and get you some deck profiles, Matt. Yeah, so this is game 2 of the final. So game 1 ended quite fast.
Yeah.
I think Jamie was on
Jamie
6 damage and then top deck
Had
to
that
Tidus.
Tidus, yeah.
Alright, so if you're Tush, what have you got to do here?
Well,
It's a Bush hit in the field. Just at the moment, just a vanilla 3-drop.
yeah. I think he's just thinking, get some bodies down, get some blockers up. He
Just
passes
pass
over
him.
to Jamie.
I think at this point he can just take a couple of damage.
Yeah.
Will do. Both players have agreed to do a deck profile, so when we have a sit down, I don't know if we can do it in the store or not, but we'll see what we can do. So Tidus going in for the attack,
Warrior of Light.
and
Again.
Cecil going in.
Jamie's in quite a commanding position here now.
Yeah, he's
I
got.
think it's going to be tough.
I
for
think at this point
Tush.
you stop attacking, you keep 3 forwards up. And there's another forward, it's a Walker.
Yeah, another
So
Walker.
that Tidus is on 14,000. And you think if that Walker attacks next turn as well,
Yeah.
that Walker
I
is.
think he's probably regretting not Odining that Tidus' way.
Yeah. Because that's the thing as well, that was his final Odin. You know,
Yeah,
he had 2 in the break zone earlier.
Yeah.
really is just hope to get into a Bahamut.
Yeah.
He's got the resources for it. Even then,
does.
he'd have the Bahamut, but
You just got to make the maximum value out of it, haven't you, at this point?
oh wait, get Cecil up. Doesn't Cecil prevent damage from summons and abilities?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're going to need to remove him first.
No, you wouldn't be able to. You'd have to remove the Cecil first.
Yeah,
That's
what I mean.
a tank guy.
I mean, luckily, Tush does play 3 Leviathans, so he has options.
Yeah. This is gonna be.
So he's frozen. The Barts.
Frozen.
Looks like it. Let's see how.
I'm not entirely sure. Or unless it's made it so he can't block.
Quite possibly. Yeah, he's flipped it around again.
I'm so confused right now.
Red Mage and Tifa going.
Oh, water.
Water kicking. The Waka.
So he's got a Balfear and a Pain. If he can get rid of. Yeah, so he must have just red maged. But I'm just. Oh yeah, because the Tidus and the Cecil already attacked, so he's red maged
Yeah.
He's red maged the Barts and the Waka's Dull.
Yeah.
So
So Jamie now working out if he can afford to just take this. So yeah, that's it. I think Tush just scooped there because I think he knew there was nothing he could do to prevent the onslaught that was coming for him next turn.
Yeah. So,
So that is it.
yeah. So Jamie, the winner.
Jamie Faulkner, winner
Which-
of Darksphere London Regional.
So-
yeah.
It's quite funny how the person we picked for round 1 ends up winning the entire
Yeah,
event.
you're right.
It's
you're
not
right.
often that happens.
Crazy. I don't think we have to be too quiet now anyway.
Nah,
because
but apparently
game's over.
he had Blitz Ace in hand as well.
Oh, that was unfortunate.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So let me just check if what's going. Is there still going on? I think 3rd and 4th is still going on.
So we might be able to get Jamie in for a quick roundup. Do you want me to go and see?
Yeah. Let me just pop it. It'll be easier.
Okay. So we still have the other 2 players playing for 3rd and 4th. So we'll see if we can get Jamie involved. But for those of you that are signing off after this last game, thanks for joining us. Hope you enjoyed it. This was obviously our first attempt at a stream here, so please do let us know what you thought, what we could do to improve. For those of you who just looked away, Jamie Faulkner is the winner, the Darksphere London Regional. But yeah, thanks everyone for joining us. Vids of individual matches should hopefully be going up, probably after the weekend. Deck lists also will be posted on the Final Fantasy group of Darksphere, but also I believe they're getting shared with Mognet and Six Ages and everyone else. Yep. And luckily Jamie's here for.
Just take a seat and Adam will have a chat with you.
Cool.
Thank
Well
you.
done. Well done. That was a nail-biting game, man. That was nail-biting. There was a few times there where we thought it could have gone either way, but
In the final?
yeah,
Yeah.
it was interesting, man. You did well. So come on, take us through your thought process. What do you think? How'd it go?
Specifically the final.
Well, yeah. I mean, yes. Do the final first, then we can walk on, talk about the rest of your day.
So, I knew I was really favoured versus his deck.
Yeah.
All I had to do was make sure I used Aerith before I went for the final push, or just
Yeah.
take it really slowly.
Yeah.
And game one was kind of strange. I think had it not been for the lucky, I think even with the lucky top deck Tidus,
Yeah.
I was really ahead anyway,
Yeah.
because I had Minwoo, and even without the Tidus I had an Aerith and a Leviathan, I think. So like the chance of me losing that game anyway was pretty slim, but it was a funny way to finish, and it's the only time I actually used Tidus his Blitz Ace.
Blitz Ace.
Yeah, but it's funny when you do it.
Yeah.
And in game 2, I was terrified because I didn't have Minwoo.
Right.
And like, the main reason why my deck's favoured is because of Minwoo, but also just any deck that doesn't run Earth or Water, I'm not too scared about because I can flood the board and not be too afraid. There was only one point when I was a bit nervous, was when I had one Aerith up, or that might have been game 1 when I had just Aerith up.
Yeah.
And he like red maged or something.
Yeah.
And bait in the Bahamut, but I was like, I'm happy to take 6 damage
Yeah.
because I'll win on the backswing.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Tush is a really, really great player, and I'm really glad I was in the finals with him because his deck's just really bonkers.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's even though I'm favoured, it's every now and then you can just get Odin'd, but he discarded 2 Odins in like the first 2 turns. So
Yeah.
I was thinking, it's funny because the weirdest card in this deck is Odin, but when I saw them gone, I thought I can't really lose at this point because my deck's so favoured against him.
Yeah, I think, early on seeing those go, obviously it was nice to have one of them come out as a top deck, but, you know, we were thinking that perhaps the land might cause you more trouble than it actually did.
No, because Cecil came up.
Yeah.
I drew Cecil really early, but I didn't play him until... Realistically, I probably could have just jammed him, because if he had double attacked, even if he just double attacked, I would have been able to swing out with everything and just win on the spot, which is the whole point of Cecil in my deck, is that I can play him, and then they are forced to kill him or lose, and by killing him they have to double attack, and if they double attack then I have 6 forwards to attack with.
Yeah.
But I felt like he was too, just in case something bad happened, he was too important to keep up, so I waited till I got the Leviathan, and then once I had that, it was easy going.
Yeah.
Shame I didn't draw Aerith though. It
No.
made the game a lot easier.
That's very true. It's very true. Yeah, a lot of people were commenting as you were playing that, you know, this is a really powerful deck. You know, the Warrior of Light combination with all those reactivations and, you know, buffing of each of the cards, you know, puts you in a really strong position. And you just, not only do you have the wealth of forwards, but they're all really big, really hard to deal with.
Yeah, the deck is legit insane. It's the only deck that is irritating to play against, not hard, is Earth, purely because I can't flood.
Yeah.
So, and a lot of people have been playing Earth Control, and it's so boring. I've played against it 4 times today, and the only way I win is play exactly as many forwards as my opponent, and then do nothing else except for mill.
Right.
I can't actually win otherwise, because if I overextend and he Shantotos and plays a forward, I lose on the spot.
Yeah.
And there was a game in the quarterfinals where he Shantotoed and then played Ingus or something.
Right.
And I had to double Cthulhu just to make sure he didn't have a forward when I untapped, because otherwise the game is the tempo just goes really back, and it's all about tempo.
Yeah.
But yeah, so the only deck that really gives me issue is Earth. I did lose to Rob, who you saw in the semi-finals, I think, or the quarterfinals. He was playing Water Lightning, and realistically, the only reason I lost was because I misplayed.
Right.
We had a really crazy sequence of turns where, a combat where I attacked with my Warrior of Light into a Cecil. He Cyclopsed, I Cthulhu'd, he Cthulhu'd, but I left open Riku because I wanted to play something, and I had a win card in hand, so I didn't need to leave open Riku, and I should have left open Yuna, and then I top decked the other Cthulhu.
Right.
And I would have, and we all agree, like, I would have just instantly won that game if I'd killed his Cecil.
Yes. We were discussing quite a lot earlier about what we thought of Cthulhu, and you know, we were honestly
insane.
we were not rating it at all.
No,
and then we saw it all the way through the top 8.
Yeah,
that
I
was
saw it
getting
and I
played.
thought it was a bad Cyclops. And then I realised actually, it's really, really good.
Yeah.
It's much better with Yuna.
Yeah.
But even just having one in your deck forces your opponent just to not do things.
Yeah.
It's so annoying.
Just so
to play.
worried of playing,
Yeah.
sort of tapping out all of their backups.
Yeah,
you know.
it's just a really irritating card, and it gives back most of the time because I have 5 backups always. The whole point is I ramp out forwards and backwards and backups.
Yeah.
It doesn't cost me anything, and I draw a card.
Yeah.
So
worst case, you replaced it in your hand.
Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome. Okay, I think we had some questions coming in from the stream. Selena asks, what card did the most work for you this tournament, do you think? Of your deck clip, there you go.
Wait. The thing is, it's not really.
You can say it's a group effort,
Yeah.
but surely it's Warrior of Light.
No, not at all. Actually,
No?
that card just. I only really played it because people kill it immediately and they overextend into it. If any of you play Magic, I played 4 Carlos Sahili at PPTQ here recently, and that deck basically every single card in it replaces itself.
Right.
And the whole point of this was every card either replaces itself or gets value other than the innate value of the card. So it gives me a way to kill things, but I'm not playing 6 Warrior of Lights like the Japanese versions. It's mainly because it's a good blocker. I don't really attack with it very often, and people, like someone in my first round or second round, he discarded 5 cards to Bahama it.
Wow.
And I had a Maria up, and I was just like, okay, you can do that.
Wow. That's unfortunate. That's
So
unfortunate.
in the top 8, Bart's was amazing.
Yep.
The whole way through, although in the Swiss I didn't play him once.
Right. Yeah.
It wasn't really necessary. Waka was good, Tidus was good, having a 13k forward for 4 is nice.
Yep.
So yeah, more of a group effort. But
Yeah.
actually, Cthulhu's was the card that I always wanted to look for.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, again, we wouldn't have called it, but he definitely put in the work for everyone, not just you, but a lot of people.
I think it was because everyone was running water, and everyone was running 3 of that card
Yeah.
in the top 8. I think literally everyone.
Yeah.
So, other than maybe the Earthwater guy, but so it was just about playmaking with that and like never ever tapping anything. It was the rule. It was hard.
Yeah. Yeah. So so Brian asks, why use the 5-cost Barts as opposed to the one that has all the jobs?
Because my deck is about ramping and playing things to 3, and like you saw in the finals, I think 3rd turn. No, it must have been like 5th turn or something. When I had 5 backups, he bounced my Warrior of Light, and I played Bart's Warrior of Light without discarding a single card.
Yeah.
And it's an EX burst, and I don't really have that many. I think I only have like 6. No, 6, 7,
Yeah,
8,
not a lot.
9, 10, 11, 12. Probably like 12.
Yeah.
Which is my main issue with the deck is I don't have EX bursts.
Fair enough. But it worked well for you. You know.
If anyone is interested in copying the deck, the only thing I would actually change, possibly, is possibly the backup configuration, because I mean my ideal backup was Yuna, Riku, Minwoo, Aerith, Maria, and I think it clearly shows that is that I'm running 3 of all of those cards and then just 2 of the other stuff.
Yeah.
And Archer gets rid of itself. But I realised I had a huge consistency issue, so I have to run 5 Pains.
Yeah.
And that's kind of maybe what I'd swap.
Right.
Taking out a Pain for maybe a brother, but it just feels so bad to have a brother or a Fran up and not being able to get rid of them.
Yeah.
To the point where I'd actually play an Archer just to kill it, maybe.
Fair enough. Awesome. Well, yeah, I hope you enjoyed your day today. We certainly enjoyed watching you, and it was super stressful for us as well as you. So
yeah, the semi-final was pretty stressful. The
Yeah.
mirror is hard.
There was a lot of complex interactions there, lots of choo-choos going around from both sides.
Yeah.
But it was definitely exciting to play, so you've given us an entertaining show.
Thanks a lot.
But yeah, thanks very much for coming. Thanks for talking us through your deck, and I think all the deck lists are going up, so
Sweet.
expect a lot of other people.
Yeah, I
playing
don't
your deck
imagine
list.
this will be playable in like 3 weeks, because people no deck is stupidly overpowered or broken. It's just that this was really good choice for the meta here.
Yeah.
If people start running more Earth, if people start running more wave clear like Rydia, the Earth, or there was that card that Prey was running, the Wind card that does like 1k to all.
Oh yeah.
Ishtola. Yeah, like people start running that stuff, then this deck isn't very good anymore.
Yeah. Well, it did well for you today, so I think
Yeah.
it's time for you to go and collect your
Yeah.
collect your
I
winnings.
don't even know what I get. Thank you.
No worries, dude. Thanks
Cheers.
again.
See ya.
Cheers. Awesome. Well, again, thanks everyone for joining us on the stream today. We really appreciate it, and we hope you enjoyed it. Please do get in contact on the Dark Sphere Facebook page if you have any comments, questions, anything you liked or disliked. As mentioned before, deck lists will go up, as will the full video and perhaps segmented games for people to browse at their leisure. So, yeah, I'm Adam, and from me and Lucas, we're now signing off. Thanks for joining us, and see you again soon.